So I was watching the opening ceremonies for the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, and I couldn't help but see the narrative, and this is common, especially for things like the Olympics, where a multiplicity of nations, cultures, ethnicities, histories come together in one event, right, to compete. And I felt like I was watching what is that? What is that show with Jennifer Lawrence? That movie, Hunger Games. Felt like Hunger Games, and there was a lot of sort of over the top, tacky speeches about unity and about coming together, and there's a bunch of half truths that are always spouted out during these things. Some of the half truths are just simple assessments of what it is to be human. And the question becomes ever present. Is it enough? Is a smile enough? The fact that we could look at some other culture and see them giggle or smile or laugh or experience joy or connectivity or love or make them, feed them when they're hungry, alleviate their pain when they're suffering. Is that enough? Well, that's always how it's sold. This sort of unified mindset that we're supposed to accept across cultures. That, if we all smile, we all live, we all die, we all suffer, we triumph, we cry, we experience mourning, we all have birthdays. Look, see? Let's live by each other. Well, it's irrational. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not even enough in countries or in continents where everyone generally looks the same. It's not enough. So this is the kind of sort of bait and switch that you constantly get, and it's usually from globalists, liberals, progressives, but there are some people on the right wing who sort of fall victim to this false narrative that you don't need much to unify. Well, you need something. You need something for cohesion. Yeah, there are some basics that make us human beings. There are some basics that overlap in our experience of being human. Yeah, sure. We grant it. But the selling point that we constantly hear is that's enough. Well, isn't it enough? Just be a good person, Google says, or, just don't be a jerk. Can't we all just get along? Coexist. These notions, these platitudes, they're constantly dumped on us from every angle. From the corporate world, we get it. From the academic world, even the religious world in general tries to sell this. And it really is a version of like ecumenism, but at the world level. It's like ecumenism, but even without unnecessary normative authority. It's just like general, get everyone under an umbrella. Let's do this. Do what? Do what? Let's say we got everyone under a tent and they all looked at each other and said, you know what, despite our outward appearances, despite our value differences, despite our incompatible theology, we all smile and maybe we'll enjoy a sandwich together for the time being. But the thing is, that's not a direction. It's actually competing directions that cause some of the conflict, and the conflict is necessary. This is why you can't really hold an Orthodox Christian position and simultaneously accept the inconsistent, incompatible, orthogonal directionality of cultures, ethnicities, theologies, because Orthodox Christianity does have a direction. It does have a telos. It does have a purpose. It's narrow, and it's got a sharp arrow pointing in a direction. It cuts. It cuts through. It cuts through the jungle. You can't argue, let's hold a narrow path cutting through the jungle and also enjoy the jungle. Let's also not cut through the jungle. And so America in particular, but now the whole world, is sort of captivated by individualism. The notion, the Enlightenment notion that you have your own agency and you're a rational man and you can go through the world based on your own preferences and navigate and make your own way and tell your own story. It's so beautiful, isn't it? So beautiful. You just get to do all of that yourself, and then one day you die, and then you have your own singular legacy. It's your own person, your own individual life. The page of humanity, that's yours. At least I have my page. And it's all so self-centered. And it's the root, philosophical root of a lot of collapse. A lot of collapsing civilizations and societies, because individualism itself really can't build without escaping individualism and considering the whole. And so once you have a whole built from the individuals, then you have competing wholes, competing. Well, why can't we all just get along? What do you mean, at the individual level or the collective level? We can't even, look, you can't even get two individuals with irreconcilable differences. You can't get two people to sort that out. And you're going to assume entire groups of people can just kind of be plopped in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly, because they both smile and giggle at some things. No, that doesn't work. It'll never work, and there's a reason why it doesn't work. Because not every culture, not every civilization is built on truth. That's why. And so, what's the case against it? What's the case against pluralism? Well, one case against pluralism is that anyone who argues for diversity being a strength, first of all, has to demonstrate that. But even if you gave it to them as some sort of good-sounding platitude, the argument against it would be anyone arguing for diversity has to simultaneously have some sort of methodology of preserving the thing that you're valuing. In other words, if diversity is a strength and you say, look, these people act this way and this people act this way, and look at their food and look at their language, it's also beautiful as unique individual cultures. Well, let's say that's just true, that each culture has something about them that is beautiful. As my priest would say, every culture has at least something that can be converted. Okay. If that's true, ought we protect and maintain that one thing, or should we obliterate it? Should we smush it all together so that it becomes non-distinct, or should we maintain it? If you're someone who's arguing diversity and pluralism is good, you have to simultaneously argue that it should be isolated and protected. But that's counterintuitive. It's a performative contradiction. To say diversity is good, let's smash it all together so that it becomes a gray. You have to choose. The irony is that protecting diversity is against smashing it all together. The irony is that if you value the multiplicity of cultures, languages, ways of life, if you valued that, you would isolate those things and not put them in the same units, the same geographic places. You wouldn't do that. That would be the way to dilute all of them. All of them would be diluted, and we're demonstrating it's showing to be the case. And then it forces what? It forces people to realize that, wait a second, this is diluting. We don't want diluting. We want dominance. And you get Islam, right? It's always been terrestrial dominant. It took a terrestrial dominant approach, whether by force, by will, by whatever methods it wants to dominate. At least they're clear on their system. It doesn't take a diversity as our strength approach. And yet the people, the empathetic dummies, the suicidal empathy, they are welcoming in cultures under the guise of diversity, and they're getting eaten up. Those cultures are multiplying and eating up the thing you call multiplicity and diversity. So pluralism never lasts because, well, one, there's another issue. Pluralism has no unified system to build and maintain traditions. What's the tradition of pluralism? Tell me. Any of you pluralists in the chat, what's the tradition you're defending? What are the foundational bricks such that a thing called pluralism lasts in 100 years, in 200 years, in 500 years, in 2,000 years? Nothing. Zero. Look at any civilization that's lasted for over 500 years in history. It's not because of pluralism. It's quite the opposite. So the same argument against pluralism is the one that's used against secularism. They go hand in hand. Secularism cannot build anything. Secularism has nothing to defend. It plants itself inside of something that's not secular. Pluralism plants itself into something that is fundamentally, foundationally not plural. It's like a cancer. It's like a tumor. You ask any pluralist, what is it you're defending? What is it you'd be willing to defend? What is the thing you're pointing to? I don't know. Just multiplicity of stuff? Many different things? Which one? All things? Yeah, coexist. Haven't you seen the bumper sticker? So which one? Which language? Which culture? Which one's the one guiding society? Which one of these diverse cultures, ways of thinking, theological views, values, which one of them is informing society's structure and maintaining it? Which one? All of them. So none of them. Well, no, whatever one multiplies most. Well, now you're back to, some pure form of democracy, which again, even that crappy system can't be maintained through pluralism. It collapses. And it's unfortunate because the people who are, so-called right-wing, who we're kind of like in the trenches with, arguing against the blue-haired silly pants who still think, men can have babies and whatnot. Just around the corner, you ask them another question, and they're like, yeah, well, we need to defend individualism above all. And you're like, really? We can't be like those wacky people over there with the blue hair and all the, bars in their nose. They're crazy. And what is it you're defending? Well, individualism. Well, a defense of individualism is a defense of pluralism. You notice how you go to divine liturgy, and through the process, through the liturgy, you're aware that there is a group of people who are individuals, that they're very unique. They're unique in their personhood. They're unique in their energies. They're not unique in their nature. They're all human. But they're unique in some ways, and you value how unique they are in their gifts. They're unique with their gifts. They're unique maybe in their weaknesses. They're unique in their proclivities. They're unique. The way they look, their very structure of their body is unique. And yet, all of that is put aside and is lowered for something higher in that practice. And even when you take the practice of orthodoxy out into your life, that maintains. That's the thing that maintains. Now, what happens is that pluralism, individualism, progressivism, this sort of take that everyone's the same, they always invert something. There's always something half true about it. Like I said, watching the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, there's no better place to look for the inverting of this sentiment. And the sentiment is, from an Orthodox position, is that we're all made in God's image. These godless people at the global level take the Olympics as an opportunity to invert the image bearer sentiment and then turn it into something that's something somehow self-evident on its own, that we're all human. And there's nothing they can ground it in, because without the image bearer status, without Orthodox Christianity, you have really nothing. You have a nominal view of everything anyway. And so, but yet they still have the urge. They still have it in them. In fact, I would even say that the good in them wants to argue this universal principle, that we're all the same in some way, that we're all in this together. But without the Christian conception and the metaphysics of the image bearer status, you really don't have it. You feel it, you think it, you experience it, but you don't have a grounding for it. And what they do is they say, well, no, there's not one true thing. Like Linda Ramaswamy and Jamicular Landwell would say, all religions are true. And this is like saying all cultures are equally valid. All of it is equally valid. It's all just different versions of the same thing. No, it's not, though. It's not at all. You can't say that and also acknowledge all the conflict that we see, necessary conflict. Even something really basic like differences in language. When you get different languages, China probably has, 80 plus indiscernible dialects. Africa has about 2,500. Is it crazy to say, at the very basic logistics level, just the procedural level, that two languages who can't discern each other, two different distinct groups of people with languages that they can't understand each other, would probably increase the likelihood of conflict? Is it crazy to say that conflict a lot of the time is a symptom of miscommunication? Is that fair? I think it's fair. Even beyond language, nonverbal language, gestures. There are cultures with incompatible gestures. There's cultures with incompatible ways of eating. That's not how we eat. You can't even teach etiquette under a pluralistic system. Oh, that's not how we eat. We eat like this. This is proper. This is etiquette. Otherwise, it's rude. Maintain these, right? You try to teach your children things like this. On what basis in a pluralistic society is it wrong for my kid to be sort of hunched over at the table with their knees up above the table, grabbing things with their hands, On what basis? Is it just the family? Is it just a family thing? Oh, just in this family. we believe in this kind of etiquette. No, it would be necessarily tied to some larger etiquette system, some larger fabric of what it is to be a person in this country. And you say, well, no, there's no right way to do anything. Okay, there's no right way to do anything. How do you preserve a civilization if the starting assumption is there's no right way to do anything? It's like sola scriptura, but for culture itself, for civilization itself. There's no right way to read the Bible. There's no right way. You just go for it. You just kind of, it's not strict ballet, it's modern dance. Pluralism is modern dance. There's no right way to do a pirouette. There's not a correct way. That strict teacher who's correcting those students, I feel bad for those students because they think now that there's a correct way to do a tour jeté. I think that's a thing. No, there's no correct way to speak. Hey, don't ridicule and correct DeAndre. That's how his culture speaks. Broken English. Don't correct. Oh, don't try to correct the Chinese migrant who can't say his L's and R's. That's how they talk. Don't correct it. Don't correct anything. How could you have a corrective, revised society where you could revise things if there's no standard for what a correction is? And everyone's wondering, well, why isn't society working properly? Could it be that you're defending a system where there's no such thing as properly? And people think, well, no, legality gives us proper. Well, no, legality is informed by a worldview. Is there any proper worldview that examines and assesses and interprets law and deploys policy from this view? No. From that view? No. There is no proper system that interprets the law. There's no proper metaethical view that interprets law. There's no proper view that can arbitrate where to use force and where not to use force. There's no proper system from the pluralistic view on which universal language system we ought make necessary as a prerequisite to be a person in this country. None. It's all just up in the air. Whatever you want. Whatever goes with the wind. Whatever's seasonal. Whatever's in trend. Which philosophy and worldview should inform how we run society? Well, have you checked hashtags? Maybe that'll tell you. And then what happens is you get a lot of, well, I don't know what it is, but I know what it's not. And that's fine. That's to some extent, you could use that type of reasoning to come to conclusions about what you don't want. Sure. But you still have to confront the fact that you're going to have to defend what you want. What do you want? Well, not Christianity. Okay, what do you want? Well, not Islam. Okay, what do you want? What's your system? What do you want? Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to decide. Well, who gets to decide? I don't know, but I don't want other people deciding either. It's a non-position. We almost live in a non-position society where it's like that's the norm. The norm is fence-sitting non-position. Well, I don't know what it is, but I don't want to enforce my view on people. Well, then someone else is going to enforce their view. Well, I don't want that either. I just wish, I wish the government was made up of non-people. It's almost ripe for AI for these people. I mean, think about it. If you don't take a strong position on anything, nothing. You take a strong position on nothing. You're actually ripe to accept a sort of impersonal aggregate AI to dictate everything. Or like a company. It's a faceless, bodiless company a dead entity there's no person who's responsible. It's just this entity gathering data, and whatever the data says, it goes, well, maybe we should do this. We'll do this. And I think that's on its way. I think the first voted in egregore AI is probably going to happen at the town level, then the city level. And people are ripe for it. They have no position. They've been brainwashed through 100 years of individualism that taking a hard position is a no-no. It's a faux pas. There's a stigma. It's a social stigma. It's gross to do that. It's gross to take your strict, narrow, ethical view into a government position. That's a no-no. You're supposed to abandon all of your beliefs and convictions and put them on a metaphorical shelf in the lobby where you have a locker and you change your clothes. It's almost like, I've been watching Severance, which there's so much interesting layered commentary in that show. Severance, this show about splitting your mind so that your work life, you don't even know your real life, and when you go back to your real life, you don't remember your work life. There's so much subtle commentary there. Really interesting idea, because it comments a little bit on this separation of your work life and your home life, and you use your home life to escape your work life and your work life to escape your home life. But further, I think it's still applicable to even politics. You can swap out the corporate work that they're doing with politics itself. You go in, you sign in, right? He takes the elevator up. Something gets activated. He goes to his locker, even so much as changes his watch, his shoes. His very being gets changed at the locker. And I see modern politics and democracy similar, where you take a man with conviction, you put them in a position of power where they represent a larger constituent than themselves, but that constituency shares his view. But in a democratic system with representatives, the representatives could very well succeed and abandon their own convictions as well. And it kind of allows for it. It almost, I wouldn't say it necessitates it. It's just that the moment a man with conviction enters office and they now represent a larger mass, if that larger mass of people doesn't have nearly a one-to-one system as them, they soften their view. They put it in the locker. They change their clothes. Well, no, I'm not going to. This is my private views, and I'm not going to bring my private views into the public. I'm not going to bring my private convictions of what it means to be a human being and a Christian into public office, because that's wrong. That's where I draw the line. It's like, why? Why would you do that? What else are you going off of? Do you have an earpiece? And a million people get to whisper into the earpiece and you just do what they say? Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. It's like a puppet system. It also has another problem where it represents too many people with too many varying views. In a sense, the Severance view is what happens to a politician, is what happens to someone who becomes super famous, where they suddenly represent the masses, the audience. The threat or the vulnerability is that you yourself could get severed in that sense. You're like, there's so many people. They all represent something different. What do I got to do? Who do I represent and when? That's why it makes more sense. The alternative to pluralism is saying, well, if the majority of people, let's say in this case, ideally for me, would be Orthodox Christian, and the men who go into government with an Orthodox Christian perspective, that perspective is going to inform how they operate in government, including how policy is written and how it's judged. People scream, that's a theocracy. No, it's not. It's not, because that's what you have now. All you need, according to the pluralist, all you really need is the majority of people being Orthodox for that. There's totally fair game. Totally fair. It's not to say the government becomes the church. It can't be. It actually metaphysically and practically cannot be. You can't go to the DMV in an Orthodox view and receive the sacraments just on the fly when you get your license, or you renew your license, and the host is there too. No, that's not the case. But pluralism falls apart so quickly, and it only takes about 50 to 100 years for it to fall apart. And in all of the nations, the European nations, even the ones that secularists argue, well, look, they're doing fine without religion, some of these Baltic nations or whatever. Look, they're doing fine. Aside from the suicide pods that they have, they're doing fine.
Look up Gravemind from Halo. There's a YouTube short, I am a monument to all your sins. It's apropos.
Thank you. Even these nations, the reason they do well, if they do well at all, is because they're homogenous, because they share an overall view of their identity, and the polarization between left and right is less prominent because of this. Any differences in a homogenous nation that has like their cultural, ethnic, historical heritage intact, if that even exists, absent, I don't even know, Japan, then political differences are less polar opposites. They're less in contrast. And then when you increase pluralism, the polar opposites are bigger in contrast. There's a bigger gap between the left and the right, as you say. And so it's not, it doesn't take much thought and much analysis to notice this trend. And it's a good thing to press upon people who have this sort of visceral negative reaction to someone saying, well, no, I want a more homogenous, in-group, preference-based society. That's how I want to live. I want to live like that at the town level. I live that way at the church level. I want to live that way at the state level. And the larger game would be at the nation level. Tell me what's wrong with that. Forget the moral argument. Tell me what's impractical even about it. It's actually more practical. And you can test this. You can ask the person who's countering this, who's having this icky reaction to whether it's theological unity or ethnic unity or living around people who look like you or whatever it is. You just ask them, what's the alternative that you have? And watch as they backpedal in silence into the darkness. Because they have nothing to offer. They have nothing. All they can do is take. All they can do is steal and invert what's built. You see it all over the place. Look at the atheists. They have nothing, and yet they build their own crappy version of a church. They leave their evangelical ministries, and they start counter ministries. They preach. They counter preach. They start congregations. They have, quote, types of priests. They build nothing. So the question is, well, that's a steep order. How do you climb the mountain against pluralism? Well, I'm not going to pretend it's an easy solution. It's a simple solution, but it's not easy. It takes generations. It takes generations to build and maintain a society based on its tradition and foundations. It takes generations, years and years, hundreds of years. It takes almost no time to completely disrupt it. All you have to do is open the gates, immigration, favor liberalism above duties, and voila, you have at least two ingredients to have it all come collapsing within 100 years. Atheists have nothing. Yeah, you can't build anything. There's nothing you can create. Windows? No. Windows doesn't do anything for, that's not the point. I didn't say atheists can't invent stuff. Windows itself isn't a direction, dude. It's a tool. Inventing a tool doesn't tell you how you ought to use the tool. This is exactly what I'm pointing to. They don't have anything beyond utility. That's all you guys have is utility. You're proving my point, dude. Yeah, you ever hear of Windows? Yeah. Tools exist. That's amazing. You don't have a philosophy for how we ought to use that tool. You understand? You don't have any. I don't know if he's being sarcastic, but I don't think he is. But it's a perfect demonstration, right? You'll get these people who say, well, look who built this. No. Building something doesn't tell you how you ought to use it. There's no direction, I'm saying. It doesn't tell you anything. You can build a gun. You can build a hammer. You can build this. You can build that. Atheism can't give you how we should use things, what direction to take Windows. Do you know who uses Windows? People who sell and collect CP. They use Windows. Do you know that? The atheist can't tell you why any of that's wrong. Using Windows in an improper way. Well, there's Windows. You don't have anything. There's nothing you can use. You don't have a direction. You can't tell us. Y'all are dumb. You don't need orthodoxy. Y'all are dumb. See? This is what I'm saying. There's nothing there. You have nothing. You got nothing to build on. You got nothing to critique from. You have no system to critique from. You got nothing. And this is what pluralism leads to. Atheism and pluralism go hand in hand because if you're an atheist, you really can't argue for one way or the other than your preference. You can't argue from a worldview level of why we should pursue this way or that way. In fact, atheists can't even do that with each other. You can't say someone's a bad atheist or a secularist if they suddenly adopt Christian ethics to be the thing that informs their law. You can't argue as an atheist against an atheist who adopts a Christian ethical paradigm. It doesn't believe any of the miracles or anything like this. Watch them, you just ask them. It's crazy to watch them freak out when you ask them the question. This is why, that moment Andrew Wilson debated Dillahunty, everyone on the left side ignored the actual argument. They just went to, he's mean. He brought up his troon husband. Oh, mean. The reason that was so monumental as a moment for atheists especially is because it opened up a major blind spot in their paradigm that people knew existed, but it just wasn't opened up in the way it needed to be, like it was in that non-debate that didn't happen. And it was just that. Ask any secular atheist. If another secular atheist, your buddy down the road, fully adopts a Christian ethical system to inform their policies at the nation level, they're essentially a Christian nationalist, but they're not Christian. Can a secular view argue against it? No. Name 2 successful Orthodox countries. Why name a country if you can name an empire? And you can't say inventions that add to humanity. That's question begging, unknown hominid. What do you mean added? What are you talking about? Without the Orthodox paradigm, you can't even argue added to humanity. Added what? Why are discoveries or inventions good? Are they good? You see what I'm saying? You don't have anything foundational to rely on. It's pure utility, but utility doesn't get you to where we should go. Utility is just, does this work? Work for what? If someone invented a better way for Jeffrey Dahmer to access gay brains, would that be a good thing, unknown hominid? Oh yeah, there was someone who invented a really great spoon cutter. So Jeffrey Dahmer type people can simultaneously cut into the skull and scoop the brains out. Very, very pragmatic. Very pragmatic. The knowledge that other people worship very different gods never gives you a pause. What's your argument? That's an incredulity fallacy. Do you have an argument? There's a variety of things that I think about that give me pause. That doesn't tell me anything, man. Do you know that people come to different conclusions about a variety of things, even in science? Does that suddenly mean that nothing's true? That's fallacious thinking. That's exactly my point, man. The questions people ask when this stuff comes up demonstrates exactly what I'm arguing, which is the absence of a teleological foundation for what purpose. What's our purpose here? Why seek truth at all? You saw what happened to Danny, philosophical Danny guy, when I asked him why seek truth at all? Why teach? Why teach? There's no reason. Like literacy curing AIDS, dude. Why is that good? Even from an evolutionary view, why would curing AIDS be good? Why would it be good to provide a remedy for behavior that causes something bad? Why would it be good to remedy that and to protect the behavior that causes the bad outcome from your view? Notice that unknown hominid here, none of them actually have any positions. They just assume, oh, literacy good. Why? From your view, why? Curing AIDS? Why? Why is that good? What are you talking about? It's all just saying like, oh, this has to be good. Everything I like that seems to be good must be good. Why? What are you talking about? Are you saying that keeping Magic Johnson alive and keeping a bunch of homosexuals alive after so that they can continue doing what they're doing without any consequences? You're saying that's not good? You're the one saying it's good. You're the one saying it's good. This is a godless and purposeless universe. You just admitted your own thinking and statements are purposeless. This is what I'm saying. I couldn't ask for better opposition in the chat this morning. Your own statements are purposeless. Giving meaning to things, purposeless. Thinking, purposeless. Directionality, purposeless. This is the atheist worldview. Right here. You see it right here. That's their position. There's no purpose you being here. There's no purpose in accepting a God existence or denying it. There's no purpose of directing ourselves toward truth from your view. Even the statement, the only meaning is what we give to things, is meaningless and purposeless. Saying it is purposeless. Totally. You got nothing. This is exactly what needs to be seen over and over and over again. Purposeless. You're gibberating. You're in a chemical reaction. And you guys show it. Like, your reaction shows my view to be correct. That you have no position. There's not even such a thing as a you. That's what's so crazy from the atheist view. There's really no such thing as a you. The identity, the person you. No. You're an it from an atheist view. You're a body of random chemical interactions. You think there's a you talking. That's an illusion. You think there's a you to fight battles out there. Nope. There's no battle out there. You think you're a rational thinking hominid that evolved from pond scum. You believing that, you don't even know if that's true from your view. You're just determined chemically to believe that. Wrong again? Yeah, you have nothing. Wrong again is the extent of your argument. Wrong again. There is no purpose except what we give to things. No, that's purposeless. That's a contradiction. You're in a contradiction, P and not P. There's purpose except for there's purpose. This is how deluded you guys are. You're in a contradiction. You think that's okay from your view. Totally fine. Guys, there's no purpose except for there's purpose. P and not P, okay? That's a contradiction. I don't care if it's a contradiction. I like contradictions. They're fun. It's embarrassing. Exactly. Finally read the Humanist Manifesto after Dillahunty debate. It's completely sloganeering. That's right. Totally arbitrary. By the way, Brooklyn, another secularist can just show up and say, a secular humanist, and says, we're officially abandoning the Humanist Manifesto and changing it. In fact, a secular humanist couldn't argue against another secular humanist developing a new manifesto that almost identically matched what a Christian manifesto would be for society. They're just doing it from a secular position. They couldn't say anything was wrong with it. It's hilarious. The point is, no, there's no point. You're in another contradiction. The point is what? No, those don't exist from your view. There's no point. You're in a contradiction, dude. You're already removed yourself from all communication. Okay? You just don't understand the entailments of the views that you've already shown yourself to hold. There's no point. There's no point in pointing out a point. Do you understand? They're meaningless. Do you understand your words are meaningless from your view? You don't have a purpose to be in the chat arguing? Do you understand that? For the bones. Thank you so much. See, basic precept crap. You're not dealing with the consequences of your position. Saying precept crap isn't an argument. By the way, precept crap, non-precept crap. Doesn't matter. Should we avoid precept crap? No, not from your view. You got nothing, dude. This is what I'm saying. And there's people like this, and it's unfortunate that it's a lot of people who have this guy's worldview. They're the ones teaching kids. They're teaching college. They're teaching grade school. They're teaching. This is the worldview that's teaching society. That everything we learn is actually through the lens of this guy. Everything's meaningless. You develop your own purpose. There's no real meaning for being here. It's all an accident. Everything's accidental. There's no purpose except for the purpose that you create. That's meaningless also. Cool, I create a purpose of dominating the West with Christianity. That's my purpose. I declared it so. Okay? If I can do it, I should do it, right? Yeah, totally. But you shouldn't do that. Why? Well, because I don't agree with it, okay? Which part of meaning comes from us? Not any God is escaping you. You already admitted asking the question is purposeless. That you don't have meaning, dude. Do you understand from your worldview? You don't have meaning. There's no such thing as meaning. Well, you're asking which part of meaning comes from it. You don't have meaning. Asking me the question assumes meaning exists. You've already denied that meaning exists. So it can't come from anything. It can't be produced by us, and it can't be discerned by us from your worldview. Yeah, but where does it come from then? What part of meaning? You don't have meaning. There's no meaning from your view. Dude, it's got to be rough. It's got to be rough. JB, watching you for years. Love what you do. Wish you had more clip channels. Well, that's for you guys to do. Any chance we can get a member-only replays on live streams without ads? That, I think, is up to YouTube. I'm not even sure that exists. I could look into that, but I'm not sure that it even exists. Wouldn't the result of, quote, AIDS just be the god of natural selection saying, acting in... Yeah, it's anti-evolutionary, by the way. I mean, there's nothing two dudes doing what they do adds to society or somehow procures the future generations of human civilization. They don't add anything. That's what's so funny. Evo-tards, coincidentally, are very pro activity that doesn't make humanity survive. It's really weird. And the people who are at least either full out deny or skeptical of this narrative of evolution as our origin story, they also coincidentally are more fit insofar as reproducing than the people who believe in evolution. The Evo deniers, the science deniers, are the ones winning the natural selection war. That's weird. That's a bit humorous. You think evolution is false too? Ah ha ha. Yeah, you can't argue it. You could write laughing, but you couldn't possibly defend it. You couldn't even, you don't even know the kind of crap you're in as far as a worldview. From your own view, you believing in evolution, you couldn't actually know it was true. You would be determined to think that blue is. You would be determined to believe in evolution. And by the way, you shouldn't be laughing because from your worldview, the way in which I evolved if evolution was true, has me reject evolution. Why would you be surprised? When there's no meaning in the world, there's no purpose. Is there a purpose to believing in evolution or not believing in evolution? It's just too easy with these people. They're so philosophically bankrupt. It's like arguing with my 6-year-old. It's like beating up on mentally handicapped people. Our purpose is to leave the bones, but what do they even use cremation to remove that purpose? Yeah, we're removing it. Free will exists? No, not from your worldview. Nope. Sorry. You don't have a thing called free will because that requires a thinker, a knower, and someone who's actualizing their intent. From your worldview, there is no intent. There's just chemical reactions. Chemical reactions don't have intent. They're not pensive. There's no pensive thought and consideration and deliberation. Even if you said there was, that deliberation would be chemical reactions. You just saying free will exists, more platitudes you can't defend. Your worldview cannot tell me what free will is because that assumes the subject, this person. You don't have person under your worldview. You just have an it. There's just an it. That's it. You're an it. Tag, you're an it. They don't know where they're at. They're confused. See, you don't know my worldview. Well, I know you need all caps. You don't know your worldview. You don't even know what consists of a worldview. You're so lost in the mess, you don't even know the quicksand you're in. There is no you. From your worldview, there is no you. So how could you have a worldview? How do you have a thing called my worldview? No, you're a bundle of chemical reactions. You're a purely materialistic wet machine from your worldview. I didn't know what mitosis. No, not, dude, you don't, that stream clipped from that debate, I was demonstrating that it doesn't matter. Let's say I didn't know that mitosis was just basic cell division. It doesn't matter. You guys don't have any arguments. That's why Culture Cats, after his giant quote review with no refutations, he was going to debate, right? I'll debate Jim Bob, and then he changed the topic at the end. He said, I'll debate him, and the debate topic is creationism. What do you mean? He just ran from the debate on evolution, didn't he? You have no arguments. He didn't counter anything. I did a live review of his quote review, okay? Notice how you're in the chat and you're not referencing any position. You're not referencing any of the counters I brought up about evolution. Nothing. You got nothing. Culture Cats didn't even refute anything. All he did is say, you're like a child. A child could understand this. He never said what's there to understand. He just said, oh, you're a child. This is like an 11-year-old stuff. He never actually said anything. We watched it live, dude. Don't gaslight us. Tell me the exact moment count quantity of your beard follicles turn into a beard. Otherwise, beards don't exist. No, that's not the same argument. Even if you arbitrarily defined a certain amount of shading in contrast to the cheeks, to the flesh, you determined a beard. Even if you used an observation method, does that guy have a beard or not? Right? That doesn't, nothing you're saying makes a contradiction in my position. I assume you're talking about evolution, right? Do you need to learn about evolution? You can't tell me anything about evolution. That's all you guys can do is say, you don't know anything. And then I ask you a bunch of questions and it turns out you guys don't know anything about evolution. Why? Because you can't. Because your view of a past where all these things happen, you have no access to these things happening. That's why you can't tell me how they happened. You just can say that they happened. And then anyone who says otherwise, you just gaslight them. Right? That's all you guys do. Gaslight people. We ask you actual questions. How does random mutation produce a liver over time? From a population that doesn't have a liver. How does that happen? Oh, my 11-year-old understands. With enough time, it happens. You guys are dumb. Mud says, serious question. What came first? The ability to poop, the need to poop, or the poop itself? Were animals eating food before they can poop? It's a good question. Yeah, whether it's the intestines, the brain, the heart, the liver, kidneys, whatever it is. Before the thing does the thing that it does, it needed to do things similarly, but not exactly, every step of the way. So you can say what matters. When you mess up, you can say what doesn't matter. When did I do that? So you guys are lost. You don't even know what you're arguing. You don't even know what you're arguing. I don't need to know how. I hold to phenomenological conservatism. That's broken. Why would you hold to such a broken philosophy? I've already debunked PC. What are you talking about? You can't hold to phenomenological conservatism. I'll tell you why. This view, by the way, everyone in the chat that he's defending, holds, in summary, that The way in which the world occurs to you is probably how it occurs to you until further examination that proven otherwise, right? The problem with this philosophy is that it's circular, because if you hold that the way in which the world occurs to you in your experience is probably the way it occurs until that view is undermined, that moment when it's undermined, that's still how the world occurs to you. So all you're saying is phenomenological conservatism is that the way the world occurs to you is exactly how it occurs to you until it occurs to you. That's really dumb. You never get out of your first premise of how the world occurs to you until otherwise. What? That's still how the world occurs to you. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The world occurs to me is how the world occurs to me is probably accurate until the world occurs to me different than that, which is the world occurring to me. Wow. This is what we get when you move away from Christianity. You just did. You said your mistake about mitosis didn't matter. Okay, I'm done with you. What? Dude, you got nothing. It doesn't... Yeah, from my view, what matters and doesn't matter, even conditionally speaking. The knowledge of mitosis in high resolution or no resolution or not at all says nothing about the grander claims about evolution. You're all over the place, man. I don't know where these people come from, honestly. Jim Bob is a primate. Nothing you're saying matters. You got nothing. You have really nothing. You have no reason for people to believe anything. You have no reason for people to come to true beliefs. You have no reason for people to abandon false beliefs. You have no reason why people should adopt an evolutionary view. You have no reason why they shouldn't just maintain their rejection of it. You got nothing. Atheists treat the ninth commandment better than y'all. What you say about Christianity is irrelevant. You got nothing. There's nothing you can argue. This is what it looks like to be purposeless. This is what it sounds like to be purposeless. It's exactly what it looks like. All of their duties and sense of purpose and meaning comes from oppositional to those who have it. Okay? You have no reason to affirm any of the amendments, dude. We could just change that according to pluralism. The thing you're defending, that at any moment we could just declare it so. Whatever amendment you want, pick any of the amendments. It doesn't matter. You could just change those from your view. What's wrong with changing any of them? Oh, I can't believe how they look at the Ninth Amendment. What does it matter? You could just change it. It's perceptual seemings in justification theory. The world occurs flat and centric. No, that doesn't... Look, you didn't... Notice how unknown hominid just doubled down on his philosophy, even though I just presented a defeater to it. Do you understand that if you hold the view that the way the world occurs to you is probably how it occurs to you until otherwise proven? Otherwise proven is still how the world occurs to you. So you're not saying anything. Oh, commandment. Sorry. I was like, what? Okay, that's funny. Fair enough. Still doesn't matter. It still does. It's the same answer. Christians abiding by any of the commandments or not, meaningless from his view. It doesn't matter. Why would any of that matter, dude? It's so crazy. Why not lie? From your view. Seriously. Serious question. From the atheist, secular, pluralist view in the chat, why not lie? Why not bear false witness? Why? You know what? Silence. That's what you get. Don't precepts say all worldviews are circular at the base? Not recursive necessarily. So, and no, I don't really say virtuously circular. I think that's a bit of a cope. That's a bit of a word smithing to then categorize. You don't need that term. I don't know why that developed. But you could say all worldviews at some point, the person proposing the worldview reaches some circularity. That's fine. But the question of circularity is something that needs to be pressed, because what you're trying to find is a recursive position, an ultimacy of recursion. So you can't really, most of the other worldviews, they say, well, I just accept logic. I just accept the laws of logic, or I presuppose a past that has the regularity of nature that I experience today, and the future will maintain it. And, I abide by inductive principles, and I assume I have a mind because I can't otherwise. It's like, I'm not, how could I assume, that I don't have a mind without assuming the mind? And they try to essentially cogito everything. Their own person, the external world needs to be cogitoed, and so forth. But the question becomes, right, the argument then becomes a matter of what they would call, what do they call it? I always forget the word because I never use it. Parsimonious. They take the principle of parsimony, or they'll take Occam's razor, or whatever it is. But they don't have a reason for that. They don't have a standard for why one thing is parsimonious and one thing is not, or one thing's unnecessarily adding or not. They can't really tell you that. They work from what works, but that's circular, what works. So they just strictly work from that, what works. Well, believe in God works, so it's justified. It's like my debate against Mark Reed. Complete disaster for him. He was arguing, the debate was whether or not the belief in God is rational. According to his view, anything that applies function is rational, even what he called social constructs. So he bit the bullet, stepped in my trap, and he said, yeah, rights are social constructs. And I go, is it rational to believe in rights? And he says, yes. I asked, is God a social construct? He said, yes. So it's rational to believe in God. Are tested and verified predictions coincidental? Well, maybe from a materialist view. There's no real justification for things happening over and over again in a similar way from that view, no. So maybe they would call it coincidental. From my view, nothing's actually... the term coincidental is a temporal experience that a human has with limited access to variables. So it's like in a colloquial sense, like serendipity or coincidence. But if you press from a Christian view, none of it's coincidence. You wouldn't say God's providence is coincidence. I wouldn't say it's a coincidence I've run into the people, that I'm brought into the presence of the people I have been, even the people who are oppositional to me. From a Christian perspective, we wouldn't say it's coincidence. No. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you guys. Anyway, so, I think we already tailored off, which is fine. I think I said enough about pluralism and its ramifications and its destructive influence it's had on the West and even the European nations. This notion that was very much highlighted in the Olympic ceremonies. This woman dressed as one of the, those main people from the Hunger Games, delivered this platitude of a speech about uniting among differences. Uniting in what? Well, they don't have Christ. There's nothing to unite in. What, we all have teeth? Some of us? We all stand upright? Why would you, from an evolutionary view, why would we unite in this very arbitrary time period in our, quote, development and evolution? Why would we unite? Makes no sense. Yeah, we got to unite. Why? Why not do the opposite? Why not take a Darwinian approach and fend off and fight off all of the opposition? Why don't we play on real Hunger Games from the evolutionary view? In fact, the Olympics should take the opposite view if they were consistent. All of these godless heathens. They should step up to the podium. Some crazy chick with a huge elevated collar, some weird design on her forehead and painted cheeks and whatever else. They should just go full Hunger Games. Just change all the games to just straight up fights to the death in different locations with different weapons. Let's take a real Darwinian approach to it. Let's be consistent here, folks. Doesn't the materialist have to special plead the entire human body and not just plead the organs like the brain? Yeah, it's like kind of like a monistic view. The moment you separate an organism as a whole from its organs, you're arbitrarily separating something. But even at the larger scale, from their view, if you zoomed out in space and looked at Earth, the distinctions between organisms, even in populations or outside of populations, would be sort of like a feature of being more local. But those distinctions go away. And I mean, you could argue from their perspective that the Earth itself is layered with one giant biological organism, and that the other organisms we see at a closer resolution, that's just an illusion that we're allowed to see at the more local, higher resolution level. But at a lower resolution, it's all just
Jim Bob,
particulars.
Totally not half black, Justin. This
what's
is
up?
definitely the super intelligent. Vagine. Our weakness, evil, and Indians part of diversity that leads to strength.
Yeah. Yeah. And you guys aren't even that diverse. You have a class system, but you're not really diverse in the way you do things. But even your shitty ways, literally, are preserved, aren't they? Even the way of life in India is preserved, even if it's like a terrible way of life. So, what's up? What's up? Good morning, Giovanni. Good morning, all. Hello. This guy just said reality doesn't follow the laws of logic. Really? It does what it does. What's it? That's an identity, dude. It is an identity. Reality is a metaphysical term. What are you referring to in reality? When you say reality, watch this. You ask someone who says this, that's not how reality works. Reality doesn't follow the laws of logic. Really? What's reality? He's going to say a group of particulars. That's the law of identity. I mean, this is like, no wonder we almost deserve to fall. We deserve a total collapse. We're in it. We're in it. We're in a total collapse, and we deserve it. We earned it. I mean, these are adults, too. This is what adults sound like today. Total contradiction. Reality having some sort of collective identity of a bunch of unrelated particulars or related particulars. He says reality doesn't abide by the laws of logic. Yes, it does. Of course it does. How do you discern anything out there in what you call reality if it doesn't maintain its identity, dummy? It's just, oh, man. It's hard to not get black pill with his background. You know what I mean? Oh, there's no education, though. There really is none. There's no education. It's not even a waste. It's totally used. These people are used as pawns. It's like the every generation of children is being raised to believe that they have no purpose, and we're wondering why there's like a steep incline in mental disorders and depression. You're literally teaching kids that their very existence came from an accidental biological chemical process and that their life has no purpose. And you're like, why are they shooting up schools? Why do they believe they can be dogs? Why does a man with a penis think he could breastfeed? Why? Jim Bob complaining for the umpteenth time that the educated people don't agree with him. Nope, didn't say anything like that. Never said anything like that. You guys are apparently not capable of understanding what's going on here. I didn't complain people don't agree with me. I'm not even complaining. I'm laying out the case that your worldview has no purpose. It brings nothing to the world. It brings nothing but confusion to the world. That's what your worldview does. Confusion. And it does. It brings confusion. Did you guys see Professor Dave absolutely spurg out about Jay Dyer? It's wild. Like, I don't really want to listen to his face, though, honestly. I don't know if I can do it. I'm trying to not get myself too worked up today, because it's Saturday. What's the contradiction in logic being descriptive? You need to presuppose logic to describe anything. So it's not... the contradiction is in time, basically. It's like if logic was just descriptive, but logic requires... description requires logic. The laws of logic need to exist for you to describe anything, then it can't be descriptive. It has to exist before you describe things. So... that's a contradiction. The contradiction would be that logic doesn't exist until you describe things. Logic is required to exist to describe things. That's a contradiction. Which pushes you guys into a position where you have to actually justify what the ontology of the laws of logic are before you describe things. You didn't describe the laws of logic into existence. How we know this? Because descriptions require the laws of logic. You existing in reality requires the laws of logic to exist. Identity, the law of identity needs to maintain before you describe things. You don't describe something into existence. Mike Brigandy. Yeah. Well, it's older than that, but he's definitely a proponent. Yeah. Really low tier shit. Logic is the result of language. No. You're confusing doing logic, which would be like doing math. We're not talking about doing logic. We're talking about the laws of thought. We're talking about the laws of thought. Law of identity, excluded middle, non-contradiction. Language only exists after the law of identity. These laws are in place. You can't develop a language unless You already have the laws of thought, laws of logic, universals, particulars, reference in the world that maintain their identity. We're not talking about doing logic, like, oh, let's do logic, let's do if-then statements. We're not talking about that. Don't go off and pretend we're talking about doing logic, the activity. We're not talking about that, okay? Okay? Yeah, that's how they think. They think it into existence. It's all just crafted upward. This is autonomous epistemology at work, folks. Oh, we just invent reality by describing it into existence. They become their own gods. Isn't it funny that people who reject God, the revelatory God who spoke existence into being, these people actually adopt the same creative process in the temporal. It's really funny. It's cute. I call it cute. Oh, you guys think God spoke existence into reality? That's crazy. That's literally what you think is happening in your worldview. Don't worry, I didn't assume we were doing basic logic. That's obvious. You don't have any arguments, dude. All you have pithy, bitchy responses, right? You sound like a 15-year-old teenage girl arguing with her stepdad, dude. You're not even in the same league as the chat. I appreciate your attempting rhetoric in here, but you got nothing. You just move on to the next thing. This is how you guys operate. It's like getting hit in the head with a rock. You get refuted on one thing, and then you move to the next thing. You don't acknowledge that you got refuted. You just move on to the next thing. You're like hamsters. Divine conceptualism is bunk. That's not an argument. What's the defeater for epistemic deflationism? No ontology of propositions needed. If there's no ontology needed for propositions, how could you possibly argue for any view at all? Propositions are simply stating P by ways of means. That's a contradiction. They have no ontology, but propositions are something. It's a contradiction, dude. How do you guys live your lives? How do you actually manage? How do you manage your own existence? I don't understand. I'm not even being a dick. I honestly don't know how you make it through the day. That's like when I debated Leo Phileas. He's like, I'm like, so wait, knowledge doesn't exist, right? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Propositions don't exist. This debate doesn't exist. There's no ontology to any of these things. What things? Oh, those things I'm referring to. What are you referring to? Nothing. Non-existent things. Propositions don't exist. What's a proposition? Oh, proposition is this. It is? Is ontology. What are we talking about here? This is where sophistry gets you. He's an Anglican? I don't even know. I might not even believe that. See, like I just wanted to make sure I understood what deflationism is, right? Listen to this nonsense. Totally meaningless gibberish. Epistemic deflationism posits that truth is not a deep substantive or metaphysical property like correspondence or reality, but rather a light, insubstantial concept used for logical convenience. So a concept, truth is a concept used for logical convenience. Dude. Round them up. Just round them up. Concepts require some ontology, dude. The moment you say, this is what's funny, he just said divine conceptualism is bunk. And I don't really even argue. I just use that as a bridge argument. But he said divine conceptualism is bunk, and yet he just argued for deflationism, which argues that truth is a concept. He also granted himself logical convenience. What does that mean? Convenience is based on what you want to happen. You're inconvenienced by something that gets in the way of the thing you want. So what is this, pragmatism? I mean, it's just nonsense, dude. Yes, it's the same problem, right? With like convenient assumes logic beforehand. You have to develop what you call convenient in time. So logic already has its own ontology before you develop a concept of what's convenient or not convenient. It's also arbitrary. It's just nonsense. It's just whatever to defend, dude, whatever to protect your sin, okay? Whatever you need to say to yourself so that you can keep doing whatever you've been doing this weekend. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Silly pants. Anyway, should we review some things? Is that what we should do? Okay, I really don't want to listen to Professor Dave. I watched this. All he did, he just insulted Jay. He called him probably about 50 names. That's it. Jay brought up the nub argument. What's the purpose of 1/8 of a nub evolving? What's the purpose of it maintaining its existence? And you know what Professor Dave's response was? Are we serious? He actually legitimately didn't say anything. He said, "Are we serious? Is this really serious?" He said. He didn't actually approach the question at all. He's also complaining that like his regular Smarty Pants videos don't do as well and he needs money. So he's doing attack on Jay Dyer videos to make money. He's such a little... Gosh. We should open your haters in chat YouTube channels and review their Fortnite videos. That's funny. He said DNA is meaningless, right? But there's meaning and purpose to DNA, right? He granted himself the fusing by random accidentalism, the fusing of, between 20 and 150 amino acids making a protein through fusing. That's accidental from their view, totally. Professor Dave talking about how Jay never talked about transcription, but used... Transcription doesn't matter, though. Jay was countering the epistemic grounding for evolution. You guys are too silly to not understand that when you talk about transcription, it doesn't matter how myopic you get with biology. It doesn't grant you the fundamental assumptions about time and what happens to organisms over time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mitosis doesn't matter. Transcription doesn't matter. DNA, RNA, all of the things you say happen that you could observe happening at that level require organisms. So it's like, that's not what's in question. What's in question is whether or not it's reasonable to say that random mutation, which grants you an organism to begin with, grants you DNA. We're granting all of these things. We're granting you what things do, even. Now, I don't know if Jay would, but we're granting you what things do. Even granting you what things do doesn't get you to this view that a population of organisms over time produce a totally different fundamental category of things, first of all. Second of all of the internal organs within that change also change. What they would refer to as body plans. That also changes over time. You can't, dude, no matter what Professor Douchebag says, Dave, he can't tell me how random mutation in a population that doesn't have a liver produces in a million years or however much time he needs, produces a functioning liver. He can't tell me that. But evolution needs to tell me that because that's what evolution claims. Y'all dodge what you claim. Atheists coming in hot. They change a little bit. See? Tells us a ton. Tells us a whole lot. Rachel Wilson? That's hard to do without coughing. Thank you so much, Rachel. Hope you guys are well. Oh, that was a rough one. Rachel? Rachel? Welcome, new members. Appreciate you. Anyway, it was pretty sad watching that. Let's listen to Richard Dawkins, quote, destroy creationist arguments. This is going to be good. This is this is better. The fact that I'd rather listen to Richard Dawkins over Professor Dave, I mean, that's saying a lot. That is saying a lot. All right.
I quite like the entrance to the have you ever been to the Epstein Island gift shop? Wonderful tchotchkes. Wonderful tchotchkes. Tchotchkes. Wonderful.
Intro piano. I'm going to start doing that on my videos. I just need a little bit of convincing mood piano. Are you still going to sit there, or are you going to pay your Jortlandian taxes? What are you, a bunch of commie freeloaders? Exactly. Exactly, Rachel. Yeah, exactly. Richard Dawkins is less low tier. Yeah, he's actually somehow Richard Dawkins is extremely palatable in contrast to Professor Dave.
People ask me how I can reconcile being a Christian first and a scientist second. Well, if one doesn't have a reverence for a divine creator after studying the brain for almost half a century, he has more important things to learn than neuroscience, in my opinion. Firstly, we'll never fully grasp the complexities of the brain. It's the black box of the body. Unlike the pump, the heart, or the filters, the liver, the kidney, the spleen, or the oxygen exchangers, the lungs, and their biochemistries, our understanding of the brain's anatomy and neurochemistry is truly primitive. With that observation, I can confidently say,
sure is,
observation after studying neuroscience for the better part of 48 years, that the brain is irrefutable evidence that we're a creation and not a gradually progressive accident. The
accidentalism is like a real poopy view. It really is bad because it's already self-refuting. Accidentalism is self-refuting because accidental has no... You can't say what an accident is without holding the opposite view. There's no thing you can point to that's an accident. Anything you thought was an accident, or by the way, random, which they use this term a lot in biology, is something that's a privation of something that you know to be the case has a solid positive existence. You notice how, you can't say there's an accident on the road without assuming there was a proper pathway and operation system of the road. You say an accident happened, but it's not intended. It's a byproduct of circumstances, but that's not proper. You avoid it, right? You avoid it. Same thing with organs. Like, to say your brain was an accident is to say your brain has no purpose. But to say your brain has no purpose, you couldn't trust saying that your brain has no purpose, because there would be no purpose to you saying that or believing that at all. It doesn't make any sense to say it. It doesn't make any sense to say that. And yet here they are saying it, teaching kids this. Accidentalism.
The brain has to be God's crowning achievement in creating the human body, albeit not quite so evident in politicians.
And it's really wild to think, like, in engineering, like biomimicry and bioengineering and looking at nature and trying to mimic nature, right? You're trying to mimic something. And mimicking nature in engineering, doing applied science and using nature as the example, the thing you're trying to mimic. Think about this. doing this engineering requires the smartest organisms that exist, human beings. In order to do this, to mimic nature in an applied science realm, you have to be a human being to do this. You have to have the largest known capacity for reasoning, thinking, philosophy, engineering, and the rest, right? You need this, mathematics and whatnot. And yet, the thing they're studying that they're trying to mimic by way of the smartest creatures doing this, right? The thing that they're studying, they think accidentally came to be, simultaneously holding the position that it requires the most intelligent people to try to recreate these systems. That's like saying once we get smarter and super smart, once we become super intelligent, we'll figure out how to mimic with high-level intent, precision, and engineering something that we don't believe is engineered.
And lawyers.
That's what I call the argument from personal incredulity. The man says, I don't understand it, therefore God did it. That's pathetic.
Well, to be fair to Richard Dawkins, the guy who just spoke really didn't deliver an argument. He just came to a conclusion. So I actually agree with Richard Dawkins in this particular instance. This is why you can't really go about it this way. You can't say, look at the trees. You can't say, look at the brain, look at the complexity, and just come up. You know why? Because aliens from that view could do it. This is why it's insufficient. So Richard is actually picking on someone, maybe appropriately, who's not actually delivering a higher level position or argument. He's just saying like, well, things are really crazy and wild. You got to go into the arguments. Like, the information is a good one. Still doesn't get you to God, but it gets you out of accidentalism. That the fact that information being immaterial, there's no way you can argue for evolution and deny information existing. The problem is information isn't identical to matter. So that's why the philosophical angle of attacking evolution is so important, because they appeal to things that aren't found in nature. Information's not found in nature. You don't find information as physical matter in nature.
If you look at brains, nervous systems throughout the whole animal kingdom, you'll see a really continuous gradation. Of course, it's not really evolution. They're all living creatures today, but you can see you start with cnidarians, with sea anemones, and you have just a diffuse neural network. And then you go on to work.
See what I'm saying? You just have it. Well, if you look closely at the things that I say that I need for evolving, if I just grant myself the things, then you have the things. Look, you have neural networks. How? You just have them. What you talking about? What on earth are you talking about? You just have them. That's what we have. We have stuff. There's no way for me to talk about evolution without first just granting myself entire diverse populations. Yeah. How double dog dare you? I went through a drive-through on Epstein Island. I had the number 2. Such a fabulous presentation. It came in a little basket of children's arms and legs. Tasty treats. So they're trying to replicate something that occurred randomly in nature using order to create something ordered that's randomness created. Yeah. Take the heart, for instance. They're like, oh, science has come so far. We've been able to make a synthetic heart. Does a synthetic heart have purpose? Yes. Does the evolved heart have purpose? No. That's what engineering is. We're engineering the replacement of something that's purposelessness with something that's purposeful, but even though they're identical in their function. Great thinking.
worms that have a sort of ganglion and a nerve cord, and then you go on to fish, which have a relatively small brain. Amphioxus has an extremely small one. And as you look at the vertebrates, you can see a continuous gradation of brains getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. This is how they think. They think in cartoon language.
Because we see a lot of variation between vertebrates with size and brain. Therefore, they became bigger. That's what we see. Because there's variation in size, we assume a process because we look at the brains and the small brain and the big brain. And because there's a difference between the brains, we assume that there's a process between the difference in the brains as well. That's what we say. Yes.
Bigger, starting off, as I say, just a ganglion at the head of the spinal cord and then getting bigger. So we've got it before our very eyes.
We don't look at that goblin.
We see the process before our very eyes.
We can see how it would have evolved.
No, we don't see it, Dodo. We don't see how it would have evolved. Dude, evolving is an event. You don't see events by looking at particular things. You don't see the events. You don't see fish have small brain. Elephant have big brain. Therefore, the event of change that I think happened, we see it. No, you don't see it, buddy. You see a fantasy in your head. You see a children's book. Don Lemon's black hole, that's gross. 95% of science from 150 years ago has been debunked. Why wouldn't the same be true for today's science 150 years from now? Why we believe in something that their system will prove to be incorrect? Yeah, you bring this up, Don Lemon, a lot, and they end up going, well,
the only reason we have that is because of science. So even though what I expect from you now is to dogmatically agree with everything I conclude, even though that's from an inductive process that ever changes the conclusions. And in 150 years, if everything I'm saying is completely wrong, then it would still be true that you're wrong today. It's just that you would be right only in the future. So for now, it's important that you listen to me and your dogmatic scientismal priesthood until further notice. We tell you what to believe, even if we don't have a good reason for it. And then when that changes, we'll give you the memo. Yes? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Brains don't fossilize, but you can see the brain case in fossils as well. So as I say, it's the argument from personal incredulity, and it's deeply unimpressive.
Do you think there's some sort of a natural selection process, or do you think that it is all intelligent design?
Well, I think everything was created. And maybe things do move on and adapt and change through time. But I think that that's a function of an intelligent thought. I can't intellectually tell you why I don't believe in evolution, but I don't. It's just a feeling. I don't think I was some ape, or I don't think my ancestors were. I think they had to be pretty smart to survive.
So what do you think all these pre-human hominids are that they keep discovering?
Like, tell me what a pre-human hominid
Like
is.
Australopithecus,
Right.
or some of the other human-like creatures that never made it, like Denisovans, Neanderthals.
Well, they've got something called Zinjanthropus. You remember him?
No.
They looked at it and they did some core samples on it, and it was put out there by people advocating evolution, and they discovered that it was a human skull attached to the jaw of an ape.
Oh, I do remember.
So it was
this.
a hoax.
Yeah.
Zinjanthropus, a hoax. That's rubbish. That's absolute rubbish.
I'm not sure. Maybe you got the example wrong. There's certainly some hoax insofar as fossils, especially human fossils. I mean, Piltdown Man was definitely a hoax. And guess what? 50 years of appealing to Piltdown Man existed in culture. Think about that. Think about the influence of this sort of like monumental moment in evolution history, appealing to something for about 50 years before it's uncovered to be a complete lie. Like what the influence that has on people for 50 years. So, now if I had to sit down with with Mel Gibson, that would be excellent. But he could develop some intellectual, philosophical angles to why you should not believe in evolution. Sure, certainly. Really basic things like the denial of the law of identity. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty good reason fundamentally to reject something, is the violation of the law of identity is I would say that's one of the best, whether you're talking about something empirical or something philosophical, whether it's correspondence or coherency. You would think that one core reason to reject a view is if it violated the law of identity. And yet evolution relies on the ever-changing identity of things without any standard for when it becomes another thing, ever. Never. Jiminy Cricket evolved from a regular cricket, grew out top hat, clothing, and learned human language.
Well, that's actually a there's really good example of evolution.
He's muddling it up with Piltdown Man. Zinjanthropus is not a hoax. Zinjanthropus is a perfectly respectable fossil. It's changed its name now to Paranthropus, but it's a perfectly respectable fossil discovered by Mary Leakey and
cladistics. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have a standard for cladistics. They don't have a standard for cladistics. I don't know your view, Basic Gamer, but yeah, they don't have a standard for cladistics. That's why when I had that talk with Colossus, remember Colossus? He was like, wait a second, yeah, this whole tree thing falls apart because the only way I could use a tree as an analogy is if each branch, what I call a clade, or a sub-branch of the clade I call a species, and so forth, has to run back through what I call the root. You know what I mean? That needs a root. That needs a grounding. That needs itself its own positive existence, a tree. But he admitted that if you keep going back in time, he doesn't have the thing called a tree. He doesn't have one. It's totally just arbitrarily. Notice how anytime an evolution communicator on YouTube brings up a tree, whether it's Gutsick Gibbon or the rest of these people, they just arbitrarily pinpoint the starting point. Remember what I just looked at yesterday or the day before about Luca? Remember Luca was the first thing or whatever, the oldest known ancestor? And then 2 seconds later, he had to go before it and say Fuca, right? Well, I'm sorry, that needs a predecessor. That needs provenance and so forth. It never ends. It's really simple. The evolution proponent can't tell me when it is a clade begins and how they know that. When it is a clade begins. They can't tell me that. There's no standard. Zero standard for what it even is. And if I ask them, how do you know they would hold that humans are a species inside of a clade, a larger clade. I go, how do you know humans aren't the clade, the beginning of a clade? How do you know that? We don't. We don't know anything. All descendants of a common ancestor are a member of a clade, so we'd all be part of a clade. Well, look, that doesn't tell me anything. You just keep referring to the thing that's in question, right? Just saying it again. Look, it's really simple. The evolution proponent has to bite the bullet. There's only one clade. Everything else is like illusory, arbitrary. From the evolution proponent, there could only be one clade, one thing. There's only one thing, and it's the start of all things. But even you saying this, right? Where's the law of identity being violated? The law of identity in evolution is that one thing through a process, a Pakicetus, through a process, develops away from what it is to a whale. It violates the law of identity because X becoming Y, right? How can X become Y? Is Y still X, but just different? Or is X and Y completely different and they actually change? Their fundamental nature and identity changed. Evolution has to posit that the fundamental nature of something's very existence changes through some long process that you can't actually discern. It changes. So, like, even if you use the beard analogy, the fundamental of hair itself doesn't change, what hair is. If you say, well, we don't really know the point at which a beard becomes a beard from not a beard, the identity of the thing itself, hair, doesn't change. Hair on the face, the location of the hair doesn't change. It's all on the face, and it's a matter of length. The ontology of the hair itself doesn't change. Hair is hair. It doesn't become not hair through this process of becoming a beard. The beard doesn't become armpit hair. The beard doesn't become an elbow. Ever. Beards never become elbows. But under evolution, things need to become, they are more derived Lucas. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You don't even know what a Luca is, dude. What's a Luca? How do you know what a Luca is? You guys are in a freaking fantasy world. And we're the crazy ones? It's a derived from Luca. Luca's a derivative of what? Fuca? What's Fuca derivative of? Something else? Puca? How far are you guys going to just invent predecessors? You don't even know what a Luca is. It's a fantasy. It's a concept. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a Luca. What's a Luca? How do you know what a Luca is? Someone told you? Cool. Good work.
Louis Leakey published about it. He's modelling it up with Piltdown Man, which was a hoax perpetrated in 1912 and was later exposed as a hoax.
How much later? How much later?
Piltdown Man was never evidence for evolution anyway.
Piltdown Man didn't. This guy's such a weasel. What a pig snake warrior. The last universal common ancestor. Yeah, Eve, yeah, but that's a category error. Eve is still a human. So, nice try. Nice try. No, totally different paradigms. What a human is universal under a Christian paradigm, and you could actually point to what a human is, and you could actually point to other things that aren't human. Saying that even under Christian theology that it's necessary for us to have ancestors who are human, yeah, but evolution posits we have ancestors that aren't human. Nice try. Nice try.
That's really muddling up Piltdown Man and Zinjanthropus is just amazing. Then before that he said, it's just a feeling. Well, feelings don't count in science. He says, I don't believe my ancestor was an ape. Of course, I mean, who cares what he believes? The question is, what's the evidence? And the evidence is absolutely overwhelming. We now have an enormous number of fossils from Africa showing
that George Floyd was an ape.
Beautiful series of evolution of hominids. Zinjanthropus was not a...
Zinjanthropus. I am African. I am African.
Eve would be the last universal common ancestors of humans, Christians, theology. You don't have a point, dude. I just corrected you. Evolution holds that your common ancestor wasn't a human. Christianity holds that your ancestor is a human, which is logical. It's more logical to say your common ancestor is a human. Your view is your common ancestor is not a human. So stop pretending like there's some sort of symmetry between the views. You're just a liar. I already corrected it with a symmetry breaker. I gave the symmetry breaker. Do you know what a symmetry breaker is? You putz.
Our ancestors, Zinjanthropus was one of the, Paranthropus I should say, was one of the so-called robust hominids. And we are in a different line, the gracile ones. But it is indeed a fascinating skull, and nothing to do with Piltdown, which indeed was a hoax.
The truth of the matter is, there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you to not. The fact.
Do you think me and Eve are genetically identical? No, genetically? No one's genetically identical. What are you talking about? Me and my own kids aren't genetically identical. That's a moot point. What does that mean? What are you saying? Do you have an argument? The question isn't about genetics necessarily even. It's about whether or not there are things called universal categories, in this case, humans. You literally can't think. You're not a thinker. You're just a reactor.
That it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and
It's always the same.
utilize.
It's
And,
always the same.
to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have invented a whole new eating system for this animal, which...
Now, is this Cat Williams? He brings up a good point that evolution proponents never really talk about. For evolution to exist, organisms coexist with the ecosystem. And ecology is something they just grant themselves, like it's a Minecraft game that you just granted all the environment, and then you have creatures that could participate in the environment. The problem is the environment itself, built of other living things that die and get consumed, also need their own evolutionary chronological start point. They need their origin story. So the evolutionary view is so insane because all of the necessary components of life need to coexist at the same time, and all of their evolution, from their view, need to make sense in still maintaining their own existence. And so the existence of certain plants is to be eaten. That's the existence of certain plants. But to be eaten, and then to be, the seeds of which are pooped out, there needs to be animals. And so forth. This is it's a synergistic existence, not only at the massive level, animals inside of environments with ecology, but animals and inside their body. There's a related workability between otherwise unrelated organs in the body the same way. There's literally highways. There's communication devices. There's interpretive devices. I was thinking about this yesterday when you hear something, right? Or you hear and smell something at the same time. Now you're recalling a memory to categorize that thing. Oh, that's the sound of a siren and smoke. But the thing is, from the evolutionary view, they have to hold that very thing got developed from not developed. That process of olfactory also going through a system to the brain so that there's some meaningful communication between the mechanism of the olfactory and the brain itself has to develop independent of each other. Or if you argue, no, it develops consistent alongside each other, they have to develop for different reasons, and it's just an accident. It's a happy accident that when you smell something or taste something, it happens to connect to your brain in a meaningful way, giving you an evaluative conclusion about anything. That has to happen accidentally from their view. And there's no reason to maintain it. They would say, well, natural selection, that's why it exists. No, natural selection says that it gives you an advantage. It doesn't tell you why they keep it. Keeping it would be an intention. Like you bought something and you're like, are you going to return that? And you go, no, I use it. Do you want to give it away? No, I use it. Don't throw that away, woman. From the evolutionary view, there's no reason why another random mutation doesn't sort of sideswipe a current feature that's useful. You could say, once you have a useful feature, you survive, and therefore natural selection makes sense because you're surviving with the feature. You got a cool new tool, but it doesn't justify why you keep a tool at all. It doesn't tell you to keep the tool. There's no telling or informing the organism to be like, listen, don't random mutate and undermine what we have. We got a good thing going on. They don't have this. Wait, wouldn't a human have to not have a mind and then evolve a mind? Yes. Special plea that the two and grant themselves immaterial stuff. Yeah. The mind. Well, they don't. The evolution proponent doesn't have a justification or an ontological category for the mind. Like saying mind and somehow trying to mean something other than the brain is useless. They should just say the brain. The mind is an epiphenomenal effect. It's not even real. It's an epiphenomenal effect. It's just downstream from the actions.
Which was cud, and that means you would then have to have given him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to then emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like,
I don't know who that was, but that's a very strange sort of argument. It sounds as though he's saying that the world was set up for humans, and therefore that implies design.
No. He's not saying that. He's saying the world is already set up for what you call evolution, that there's a relationship between the ecology and the organisms themselves, Richard. It's not just set up for humans. It's set up in a workable way for all animals to coexist while also eating each other and killing each other, but still coexisting in that pattern. And then you just grant yourself all the features and the foliage and the fact that raspberries are raspberries and all these other things have tastes and smells and they're conducive to eating. And some things are poisonous and some things taste bad, so you shouldn't eat it. It just happens to be the case that there's a multiplicity of things that taste bad that you also shouldn't eat. And they smell and taste bad for no reason. But coincidentally, completely coincidental, that something that smells not appetizing is also something you shouldn't eat at the same time. There's no reasoning for this. They think it makes sense, but there's no reasoning for it showing up that way. There's no reason for that showing up that way. You don't have all the faith in the bones. I know, I'm still collecting bones. 2 more, y'all, 2 minutes. Thank you for the deposit to Jort Knox. I really appreciate it.
Of course, natural selection sees to it that whatever world there was, we would have adapted to it. So because there was grass, cows evolved. It wasn't that grass had to be there before cows. It wasn't that grass was put there in order for cows to evolve.
Unbelievable. You see the absence in this guy. Listen to what we just said. It's not quite slow-mo ready, but it's close.
Grass had to be there before it. That whatever world there was, we would have adapted to it. So because there was grass, cows evolved. It wasn't that.
No. See, what the hell does that even mean? What's a cow before it has its necessary things to consume, Richard?
Well, because there was grass, cows were able to evolve. But cows were cows before they evolved, before the grass. So cows existed before grass in some way, and they ate something else other than grass. But because the grass was there, they evolved. Yeah. Yes.
It's like other people who appeal to evolution don't think when they hear this. Like, you just hear the words coming out of your mouth and you're like, what? That makes no sense. The grass also grows from the manure, right? This is a all-inclusive system.
Well, the grass existed, and so the cows could then evolve. But before that, they didn't evolve. They were just I was eating mushrooms or something. I don't know.
Then the same question comes about whatever they're eating, right? So he thinks he's out of this problem of this sort of necessary coexistence between things by just saying, well,
if the grass came before the cows could evolve with the grass.
You're like, yeah, but the cows wouldn't. Without the grass, the cows would need something else, right? But then you'd have the same question of the something else, whatever you said it was, mushrooms or some, apple trees were really small apple bushes such that cows could just eat the apples or whatever. You still need all this stuff, dude.
That grass had to be there before cows. I mean, it wasn't that grass was put there in order for cows to evolve. That's putting the argument backwards. That's putting the cart before the horse.
Oh, that is rich, dude, coming from you. That's rich.
Everywhere you look in the living world, it has
Thank you,
apparent
Suzanne.
design written all over it. And it was only when I understood that Darwin had an alternative explanation, a much better explanation for apparent design. It isn't design at all. It's produced by the non-random process called Darwinian natural selection. Once I understood that, there was no longer any need for God.
He clearly
Unbelievable. Random. We ask any of these bozos how they determine anything's random. It's hilarious to watch them freak out. It's so funny to watch. Ask any of your friends. You could be nice about it. When they say, oh, random mutation, random selection, blah, 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 blah. How did you determine anything's random in nature? How? What's the methodology?
Well, you look at it. You look at it, and it's if it occurs random to you and you don't understand it, then it's random.
How do you determine it's random? How do you determine that ERVs and where they insert themselves between different animals, finding a similar spot where they insert themselves? How do you determine that the alternative would be completely random?
We would look at creation and say, yes, there is apparent design. But then he said Charles Darwin, right? And he's talking about natural selection again. You're going to find this often with Richard Dawkins and many evolutionists is they equate natural selection and evolution as the same thing.
Here we go again with the assertions. Natural selection is the result of environmental pressures. If grass exists, that's an ecological niche to be filled. Mutations allowing that food source to be used would be selected for. No. That's totally backwards, dude. The food source is the environment. You notice how like these people, they have this term for the environment and they say environmental pressures, but the environment is what? A metaphysical term for particulars. Dude, did you not hear anything we just said? The environment, quote, just like when you say reality, the environment is made up of particulars. Those particulars are other living organisms. Grass. So the thing that's the environment is the environment, the natural selection, but the thing that is the environment is also subject to natural selection from the environment. Do you hear yourselves? Under your view, the cow is the environment too, to something else. The cow is the environment. This is another problem with your philosophy. You guys don't even have a distinction between the environment and the organism. The organism is the environment. The environment is made up of the organisms. It's just, dude, you're not thinking. The grass evolves? Yeah, cool. Grass evolves? What is grass such that it evolves? Is it not grass at some point? Is grass not grass? This is the violation of identity again. Grass evolves. Is it ever not grass? Is grass potentially on its way to being not grass? The grass evolves. What are you referring to? Proto-grass? It's just incoherent nonsense. The grass evolves. Meaningless. Everything evolves. Everything's the environment, and everything's also subject to the environment. The environment, look, this is how insane natural selection is, even from that view. If the environment itself is made up of organisms that are at the effect of other organisms, then the environment itself is subject to natural selection. It's a distinction with no meaning, with no difference. I didn't ask if cladistically grass currently will always be grass. Did grass come from something not grass? It's just amazing. These people are so slippery. Cladistically, which is totally arbitrary, it'll always be grass. What do you mean it'll always be grass? Isn't there, if one thing cladistically existed as a population and in the future became another thing, you would say, well, it's still in the same clade. Fine. Is it a different fundamental thing, though? Clades are their, like, safety net, where they're like, well, now that you've undermined these weird, unjustified distinctions between universal categories, I need a new category that's universal called the clade. Well, the problem you have there is there has to be also the start of a clade. So a clade itself, when you say grass is in the same clade, it'll always be in the same clade. Even when you say that, the thing itself you call a clade had to come from something, what, super clade? How far back you want to go, dude?
Thing. Natural selection is a loss of information. You could definitely say that from the original kind of dog to like a poodle, there's been a loss of information. Evolution requires a gain of information. It requires an organism to literally gather new information and then become a different organism.
Look how insane it is when you animate it.
This has never been observed in nature, ever.
Well, that's actually true, but what we'll look at, I bet I'm going to talk about butterflies and flies and bacteria. Well, maybe I could point with something. Maybe not.
It would be more of a derived member of a clade. You don't have a clade, dude. You just don't understand. I didn't ask if I like languages. Nobody said anything about not liking language. Language refers to reference, dude. Do you understand what I'm saying? Language refers to reference. Referent. Reference? Clade. What's the referent? If you want to talk about language, fine. Hey, when you say clade, that's a reference. What's it referring to? What's the referent? What's the referent? Yeah, language works because we have reference. What's in question isn't what you call a clade, like the word you use, dude. What's the referent? What's the thing in reality you're pointing to? And how do you know it starts? It's just constantly just shifting the goalposts, avoiding shifting, avoiding shifting.
Yes, it does require an increase in information, and that is provided by mutation, random genetic change, plus non-random selection.
Nope. Just saying, look, Richard Dawkins is like,
Well, it does add it.
no, where?
That is precisely where the information comes from.
Information comes from information? Wow, we're really cooking here. We are really cooking today, Richard Dawkins.
Well, that's where the information comes from previous information.
So then it's not new.
It's a very simple process to understand.
Listen to what he says. Listen to what he says. Gotta listen to what they say. You gotta listen to their words.
Genetic change plus non-random selection. That is precisely where the information comes from. It's a very simple process to understand.
New information comes from what?
It's very complicated in its details. But
it's complicated. Oh, what a surprise.
Well, it's very complicated. I can't really tell you how I determined it's new information or existing information, but it's a very complicated process that I'm not going to get into right now. A clade refers to an ancestor and all of its descendants. Okay, cool. I'm an ancestor to my children. Am I the beginning of a clade? Now focus now, Basic, because you're the one who offered the definition, and we're going off your definition. A clade refers to an ancestor and its descendants. I have access to my descendants. They're my 3 children. Am I the beginning of the clade? Tell me I'm not, and tell me why I can't be. Dude, you just ate it so hard. You just hit your nose edge, and you ate it. You didn't think about what you're saying. Or maybe you just Googled it. Either way, you're in reaction mode. You don't have a defense. You don't even know what you're defending. A clade refers to an ancestor and all of its descendants. Really. Like I said before, the only reasonable thing you guys could say is there's only one clade then. Because if everything descends from one single thing, then there's really only one objective clade. There's only one thing. If you take your position and say a clade refers to an ancestor and all of its descendants, I have access to all my descendants right now so far. Therefore, I'm a clade. I'm the beginning. Jim Bob is the beginning of a clade. Put me on the damn tree, bro. Thank you so much for that. Put me on the tree. I'm officially a clade. You can't say I'm not, actually. And well, if that's the case, everything that's an ancestor, even more immediately, just the father or mother, that's the clade right there. And by the way, you still have parents, right? So do you need parents for a clade? Okay, if you need parents for a clade, the lizard that can asexually reproduce, is that a new clade? Doesn't have parents. It does, what now? What now? It's a bunch of nonsense.
But that is where
You guys are Hindus.
information comes from.
I have long been unable to understand the atheist in this world of so much beauty, and I've had an unholy desire.
Now, where is he now? He's Googling probably. Oh, shit. I just said a clade as the ancestor with all of its descendants. Jim Bob is technically the ancestor of his children. All of his descendants are there in the house with him. Therefore, Jim Bob must be a clade. Does this work? Put me on the tree, bro. I want to be in the textbooks.
To invite some atheists to a dinner and then serve the most fabulous.
A clade exists within clades. Yeah, you're not saying. What did I say? What did I say, you guys? When you start pressuring them on the clade, there's endless clades. You can't tell where one begins. He just says there's clades in clades, clades and clades and clades and clades. You just got a basic genetic concept in your skull, so I'm proud of you. You didn't answer my question. See how they dodge? You see how they dodge? They're despicable humans. Lord forgive me. They're despicable creatures. I didn't ask you to say whether or not clades exist. I asked you to define clade. You defined it. I responded to your definition and you moved to another thing, just like I predicted you would. Instead of dealing with what I said and answering my question, you just reaffirm that clades exist within clades. And I go, cool, McClade. Cool, McClade. Can you tell me, based on your definition, am I the start of a new clade? Yes or no? Zooming in on an ancestor and all its descendant is a clade. So am I clade? You didn't answer my question, dude. Why can't you just answer a question? Based on your definition, am I, Jim Bob, the beginning of a clade? Yes or no? Fucking weasels, man. Why can't you just answer my question? Am I the beginning of a clade based on that definition? Once I have children, I'm now the beginning of a clade, right?
Gourmet dinner that has ever been concocted. And after dinner, ask them if they believe there was a cook.
You're a clade. I'm a clade. He's a clade. Everyone's a clade. Look under your seats. Look under your seats, everyone. Anyone with children, guess what? You can have your own clade named after you.
Oh, really? Come on. I hope Ronald Reagan was a better president than he's a thinker. I mean, really. This is such an elementary argument. If it was really that simple, then all biologists would disbelieve in evolution. It's not.
No, that's a fallacy.
That simple. That's a pathetic argument. That's the sort of naive argument of somebody who's absolutely ignorant of everything about biology. You have to know something before you can put an argument, and evidently he got a good laugh for that. The audience must have been as ignorant as he was.
The universe is very complex. Now, if you look at the properties of the universe, as documented by theistic and atheistic cosmologists, they refer to a fine-tuning of the universe. I talked about Martin Reed,
Ali Akbar,
who wrote a book, Just 6 Numbers. He details 6 numbers. All of these numbers, he says, describe the reality of the universe. He said, had one of these numbers been different...
In the beginning, there was the clade. And the clade became subclade, and every subclade became another clade. And we don't even know the difference between a species and a clade at this point, but we use the terms, and we now know that everything, we don't know. We actually don't know. Not sure, actually. And my children are clade. Yeah, it's a meaningless distinction. If each of my children are a clade, then you don't have a distinction clade, dude. How do you not understand this problem, man? That's called a distinction without any difference. If everything's a clade, then there's no real true clade or difference between clades. Everything's a clade, dude. How do you not understand this, dude? It's freaking wild, man. They're like, yeah, duh. That's what I'm saying. You're a clade, and your firstborn is a clade, but then your secondborn is its own clade, and then so forth. Everything's a clade. Cool. Why make the distinction if everything's a clade? Well, everything's in their own clade, but also in a larger clade, and everything's in a clade. They're in 2 clades. They're one clade that they are the clade, and they are in the clade of the family. And then the family's in a clade, and then the family's in a larger clade, and clade. Meaningless. R.I.P. 3 Doors Down Sigger, Brad. Oh, no. Reddit is cesspool saying he deserved to die of... Wow. Because he was conservative? Lord of mercy. Prayers for Brad Arnold. I really enjoy your attempts to obfuscate... just rambling because it's too big of a goalpost. Dude, you don't even know what you're arguing, man. I'm not a member of your family's hyper-zoomed clade. No, but you're a member of a clade, right? So you die within your clade, but you also die outside of another clade of humans? So you only die in the clade of human beings at some level, but you can't tell me where that ends, right? Here, I'll ask you a question. How do you know human beings themselves aren't a clade? Because you'd say human beings are a species in a clade, right? You don't understand the shit you're in, dude. You just don't understand the problem you're in categorically. You're using categories that serve no purpose or function or meaning because there's no distinction between anything. Everything's just in one giant clade. And you can't tell me when and how you know one clade begins branching off from a subclade. You can't tell me where that is. That's the point. Unbelievable, man. It's so frustrating, honestly. No wonder I get so mad.
I just get so mad.
Remember that Chuck Norris movie, Lone Wolf McClade? Yeah. My mom told me when I was younger I was unique and special, and now I know it's because I'm a new clade. That's right. I knew it was meant for bigger things. Yeah. Go forth. But just know when you have children, they start their own clade. Okay? So don't get all, don't be clade-centric. If no species, evos have to be cannibals or vegans? Yeah, well, what does it mean to eat something in your own clade?
Different. The universe would not be able to facilitate human life, and there would not be a fine-tuning of the universe. Or the universe could not exist in the complex way it does. If we look around and see the intelligent design, it must really follow that we say that there must be an intelligent designer. You see what I mean?
Martin Rees did indeed write a book called Just Six Numbers, and he did indeed say that if any one of those numbers, but the fundamental constants of physics had been a little bit different, you wouldn't have got the universe as we know.
Transclade. Yeah. Don't be a cladist.
And you wouldn't have got life. And that's
sling clade.
A very respectable argument.
Clade.
Which physicists often put. There are various answers to it. One is that if the...
That's the truth right there. That's the real truth right there. As soon as their priests tell them that there's going to be a new concept, you know what they're going to do, Mafia Chess? I think in my lifetime, these people in the chat and all these people, they're going to adopt intelligent design. It's just not going to be God. They're going to reject the long-term natural selection, Darwinian view of evolution, and they're going to keep some of it, some level of adaptation or whatever, but they're going to probably adhere to some sort of created order from an intelligence. I was going to say foreign intelligence. Some alien intelligence, some necessary, cosmic intelligence. Pee Wee Herman voice, connect the dots. Yeah, you're cladophobic. Clade Dyer. Shapiro says, my sister has giant clades.
Universe had been different because of this, then maybe a different kind of life would have evolved. But a much more powerful argument is the one that...
Knock, knock. Who's there? My sister. Get it?
Martin Rees himself actually prefers, and which that speaker, whoever it was, ignored.
I'm not a member of your hyper-zoomed-in clade, but me and you are more derived from organisms the same clade. Dude, you keep asserting the thing that you have no distinction for. How are you this drunk already? Let's go back. Humans are in a clade, right? What's that clade called? Whatever it is, you tell me how you determine the beginning of it, okay? It's just unbelievable. It's actually like visiting like an old person's home and they're non-responsive. It's the same thing.
Which is to say that there is a multiverse.
Clade to antiquity.
There are other good reasons to expect a multiverse.
Cladus Knight and the Pips.
There are other good reasons which physicists have.
I have a debate channel. Yeah, I know. We all saw you run, Culture Cats. You hyper zoomed in on evolution. You made a bunch of insults. You didn't actually counter anything I said. And then when I gave you the first challenge to defend evolution against me, you totally dodged it and you introduced a completely irrelevant new topic. We all saw what you did. And now you get to go, see, he dodged my debate. No. I offered a debate to you first on the topic we were talking about, which was evolution. Okay? You said, well, after I take the piss out of him, I'll be ready to debate him, but not on evolution, right? I mean, what clade are you in, dude? What clade are you in, Culture Cats? That's all we needed from you, okay? All we needed from you is to demonstrate through your live stream that you couldn't defend evolution, and that we saw after your live stream that you moved so far from evolution as a topic and introduced a new topic. I'm a new clade because I have a lazy eye, which improves my peripheral vision, which makes it easier for me to spot predators. Nice. Well, according to these guys, you'd be a clade regardless of that. So don't deny your cladidity. Don't deny the validity of your cladidity, okay?
Follows from other physical theories that there will be not just one universe with one
Cassius Clade
set of physical constants, but millions of universes with different values of the physical constant.
Millions of universes? Wow. We're the religious ones?
And most of those universes will not be conducive to life, will not be conducive to producing galaxies.
Dude is just fantasizing about universes?
Well, I've discovered that in my own thinking, that if I imagined a bunch of universes, then there's a million universes that exist that I have no idea of. I don't even know what it means to say universe, but they don't support life, so it's like, there's a lot of universes out there.
Galaxies to producing planets, to producing chemistry, to producing life.
The millions of universes.
Your debate challenge, I know. Yeah, I'm refusing because you refused mine. So I'm just copying your behavior. I already offered a challenge to you, and guess what? We both talked about evolution. That was what we were talking about, evolution. And you just ran from it. Nobody was talking about creationism. Never. No one talked about creationism in our entire exchange, Culture Cats. You're a coward. Okay? You're a coward. We already know you're a coward. You're not worth any time anymore. You're a coward. Okay? You just did an entire thing on evolution. You said, well, once I'm done taking the piss out of Jim Bob here, I'm ready to debate him. And lo and behold, what happens? You totally run away from the actual topic, which is evolution. Evolution. That's the debate topic. That's what we were debating. That's what you spent hours criticizing me on. And I challenge you. No, your criticisms fall flat, dude. I challenge you. Your criticisms of me fell flat. You should be more than ready. Considering I'm so stupid, you should be more than ready to debate me on evolution, and yet you run. You come from the coward clade.
But a minority, maybe only a very small minority, will be. And of course, we have to be living in one of that minority because here we are. That's the so-called anthropic principle. And that's the argument that Martin Rees himself puts forward in that very book, which that man selectively quoted.
There's always been a fundamental difference between creationism or creation science and intelligent design approach.
Clade Aiken, that's funny.
To biology. The one, creation science, begins with
law of identity fits in cladistics. If that were true, you could tell me what clade humans are in and how you determined that clade. You can't tell me, dude. You just keep affirming it. You can't tell me.
With an understanding of...
Look, under the evolutionary view, it's simple. A clade has to come from something of a larger umbrella of a bunch of things that it isn't.
Of the Genesis account and tries to reconcile that to scientific data, to scientific observation.
That's a good question, too. That's what I thought about parents, too. You have two parents. Does that mean you come from two different clades? Yeah. Will he answer this? Because you said I'm a clade, But if my wife is a clade, does my offspring come from two different clades? Which one is the priority clade? Cladicular.
The other begins really with an unpolluted,
You're a Klotzy.
unembellished version of science, which is simply that science is the use of observation and reason to come to true understanding of the world. So intelligent design does nothing other than take a science view in its simplest form and apply it to the world and the living world in particular. When you do that, you end up being forced by reason and observation to this conclusion that living things are designed.
Creationists lost various battles in the American courts, and therefore they changed their tactics. They changed their name to intelligent design. It's the same thing. They don't rely on Genesis this time. But if you actually listen to what they say to their own disciples rather than out in public, it's quite clear.
He's trying to shift the topic. Yeah. His audience is really low tier, but we see through this. We all know the topic. We all know what the topic was. You're the one who shifted the topic. I never brought up creationism. Creationism ends up being a philosophical argument, a worldview argument, not a scientific argument. Totally different categories, in fact. And yet, here you are dedicating time to trying to, undermine me and my position or call me dumb and all the things you tried to do during the live stream. By the way, Culture Cats, you said something really stupid during your live stream, right? Do you guys remember what he said? I was talking about populations, right? I said, well, populations have to be a product of evolution from the evolutionary process, random mutation. He said, no, Jim Bob, you're so stupid. Populations come from sexual reproduction. Did you know that sexual reproduction requires populations? You're not ready. You're not ready for me. Does he think people are clades? No, I just asked one of your nut jobs whether or not the beginning of a clade, how you determine it, right? It's called an internal critique, Culture Cats. Do you know what an internal critique is? That means I ask you a question about your view. In this case, it was someone else, Culture Cats, and fine, if you want to correct him, that's fine. That's not what this is not our view. Now, maybe you're late, but to give you the benefit of the doubt, I asked someone in the chat to define clade. He simply said an ancestor that has all of its descendants. From that definition, I am a father and I have access to my descendants, my children. I asked you, am I the beginning of the clade then? Does that make me the beginning of the clade? He said yes. It also makes my wife the beginning of the clade. So we're colloquially, mimetically making fun of the idea that we are our own clades. We're the beginning of our own clades. It's rhetorical. How does a cheeky Brit like you not understand rhetoric? I hate you.
Clearly the God of the Old Testament that they have in mind. It is not a good argument, if we turn now to the actual argument that they put.
I just clarified this.
It's the argument from the argument from personal incredulity, as I said for the first of these clips. I don't understand it, therefore God did it. That is not an intelligent scientific.
Bippity-boppity-boo. Bippity-boppity-boo.
Not a good scientific argument.
Idea of intelligent design. Why are they wrong?
So they mock because they don't have an answer. Because the more we know about these things, the clearer it becomes. And what we're talking about is the motors and the...
It's really simple. It's forget the mechanisms, right? Like motors doing things. Of course, motors and things inside the body having some sort of directed purpose and function. You can't argue function without purpose. It's impossible. Definitionally impossible. Logistically impossible. You can't argue things have function and don't have purpose. Purpose assumes some sort of direction. So now you've introduced directionality to evolution and biology. But directionality then presupposes some other thing called information, that information and some sort of exchange, that there's a directive path, an executed set of commands. Now, I'm not sure how an evolution proponent would argue that against this concept that our biology, how things operate, are downstream from a set of commands that are also biological. They would probably say, yeah. Then you introduce information and you say, okay, information. Does information exist under the evolutionary view? Maybe they'll ask us to define it. Maybe information is data plus meaning. That there is, from their evolutionary view, a meaningful exchange or transfer, I should say, of information that informs biology to operate a certain way. If this, then that statements, right? Holy cow.
Holy cow! That is a big super
Massive super chat over here. Thank you so much. He says, "You're the shit, Jim Bob. Keep up the good work. I'm going to go and check out my first divine liturgy." Amen. That's glory to God. Thank you so much for letting me know that. Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson, thank you for all you do. That's amazing. Let me know how that goes. You're going to love it. It's beautiful. Definitely come back to the chat and let us know what your experience was. It's my favorite thing to hear, and especially after you go. It's my favorite thing to hear. Okay, so the information, thank you. W's in the chat. Everyone like that comment, please. Everyone love that comment, okay? Thank you so much. Very generous. So you get this problem of information, and all of these people they try to smear as like creationists or intelligent design momos. The question of information is really important when it comes to examining the claims of evolution, because information has to have some sort of existence. But the introduction of information does two things. Information is conceptual and is habitually tied to a mind. Information is being conceptual also isn't grounded in physical reality. So people, Richard Dawkins, have habitually used the term information in memetics, biomimetics, and the rest. He has to admit that there's a thing called information. He has to. But that's pretty much the end of their physicalism, because not only does information, is it conceptual and abstract, it's not definitionally, because it's conceptual and abstract, it's not found as matter. Information's not found as matter. Matter is a medium. So in biology, if it's all a medium, it doesn't tell you what the behavioral information is, like the information that informs the behavior. Evolution doesn't have an ontological category for the thing itself. Same thing with laws. This is why they don't like presup. Presup at this point has just been a way to undermine and poison the well against people who ask bigger questions, categorical questions. What's this? Under your view, under this view of evolution, what is information itself? What's knowledge? What are these things? Does meaning exist under this view? And they go, "Oh, you're just doing this, you're just doing that." And it's like, no, we're not. We're asking you fundamental questions that are important.
Contraptions inside living things are just so sophisticated. Things like ATP synthase is present in all living things. There's no way it can come about by any evolutionary process. So they use mocking rather than engagement with the arguments.
That's true. They mock. Now, I mock and engage in the positions.
Because that's all they have. They're up the creek without a paddle, and they know it.
Calling all clades. All clades to the principal's office. All clades to the principal's office. Brad, get to the principal's office, Brad.
And so if they would engage with the evidence, I don't believe they'd be evolutionists.
There's no way it can be explained.
Presup is meaningless. The rock that made everything the way it is, it's the reasons the rock... No, that doesn't follow. No. Presupposition makes sense because you're asking a question about the necessary preconditions of all things. Rocks are byproducts of something else in a process. So even your view has a presup in it. You're actually not smart enough to be in the chat.
Once again, the
rock itself, even from your view, is a byproduct of a process comes from a different place and time, different shape and form. It doesn't even, it comes from it requires time, space, and matter to exist, the rock. It can't justify metaphysics. The rock itself can't justify knowledge.
Argument from personal incredulity. I don't understand it, therefore God did it.
Off. What was Sue said, the off was formless.
Thank you. Awesome. W's in the chat for Megbob delivering an epic meal.
It's empty. And God said, let there be light.
I quite get excited looking at little ones like this. This reminds me of my trips to Epstein Island. I think I remember vaguely eating one of these not too long ago. Tasty little treat it was.
And then
There's no need to justify knowledge. That's crazy. Okay? There's no need to justify knowledge. Okay, there's no need to justify God.
it was like, and let me tell you something, right there, that light was so good. Shut.
Oh, shut him up.
And then,
See, I'm with Richard Dawkins here. Shut this kid up.
I said, shut it up. Turn to your neighbor and say, yes.
You might call that child abuse. I mean, that child has been drilled to...
Okay. I believe in evolution now.
Speak that rubbish, and it's very tragic, and I suppose it was a bit of thrown in as a bit of comic relief, but really.
When Richard Dawkins admitted to lying about...
Fine, now I believe in evolution. This $10 will evolve into 20 with enough time. That's actually possible. Hey, Meg Bob, could I get a glass of water, please, as well? Thank you.
Jesus.
Reading your book, The God Delusion, you say that it's under scholarly dispute among historians that Jesus actually existed. Now, I checked with the ancient historians. That is not so. And it disturbed me. History is not natural science. But what I don't understand is this, why you would write something like that.
I don't think it's a very important question whether Jesus existed. There are some historians, most historians think he did. Some
They certainly do. I couldn't find an ancient historian that didn't.
Well, there are one or two. When you look at history, let's leave aside, maybe I alluded to the possibility that some historians think Jesus never exists. I take that back. Jesus exists.
Okay, now for those of you who are itching to type, yes, but that doesn't prove that he's God, I agree. This video is about intellectual integrity and establishing a stepping stone towards that end.
It doesn't matter whether a man called Jesus or Yehoshua, whatever the Hebrew name was, existed. The point was he a miracle worker? Was he the Son of God? Was he born of a virgin? Did he rise from the dead? And he did not. But
well, I mean, thank you. Well, he did not. Well, that's your claim. We can just say he did.
But of course, there were plenty of wandering preachers around, and no doubt several of them were called Jesus. That's not an important question. It's a trivial question whether there was one of those wandering preachers happened to be called Jesus or Joshua or Yehoshua. They probably did. I don't care about that. What I do care about is whether Jesus was the Son of God, whether he was born of a virgin, whether he raised Lazarus, and whether he walked on water, etc. That's the point. So that man, the man that you think of as Jesus, did not exist. Of course, there are plenty of people called Jesus, called Joshua, who did exist.
And it doesn't help to postulate a God that did it.
How do you know that he doesn't know if you don't know? I mean, this doesn't make sense to me. And he does this all the time. If you're an ignorant person, then how do you know that someone else's ignorance is identical to your ignorance? If you're ignorant, having your epistemological cake and eating it as well at the same time, how can you have both? If you're
a Muslim saying this is pretty rich, I gotta say.
You're ignorant, then don't be an arrogant, ignorant person. Because if you're an agnostic, which of course you call yourself an atheist, I mean, Richard Dawkins calls himself an atheist, but in reality, he's an agnostic. So he's saying, I don't know, but you don't know as well. But then if you don't know, how do you know that he doesn't know if you don't know? It's arrogant.
Yeah, that beard is rough.
Ignorance. Let's just call you what you are, Richard Dawkins. You're an arrogant man because you're postulating what other people do or do not know, but also you're an ignorant man because agnosticism is basically ignorance. That's all it is.
I said a sort of standard rhetorical device, I don't know and you don't know and physicists don't know. Well, it's true that I don't know and physicists don't know. And if physicists don't know, then Piers Morgan most certainly doesn't know. And therefore, although it's correct that I don't actually know whether Piers Morgan knows anything, I'm pretty confident in saying that if the physicists don't know the answer to that question, he doesn't either. What happened before the Big Bang is a standard layman question, and physicists tend to avoid the question. They tend to say there was nothing before the Big Bang, or some physicists do, not all of them do. It's a debatable point, a debated point, and some physicists think that you cannot even ask the question. It's like saying what's north of the North Pole to some physicists. But this is way, way above the head of Piers Morgan. So absolutely, I'm totally confident in saying he's got delusion. I divide senses. I'm agnostic about the tooth fairy and Mother Goose and the Easter Bunny. But there's no evidence for any of those, and there's no evidence for God either.
$5 from Bixie.
That's a dude.
Why the rising transphobia? Is it a visceral fear of messing with sexuality, emasculating men? Methinks the lady doth protest too much. To some extent, there's this term of like gender distress.
Why is there a push against troons? Look, if you talk to this dude right here on the screen at a bar, and you're under the impression that it's a female, that's called deception. So forget the obvious. People don't want to say something that's not true and be forced to say that it is true, like this. But it's a deception. You're a dude. You grew your hair long and you put makeup on to look and present to other people like a female. If being a woman was distinct from being a female, why do you make yourself look like a female? So when the poor schmo who's, 19 beers in thinks you're a woman and takes you home and is surprised by a member, I'm trying to clean up my act. Do they have a right to be extremely ragefully upset? Dude?
And people with more conservative views of gender are more likely to suffer from gender distress, where they feel like they're not meeting some ridiculous ideal of how a man or a woman should be in their mind, and that causes them distress. And seeing other people not meet that rule or break that rule and stuff also distresses them. And then they kind of project that out onto other people, and it causes men.
It causes men,
in particular, to be more sexist, and probably women too.
Oh, so we're back to binary? I mean, these people are they need to be locked up. More sexist? That's a binary term. Why would any of our views on gender, according to your model, be sexist? They couldn't be sexist. I'm back to a binary, by the way. I've just been arguing my whole career that sex and gender are totally different. So when people are genderphobes, they're sexist. What?
But I'm sure it's related to transphobia.
Not quite sure what that person was saying.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you, dude. Based.
I'm not sure what that person was saying or thinking. They seem to be under some sort of delusion.
The fact is that looking at the whole of the animal and plant kingdoms, the male-female divide is quite clear. Females produce large gametes, eggs. Males produce small gametes, sperms. There are no intermediates, literally no intermediates. Every creature, every vertebrate, let's say, every mammal, every vertebrate, and actually every animal is either a producer of big gametes or small. There are some hermaphrodites that produce, that have both kinds of gametes and produce both.
And still, even that wouldn't be an argument for gender. That's why these people are done and cooked. And honestly, I'm happy, glory to God, that the whole Troons thing, yeah, there are some lingering people who are still trying to argue for it, but it's pretty much been put underground. It's over. It's been established as a trend in regards to its influence on children. And because it's going out of trend, you're going to see a decline in the people who say that they're the opposite gender or whatever they're claiming. So, at least Richard Dawkins helped in that war, in that battle.
I think that person was being misled by just talking about humans, which is only one species out of millions. I think it's very clear that the male-female divide is as clear a divide as we have, as clear a binary as we actually have in biology.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Thank goodness, indeed. Thank goodness. All right. Anywho, thank you so much. Start another goal here. Just going at it. 1:30. Sad, creepy old man. He's in the documents, isn't he? He's gotta be. He's gotta be in the Epstein files. What else is on the news? I saw that Nick Fuentes, which I kind of find this as a good thing. He called out. He said, "Where are all the funny Orthodox people?" Well, Nick, we're off having children and maintaining our families and going to liturgy. Also, people upset, or at least like going crazy. Candy Owens, who was talking about Charlie Kirk flickering lights because he had some sort of energy, was confirmed by his widow. And so that's kind of funny to watch. All that stuff. In other news, Jesse Wells was asked on the red carpet how he wrote his songs so quickly and made them so applicable to the times. And once again, he gave a really bizarre answer that, to me, I interpret it as verification that he writes with AI. I'm not even against using AI to write, to make things. But if you present yourself as like a Bob Dylan-esque writer, you know, the Bob Dylan of your time, insofar as writing the voice of the culture that you're in, if that's AI and you're lying about it, I find that as deceptive as the Troon argument. I think Jesse Wells is a trans folk artist. So that's what I think. American Nacho, honestly, I want to go back. I don't like knowing it's all real, but they're not going to do anything. Well, it's part of the rage baiting, too. It's like, what was it? Father Spiridon was like elucidating on this idea that this revelation, the revealing of this to people could work as a demoralization process. Kind of like a Yuri Bezmenov. Not that I trust the guy. His assessment of demoralization worked similarly. And it's probably an important thing. That's why everyone should be Orthodox, because when you engage with this stuff and you see the truth of the matter is, you know, the most influential elite people of varying governments, agencies and whatnot, companies, the people who craft the monopoly board, essentially, they're all participating in this insanely demonic stuff. But revealing it to you with the knowledge that what do you do? Where do you go? Do you go outside with the pitchfork? Where do you fight the war? And the realization that without Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, you don't have a framework for fighting a war because you think it's material. You're like, well, I got to do something. I got to go out there and fight it. Where do you fight that war? In a sense, you have to accept that this is the nature of this world. So how do you fight? Well, within Orthodox Christianity, you fight spiritual warfare with yourself, and your job is to convert people and to practice. I mean, it ends up being really simple. That doesn't mean you're passive. That doesn't mean there isn't an actual war at some point, but it's kind of a black pill to show you this stuff and to go, wow, the reality is all the conspiratards were right about how demonic and deep these people go. Why? Because money's no option. Land is no option. Women are no option or obstacle, right? This isn't a, object, sorry. Money's no object. Women are no object. You have to increase what you get away with because nothing else serves as the adrenaline or the cortisol or whatever you need. It's like those squirrel diving people. It's very similar. Now, the squirrel diving people, it doesn't get into a moral issue unless they have children and you're literally like, well, I'll be back in time for Christy's birthday. I promise, honey. I just have to chase Brad down the side of a mountain and hope we don't die. By the way, when I come home and she's blowing out the candles and everyone's opening her, their presents, I'm not going to feel anything because it's in contrast to jumping off a cliff and almost dying. Similarly, people who have access to everything, you know, some dude who has access to 10 Latvian models, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything. In fact, getting away with something so dark and insidious, that's going to deliver the chemicals they need. And it's going to get crazier. You got to up that game. You got to up the game. It's not enough. You can't participate in what everyone else participates in. That's boring. The plebes and the normie peasants, they do the normal stuff. We do the weird stuff. True, my brother and wife basically both asked me, what do we do now? And I just said, go to Divine Liturgy. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, because whatever you end up doing, you end up, like, let's say there was a authorized war or some sort of vigilante process. Guess what? Let's say you win. Let's say you win. Even after a war, you have to heal your spirit. Even when people come back from war, in the Orthodox practice, you still have to deal with stuff. You still have to deal with spiritual ailment, weight, confession. Like, you still have to deal with it all. You know, winning a war. Okay. Let's say you win the material war. Let's just say it. Let's say we planted the flag. We got all the pedos rounded up. We started a millstone factory. Amazon started delivering millstones. Right? Amazon millstone. Get it overnight. Let's say that happens. Okay. You still have to deal with the spiritual issue. So you can't, like you said, yeah, you need real life communities. And keep in mind that people this evil are they are the source of their own destruction. Just remember that. They are the source of their own destruction. Glory to God, Darth. Beautiful. See? To me, that's fighting the war. To me, everything you could give me about the Epstein files, any of the worst things you could send my way, when I see that, I consider that fighting. For the Clade, yeah, please support my Clade. I just started it. Megan and I started it with our firstborn, and we're trying to keep our Clade going. So please support the Clade. If you want this Clade to continue on, please support it. I really appreciate that. Honestly, a lot of this stuff, as I scroll on like X, the less affected I am. I still feel it. I'm not desensitized. I'm not saying that. But the more I focus into orthodoxy, I don't know if it's a measure of like recently getting a house blessing. Megan and I met with the priest for our crowning. That was a really exceptional, edifying conversation for 2 hours. That I'm not enraged. Like, there's proper righteous rage about this stuff. I'm not saying I don't have that. I'm just saying that I don't have like the scrolling rage lately where I'm just like, it's time. It doesn't occur to me that way. In fact, the more people see evil, yeah, there's a black pill aspect to it, but the more people see evil, the more likely people are going to come around to that God exists. So, no, is it good? No, ultimately. But certainly, God could use the dysfunctional, demonic practice of these people to showcase what absence of light looks like, certainly. I mean, that's part of my trajectory out of atheism myself, is going, wait a second. Is there really a thing? Is there really a notion of evil? Is there really a thing that like something could be, in fact, evil? And I guess having a child, maybe you're more likely to engage with that because you look at your child and you go, you know, acts against this being. An act against this being would be categorically, from our experience, evil. So, but evil doesn't have its own ontology. So now what? Now what do we do? And you keep pressing on that issue, and you realize you come to the same conclusion you come to when you realize truth is absolute. Well, you need some sort of recursion. You need some sort of absolute circular starting point for truth and goodness, if it exists. If not, why pursue the truth? Why uncover satanic pedo rings? Why? Why fix the world? Why?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
So I think that's going to be huge. We're already experiencing an overcorrection upswing back to tradition and faith. And so this is going to, you know, it's like garbage added to the flux capacitor. Yeah, it's still garbage. It's still garbage. It's pure filth. But it could be used still. You can use it. And I think that's going to be on the other side of this. The more that gets revealed about how dark these worldly endeavors are, practices are, the more people who are at least aware of a noetic faculty, even slightly, even without a name, they don't even know what it is, but it's there. They're going to be heading, I believe, toward orthodoxy. That's why it's important for people to be vocal about it if you're Orthodox. When you see people dealing with this stuff, whether you know them or it's just online, and they're in turmoil, you got to give them the guide. You're obligated to point in the direction, not just agree with them. Oh yeah, it's dark. It's really dark. I don't know what we're going to do. Yeah, what should we do? It's dark. Yeah, let me send you something. I found something even more disgusting than what you have. I'll send you that, okay? What's your email? Oh, dude, you got to see this. It gets worse. It gets worse. Right? Doesn't it get worse? Oh, man, it gets worse. Anywho, so there's that. Candy Owens still going at it. Nick Fuentes calling out Orthodox for not being funny because we're too busy doing other things. I don't even know. I don't even know what else to look at, honestly. It's a lot of noise for me. It's just a ton of noise. This is a great idea. You guys see this? Breaking Bad. See, this is the part of like AI tech that I kind of like, honestly. This is I don't know why I like this so much. Is this it? Look at this. This is Breaking Bad, but with like a blow up doll.
You clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Why is that so good? Why haven't I not thought of that? I'm jealous. I'm experiencing jealousy. That's so good. I can't wait till this is like an option on like Apple TV and Netflix. It's like, would you like to add an effect to Lord of the Rings? You're like, yeah. Yeah. Squeaky pseudo blow up dolly toy thing. Yeah. The squeaking is hilarious. But then how do you do the violent scenes? Like, you can't have these balloons filled with blood, right? That's so well done, too. I'm really impressed with that. I quite like it. Not the noises. It's funny. All right. Any other oppositional views in the chat? I got 13 minutes for the last, I think the last goal. Maybe I'll move on with my life today. Anti-bagel filter is funny. Yeah, it just corrects everyone's face. Oh, that feels like... Oh, that's interesting. I actually don't mind squeaky sneaker sounds. Like, I have like misophonia with eating. So, like, a lot of mushing, crunching, like, smushy, like that sound. I like... That occurs to me to someone who has, like, you know, scratching a chalkboard, like the worst sound. That's how it occurs to me. Actually feel bad too. You know, once we wind down and Megan and I want to watch something, you know, some sort of passive slop on the TV, I'll have to like sit all the way to the right of the couch and she sits all the way on the left, and until she finishes like her snacks or whatever. And I feel bad. It's you know, she might take it personal. It's not at all. It's anybody. It could have been anybody. It's kind of cute though. She'll put like an almond in her mouth and she tries to time it with whatever we're watching. Like, I feel bad. I swear this is not abuse. She's like, and then like stops, like she's crunching on eggshells, and she's like this. Oh, you're taking the kids out? Okay, I'll keep going then. Okay. Let me find this thing real quick. Let me find this. All right. All right, let's look at this. Listen how angry this Dave guy is. He's so angry. He's such a mad, angry little goblin.
and then it kind of turned into a dust ball, and it kept spinning, and then it collected more dust, and then it hardened and crystallized into a giant perfect ball that is...
It didn't crystallize. It's called fucking gravity, you dumb piece of shit.
Wow, dude. He's a science communicator. Let's say Jay's completely confused. Me and Jay are completely confused about the origin story of Earth, right? This idea that mass attracts mass, then fundamentally creates things like planets. But the thing is, he says it's gravity, right? And then he calls him a terrible name. Why? If he's wrong, just correct him, right? But he calls him a bad name aggressively. He's so mad about this. But the thing is, that still doesn't make sense, not a Professor Dave. Because gravity, if you're positing that this fictitious force that's actually spawned from one view, spawned from the matter itself, a function of the matter itself, and another view is that it's bendy space-time, you got to decide which one is doing what. So if you say the formation of a planet and the things in the sky we call spherical, right, that we observe as spherical, like the moon, is a function of a thing called gravity, then which conception of gravity invisibly molds and enhances the size of objects? And how would you determine that that's doing that? He just says it's gravity. That doesn't tell me how that happens. One perspective, how does space-time, an immaterial concept, form objects into rounder objects? Or the other view is, how does an object itself, that its own mass is creating the attraction, how does that create a ball? How would that happen, like in space? How would you determine that to happen? Now, at a local level, they try to mimic this and try to argue, well, the observation of static shows it, so why not gravity? No, that's a different thing, though. Like, friction, surface friction, that's not the same thing that you're arguing. Anyway.
All matter attracts all other matter by gravity.
What?
Nope, that hasn't been established either. That's totally circular. All matter attracts other matter, really? How did you determine that? The reason that falls apart and it's not scientific is if matter is the thing that attracts matter, you can never introduce matter and demonstrate attraction without the variable itself. The independent variable is the thing itself. You know what I mean? So, like, this is what's so broken about these pseudo experiments. If you say, oh, matter attracts matter, how do you know that? Well, we introduced matter and we saw matter, I dropped something. Therefore the ball is attracted to the other thing. Okay, wait. How did you determine what's causing the attraction? No, it's just happening. What's the independent variable? Matter. Oh, wait, what's the observation? Matter attracts matter. Wait, what's the hypothesis then? Matter attracts matter. Wait, the observation and the hypothesis are the same statement? Yeah, don't you know science? Okay, what's the scientific theory then? The same statement as the observation and the hypothesis. Don't you know what science is, you science denier?
What good is 1/8 of a pp?
This is my favorite. This is where I got the nub argument, by the way, from Jay.
It's no good. Like, you got to have the pp and the testicles, right? So what good is 1/8 of a pp? Because there would be millions of years where the process of the pp comes to be pp, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. What good is 1/8 of a vagina? No good. Pointless.
Wow. Okay.
That's not a refutation. That's not an answer. So let me get this. The science communicator.
No good. Pointless.
Wow. Okay.
That's it? Wow. Okay.
speechless. So as you can see, this guy Jay is a moron. His friend in the corner is a moron. And
how dare you?
And both of them.
And yet, that argument of 1/8 PP is not even a rhetorical destruction, but you can't actually argue against it. Now, Dave, I don't know if you consider yourself just a chemist or an evolutionary biologist, but I debated at an evolutionary biologist, and he was flabbergasted by this. He had to imagine in his head some sort of justification for why over millions of years a vagina and a penis develop independently and maintain their function and usefulness before they become fully functional and useful. Oh, wow, he says. Wow, wow, wow. Not an argument. You should review one of these videos and just make claims and insult and make these annoying sounds. I know, I should animate this twerp. If you don't know what mitosis is, you can't talk about the PP.
Them are engaging in weapons-grade denial and a few other infantile defense mechanisms on a moment-to-moment basis in order to convince themselves that they aren't complete morons.
That's not an argument.
One of the problems with delusional bottom-of-the-barrel morons like these is that they absolutely can't stand it when educated people remind them how fucking dumb they are, something I do quite a lot. So naturally, when Jay caught wind of my innocuous reaction video, he got big mad. So mad, in fact, that he decided to make a cute little response video. It's called Jay Dyer Responds to Atheist Professor Dave.
First of all, that's Dyer Central, so he didn't actually make a pre-recorded response video to you. Someone brought up your dumb video during one of his live stream. He took a minimal amount of time to review it, and then a Clips channel clipped it and titled it
Debunking Creationism Video, and the thumbnail says, Science Boy Refuted. Isn't that adorable? Look how hard he's stroking his chin here. I guess he gave his wee-wee a break in order to make this desperate damage control. Now, look, to be perfectly clear, I am well aware that it is way beneath me to be responding to this turd. But here...
It's way beneath you? Oh, wow.
Here's the thing. I just put out my Peter McCullough video.
This is such a funny cope. Listen to this.
A few days ago, which I worked very, very hard on for about 2 weeks, and it performed like shit. I don't know if my more politically relevant content is getting deliberately throttled or what the fuck is going on, but I've got mouths to feed. So for every one of those deep dives, which I readily acknowledge is the most important function my channel could possibly serve, I have to churn out a couple low-effort dunk fests like this one. I don't know how to rectify this. When I do a video on a legitimate target, if everyone could please share it all over the socials to help...
Oh, wow, what a cope. Wow. Wow. Nice. Nice.
Generate some momentum, that would be highly appreciated. If those videos were getting the view counts they deserve, I would focus on that.
Deserve? This guy, ugh.
I deserve it. I made the videos and I deserve. I'm not making enough money.
No, you're insufferable, Dave. You're insufferable. People don't take you seriously when you're, quote, teaching, nor do they care what you're saying.
And never lower myself to replying to a brainless hick like Jay Dyer. But daddy's gotta hustle, and I can make a video like this in like a day and a half, so here we are. With that out of the way, do you think JJ was able to refute anything I said in my video like he promises in the thumbnail, or even acknowledge the simple facts I provided? Place your bets. Let's get started.
People pointed out, oh, Professor Dave refuted you. I'm like, I'll bet you he didn't. I think he played a clip of me and Jim Bob. Let's see if we can find it. Look at his face. It's like the most smug atheist face.
Yes, kiddo. Everyone who knows how pathetic you are must have a smug face. Definitely don't reflect on how smug you have to be in order to reject entire fields of science you don't understand because they hurt your feelings. By the way, you're laying on the retro wave aesthetic a little thick here. Neon border with 80s font and palm trees on top of the neon sign with a palm tree while wearing a Depeche Mode shirt. Are you cosplaying in anticipation of the Miami Vice reboot? Maybe take it down a notch or two.
Oh, but look, he's got
Gosh, not even creative or funny.
chemical
Love the shirt. Thank you so much. Not even funny, this guy's.
formula and equations all over his page. It must be pretty sciencey.
Yes, because I studied and taught chemistry, I am able to produce top-notch educational content, such as this tutorial on organometallic catalysis that you don't stand a shot in hell at understanding.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oof. Any plans on being on whatever your live one-on-one or extra hilarious, your ability to keep calm, focus on your opponents? I'm not sure. Depends on if I want to take a trip out. I haven't talked to Brian in a while. I don't know if he's reformatting or kind of just doing his thing. It depends on like the topic or whatever. Yeah. It's a good, I mean, it's good to get in front of that many people. That's for sure.
When your response to science that goes way over your head is to sarcastically pronounce, "It must be pretty science-y," you know that you have no business speaking publicly.
Welcome to Professor David. This is like the peak era of smug atheist YouTube scientism.
Uh-oh, he's busting out the scientism accusations. Brainwashed idiots have nothing but projection. Also, is this really the era of people explaining to you how you're stupid? It seems like something that must have been consistently happening throughout your entire adulthood.
So here's the strength of my argument, and the reason that I always beat these types of people, these scientism goblins, and I think everybody in this audience already knows why. It's because, first of all, I went to college with these guys. I studied under these dudes. So my philosophy of science professor was one of these guys. He was like a hardcore, atheist scientism guy.
First, it's adorable that he thinks he's ever beaten anybody at anything. I can't imagine this tool winning at Hungry Hungry Hippos, much less anything even remotely intellectual.
Oh my gosh, he really is insufferable. Wait, doesn't Jay have a higher level of education than Dave? Yes. Yeah, he's not even a professor. Not even a professor, this guy. Dude literally has one mode of operation. Poison the well, the worst way, throw rhetorical flashbangs, and then reassert his position. Yeah, he at least we know there's 4 million certified people who don't think at all. Like, that's his following, basically. Not one argument, nothing corrected, nothing steel-manned.
Second, I find it pretty hard to believe that he went to college at all. But if he did, he's basically just pretending that his introductory philosophy of science class that he certainly failed had a bad professor just because he was too stupid and lazy to absorb anything that was taught. His defense mechanism is to complain about scientism and crap his pants on YouTube for the rest of his life instead of admitting that he's too dumb to learn anything. But most importantly, pay attention to the dishonest framing. He's already whined about atheism like 5 times in the first minute of the video, in addition to putting it in the title. Who said I was an atheist? Where did he get that information? I don't mention it in the video. I happen to be one, but I'm a hardcore atheist for some reason. How does that work? I don't have a single video on my entire channel promoting atheism. In fact, I don't care about it at all. So where does hardcore come from? If I went to one yoga class, would I suddenly be a hardcore yoga fanatic? You see, he knows he's a science-illiterate moron with zero ability to refute any of the science I present, which is universally accepted by all educated people, religious or not. So before even beginning...
Universally accepted? What's universally accepted? Wait, what's universally accepted?
He has to shift the framing from a discussion of science to desperately attacking atheism, because he thinks that anyone who accepts science must be an atheist. That's how fucking dumb this guy is.
Even though he was a...
Gosh, he's such a little aggravated little guy. The energy difference between these two.
Rabid scientism proponent. He actually encouraged everybody to understand philosophy of science. And people like, I've never watched Professor Dave, but I'm assuming that he would not care about philosophy of science.
Never watched my channel, huh? I call bullshit. You know exactly who I am, and you know that I've done quite a lot of work debunking creationists 100 times smarter than you. How else would you know that I'm an atheist? Once again, you wouldn't get it from this video. Dumb people are so bad at lying. Also, I took a philosophy of science course in college too, dumbass. I read Popper and Kuhn and Lakatos and all the other shit you pretended to understand in your class. I'm just able to appropriately contextualize it since I was also studying science and know how science works. That's why I don't pretend that...
Dude, this guy is rough. Guy is roughing me up. This guy has over 4 million subs. Yes. This is a horse-sized black pill. Got to get this moron to debate you on MDD. Must be destroyed. Well, I did offer, Sean Kelly over at that one podcast. I told him the topics. I selected Forrest, Valkai, and this guy. Now, they don't want modern-day debate, though, Rachel. They think modern-day debate is too conservative and meany, and they platform people like Andrew Wilson. And boy, how they managed to that Matt Dillahunty debacle. Ugh, despicable. So yeah, I highly doubt it. But you could already see how the engagement would go, where it's like, this guy, his tactics would be to drown you in micro level observed behaviors. He would never answer simple questions like, how do you, like the 1/8 pee-pee argument. He just scoffs at it. He scoffs right at it. I might revisit his debate with James Tour, though.
Some random essay from 100 years ago has the ability to uproot the entire field of evolutionary biology. You're a pseudo-intellectual douchebag who skimmed Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions and decided that any science that hurts your feelings must be wrong because paradigm shift, blah, blah, blah. I've seen it 1,000 times. You're exactly like that idiot Formscapes that I humiliated, except even quite a bit dumber. That jerk can at least put together sentences that sound smart to dumb people. You can't even do that. You're a brain-dead philo bro who clings to random buzzwords like scientism to pretend that your brainwashing is superior to actual empirical knowledge. It isn't.
Because usually scientism, physics type people, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? They don't care about philosophy, and they actually discourage people from looking into it or studying it precisely because philosophy asks the questions that are difficult for them.
And of course, this dork thinks Neil is the
everyone.
president of science, just like every other science denier. None of us care if people read up on philosophy of science, genius. You just cling to it because you think it gives you the ability to magically hand-wave away well-established science by regurgitating memorized phrases like a priori and the problem of induction. There is nothing more blatantly pseudo-intellectual that you could do.
You would
Man, these guys are worse.
think that since they have an interest in mathematics, that they would be able to do more abstract thinking, but they can't. It's really weird.
Yes, I understand math and organic chemistry and other abstract things. That's how I am able to teach these subjects at a very high level.
Why does he talk like that?
You, on the other hand, are physically incapable of abstract thought.
Physically incapable?
Projection is a bitch.
But when it gets into the domain of metaphysics, like the good, or how do we justify knowledge claim, these people are absolutely out to lunch. They completely fail.
That's funny. I can provide a justification for literally any scientific fact. I can...
What? I can justify... What did he just say?
Are absolutely out to lunch. They completely fail.
That's funny. I can provide a justification for literally any scientific fact.
Okay. Justify the regularity of nature. Is that a scientific fact, the regularity of nature? How it works, that it operates in a certain way that's regular? Is that a scientific fact, or I'm trying to understand his perspective here. I could literally justify any scientific fact. What? What's a fact? Can you justify what a fact is scientifically? This guy's lost.
I can explain to you what we know and how we know it. And I can do it first thing in the morning, way before my lunch break. Can you provide a justification for your rejection of scientific facts or for all the dumb shit you believe?
What the hell is a scientific fact anyway? It's like science as a method requires the assumption of facts. You know, we observe how and assume how nature will operate regularly so that, and when we do testing, the assumption that things are regular is a precondition for doing testing at all. But what is he talking about? I mean, this guy Dave doesn't really understand what a justification is.
Because I know you can't. More projection.
And I would bet money that Professor Dave doesn't know basic fallacies, doesn't know basic epistemic argumentation and the principles of justification either.
Oh, would you? Would you bet that I'm not an intellectually bankrupt loser like you who just shouts out the names of random logical fallacies when you can't refute basic science that proves you wrong? You might as well be a flat earther.
And it's funny because these people think that they have...
It's amazing.
...have cornered the market on logic and reasoning. But when you start to ask one level up abstracted questions like, what is logic? What is reason? Where is it? How is it? These people are done.
Here's the dictionary definition of logic.
Wow, dude. Where is logic? Where is reasoning? What's the ontological status of it? What's the justification? Here's a definition in the dictionary. You heard it right. That requires slow-mo for sure. Absolutely.
What is reason?
Yeah, what is reason? What is logic?
Where is it? How is it? These people are done.
Here's the dictionary definition of logic, and here's the dictionary definition of reason. Where are they?
Wow, bro. So, based on that standard, smarty pants, if you said, where is God? Where's the justification for God? If Dave or someone said that, I would just go to the dictionary and show a definition of what God means, and then that's a justification.
Certainly not.
Wow.
That empty noggin of yours.
This is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, not in his empty noggin, right? So, yeah, you didn't answer the question, though.
How are these definitions going to help you deny the entire edifice of scientific knowledge, dipshit?
The edifice of scientific knowledge? Dave, based on the scientific process, the methodology, in fact, the value of science is that entire edifices of scientific knowledge can go upended through one breakthrough, through one discovery, through one experiment. So this guy is really special, huh? What is he even... He doesn't even quite understand what Jay is saying at all. Reasoning, logic, meaning, information, evaluation, these are all things that come before science, Dave. I don't know if you knew this.
Shit. Are you going to get to the science at some point, or is...
Are you going to get to the science? The thing that changes what facts are? Remnant, what's up, Remnant? It is insane that Dave called Dyer dumb for literally guessing correctly is that he was an atheist. Yeah, right? You dummy, how do you know I'm an atheist? Wow. Yep. Yes, being correct, justified. You should do it, dude, Remnant, you should get on his radar for sure. Your style of video, specific on Dave here, I think you'll do quite well, sir.
Is this just you pontificating endlessly?
It's not digital information. It's just a sequence of nucleobases. That's it.
How does Professor Dave know that the information encoded in us is just a sequence of whatever? How does he know that it's not actually meaningful information? So I think he doesn't understand that the sort of smug, snickering, dismissing actual meaningful information or
That's actually a good point, Kathleen. The edifice is a philosophical claim. That's funny.
Purpose.
How do I know? Because I understand 9th grade biology, you fucking tool. In transcription, you get an mRNA transcript from the sequence of nucleotides in the gene. And then...
So it transcribes? Is that information? Transcription? So he's like, well, we know because we grant ourselves a thing called information that can't be identical to the material. But it's there. And it's meaningful, but we can't justify its meaning or how it works, like the fact that it works in a meaningful way and it has information.
Each set of 3 bases in the mRNA transcript corresponds to a specific tRNA molecule and its associated amino acid.
That doesn't answer. That's not what he asked. He didn't ask you, how is it you understand how transcription works? That's not what he asked you.
You didn't know that. You don't understand 9th grade level biology. And you have the balls to call me smug for knowing that while you sit there and fart out the word telos like it makes you intelligent. The smugness and reality denial is off the charts.
Even in I think Jim Bob was talking about DNA. That was an interview we did maybe 5 or 6 years ago. But I think Jim Bob's talking about DNA. But to snicker and sort of dismiss this with this just sort of, well, we all know that it's meaningless information.
No, it's not meaningless. The sequence of bases in the gene codes for a sequence of amino acids. That's it. You're pretending there's some magic God sauce pseudo information in there, and there isn't. Get it?
See what I'm saying? He uses the word information and meaning, but meaning and information is not found in material. So even your atheistic philosophers, Dave, not Professor Dave, even your physicalist philosophers would admit that there's no aboutness about material itself. There's no aboutness. He's like, well, there's aboutness and it does this thing, and you don't need God for the aboutness, even though the aboutness isn't justified by the material.
Get an education.
They're always going like, oh, Darwinism is going.
Yeah, but you just did that. Like, you just delusionally snickered and did the very same thing that you're saying that we do.
Hey, moron, you're the one snickering and dismissing basic science, so I get to snicker and dismiss your smug dismissal of science. If you don't like it, try actually engaging with what I say.
Oh my gosh, it's crashing and burning. Evolutionary biology is imploding. It's in crisis.
We weren't even talking about Ev Bio. We were talking about the grand narrative of the origins of life. So I doubt he's going to be very charitable.
No.
You were not talking about the origin of life. You were talking about genetic information.
Yeah, you need an origin for information, dude. What you call life, the thing that animates life, because that's the distinction, life from non-life, right? Is that it's animated by an instruction tablet. This guy's unbelievable. You're not. You weren't talking about. You were talking about DNA. Yeah. We're talking about that DNA having the ability to transcribe and to inform behavior, to animate life. That's the distinction from your view between inanimate rocks and animate organisms. Requires this system of information that transfers, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the origin of that.
You're so fucking dumb that you don't even know what you were talking about in the video or right now.
Science is in crisis. No, you're just morons. I'm sorry.
That's not an argument.
Well, that's interesting. So did he actually reply to anything other than just saying that DNA is meaningless? That's all he said and called us morons. So this is the standard scientism, smug atheism that's out there. And you'll notice, look at his smug face. And he's like just trying to out-smug what he thinks we are, right? So...
Hey, dumbass, you did not engage with what I said about the sequence of nucleotides being the code.
Yeah, code. What's code? How do you interact with any of this stuff, Dave? By using terms like code. You'd have to deny it's code. We're the ones using induction and proper scientific inquiry, even from the just pure inquiry perspective, what we know about stuff. What do we know about code? What do we know about information? What do we know about directed, executed commands? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you took these terms, executed commands, information, and code, is there a framework that we would habitually tie these terms to? Information, executed command, and code. Using that terminology, what do we know if we're going to use that terminology? What do we know? What category of human engineering do we know of where we use those terms? And if the thing we're building, called a computer or some mechanism that does a thing, uses code and uses transcription and uses meaningful information to then animate itself in a set of executed commands, if everything we know about that process is, from our own perspective, mind dependent and requires some sort of direction, then it's actually backwards to say that you get transcription, code, and executed commands from a non-directed system. That it doesn't come from a mind, that there is no necessity for intent or anything, no purpose. It's accidentally coding, like an accidentally coded transcription process that executes meaningful commands. That's accidental.
And I didn't call DNA meaningless. You can't even quote me properly because you weren't even listening. You're just tuning out while I talk so that you can pause at random moments and smugly...
That's so true. That's so true. You could probably do a face swap of like Jay as the masked guy. Carrie Ells. Jay could pull off a Carrie Ells. Oh, it's Dude, I developed an immunity to the poison, dude. It's like,
He whine about how smug I am. Look at my smug face, he said.
Inconceivable!
Yes. How about your smug face?
But you looked around and you thought I would switch it, but I switched it back, knowing that you would probably switch it with me!
It's both right here and in the picture-in-picture. Smug to the smug power. The layers of projection here are getting so meta that it could be the plot of a Charlie Kaufman film.
oh, his rhetoric is so bad. Like, he does such low-tier references. Like, what is this? What are you doing? This is like 2001. Ugh. It's so bad. It's terrible. I can't do it. So bad. It's just this giant, it's like a giant whiny complaint. It's like the how do people watch that? Like, how does his audience engage with that and go, yeah, give me more of that tone. Give me more of that sort of like indignant, whiny, like, it's not even a good rant. You know what I mean? It's not even like a Braveheart type of rant. It's horrifying. But it's more horrifying that there's millions of people who'll actually play that and be like, I really want that video. I need to hear that level of whining. I need it. I mean, it's just like a Spurg wine fest. It's crazy. It's got an immature, childish kind of hue to it. It's like, I'm not jerky jerkhead. You're so stupid. It's like, dude. They don't realize it's the standard. And well, that's what's funny. If you keep playing that video, Jay actually starts doing the rubbing hands meme, and then he starts. Dave starts freaking out at it, and starts claiming he's being anti-Semitic. Like, it's perfectly predicted. It's really funny. It's estrogen? Yeah, it's something. It's something bad. There's a reason why popular doesn't correlate to quality. Yeah, certainly. Certainly. Thank you so much.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
Hashtag Madaby Clade Bob, sorry my girl. Virgin and I got a little sloshed last night, and Virgin may have left a clade next to your car.
Oh, gross.
I tried to stop her, but she does what they do.
Did you leave a clade by my house? Gross. He says he is a scientist, that he understands everything while continuing to tap dance around answering, rebuking Jay, not to mention the insulting. Yeah, there's a lot. I was actually going to bring up a counter, like a manual counter on my stream to count all the insults. But honestly, it's really difficult to listen to that guy. Like, you know, it's a really good thing that I'm never going to be a king. Honestly, it's a really good thing for people. His justification for logic was pointing at the definition. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Dragons are real. Yep, that's right. Dragons are real. God's real because you can write it in a book. I mean, wow. DNA is not a blueprint. Who else we got here?
Deconstruction zone. Ugh. Deconstruction zone.
Debunking the. I almost wish he was more tolerable to listen to, but I can't. Because I love going after what these people say. Has anyone done the hearing test? You could bring it up on YouTube. Like, they have like sections of like frequencies. So if you're like 40, you can hear this, but then as it gets increased, your own children could hear the frequency, but you can't, which is actually frightening. Not for the reason you'd think, like, oh, I'm frightened that I can't, my senses are failing me. Not that. It does freak me out because doesn't that mean someone could make content on like YouTube of like high frequency like statements and whispering? But then again, I don't know if it's such a high frequency that you couldn't make like audible sounding sentences. But it did cross my mind that it could be the case that if there's a way to deliver some meaningful information at a high frequency that parents can't hear, but children can, they could hypothetically be delivering really terrible stuff and we can't even hear it to police it, which is frightening. Yes, that's right. Pluralism is philosophically self-refuting. Yep. Yeah, obviously I'm going to have to cut this stream, make its own video, because I only, maybe 20 minutes on pluralism. Yeah, that is terrifying. It is. I saw something crazy. Did you guys see this? Let me see if I can find a video. This is really horrifying. Subliminal frames Justin Bieber video. Really dark stuff. Not to blackpill you, but I just thought it was interesting. This is real. So take a look at some of these things. Can we not do the piano music, please? You guys undermine all the truther stuff when you add this song. Stop adding the truther songs, guys. Stop it. Okay. Like, I don't know. I didn't verify this, but it seems like a couple of sources did, where they actually went and threw the video and freeze framed it. But then I'm like thinking about this and I'm like, well, yeah, this is demonic for sure. But at the same time, is there really a moment you and me could watch a Justin Bieber and we could actually see and subconsciously find that one frame out of that many? Is that possible? But then it's like, how would you track that someone did that? Because they wouldn't be aware of it. So that's my like critique of, I believe that yes, to some extent you could do subliminal messaging and plant things, but there has to be a threshold at its perceivability, for its perceived ability. And I think that one frame, like 1 out of 1,000 frames in a second, right? If there's 1,000 frames per second or something, and there's one frame, I just don't see how you or me or even children could make sense of this. To me, this is more like a troll that's still demonic in its nature, but it's like, I don't really get the active part of this. I don't really buy in fully to the technology of it. That it's a technology. I would think this is more like a troll on Justin Bieber. Be like, we're going to troll him. He hired me to edit his video. Look, I'm going to sneak this stuff in. See, this is like, it's almost like the same phenomenon where you go into a public restroom and you write something on the wall. Like, it's not even good writing. You can notice individual frames at 60 frames per second. Okay, but can you test it? You know what I mean? Could you test it? Obviously, it's all drawn by the same person. It's all the same style. Hello, listener. See, that's just like a troll right there. That's like equivalent to drawing a dick on someone's face during a party, right? Donald Trump? Gross. Sorry about that. I saw one that it was like put drugs in you and like all sorts of things like that, but I don't really take it too serious. I mean, the demonic world of music entertainment is real. That's real. All this stuff is real. But this particular thing, I'm like, this is like some sort of, this is like a kind of a mockery. That's how I perceive it. I don't think this is like, did you see the perfectly executed attack on Justin Bieber fans? Like it's too much mockery, too immature. It's like immature mockery. That's what I see. I don't need the threat of subliminal messages to avoid watching Justin Bieber. Yeah, that's true. That's true. John Mondragon. Jim Bob kids were made by Clade Bob. That's right. Clade Bob. That's right. They're in a Clade and they're never leaving. What song is it? I don't actually know. Oh, Where Are You Now? Where Are You Now? I think it's also a good way to get, like marketing wise, people do these stunts all the time. I mean, think about it. Oh, did you see the secret subliminal messages in Justin Bieber's? Well, look at these are the freeze frame. And then you go, well, let me see if I can see them in the real video. Views, 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 views. One more super chat, y'all. Let's get that last one in, shall we? You don't even need 30 frames per second. That's what I think. It's working, yeah. See, it worked. That's what I'm saying. I think this is all pure marketing, and I'll start to do it in my debates. Tony, if you're listening, write a note. Scud, subliminal messages, Scud. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Ours are just going to be funny, though. It's going to be like, like, bye-bye, like, one of the 7 dogs that Tony got rid of. It was like a poorly drawn face, dog head. Things like that. Holy God. Hey, look at you guys. You guys. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this? Jason Cassell. We don't know where he went. I don't know if he went. I don't know if space is real. Welcome back, Jason Cassell, with a big honkin' 100. He says, hey, Jim Bob and fellow Jortlandians. Joined when you were showing Not Professor Dave. I commented on his video and asked him why he won't debate you or die. He replied immediately and denied it. Wow, I told him you were alive and publicly challenged you. Nice. Well, he's focusing on his, all of his, quote, serious educational videos are not working, so he has to lower himself to us. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Welcome back to the internet. Thank you so much. You're doing a good job, Tony. Tony, you're doing a good job, Tony. Oh, I know Jason. He's just I've been sort of jealous, envious of his disconnect from internet world. Like, I'm like, well, maybe I could do that on Tuesdays. Maybe I'll do it on Tuesdays. But thank you so much for that.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
Alrighty. So, okay, we covered that. subliminal messages. Epstein, all of that's real. Professor Dave is not a professor, and he's a coward. What else? The character from last night was good. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I forgot to ask Tony how he liked the voice of himself being said back to him. That was funny. Professor Dave is very important and has very important fake professor things to do. Yeah. You got to give up something for Lent. Yeah, true that. Poor guy. Well, he's got to feed his kids, so that's his justification. Pseudoscience, he says. Interesting. That's only 12 minutes long. Is this... Wow, dude. Talk about physiognomy check. Holy moly. I mean, that's like an AI of Vosh. Poor guy.
Dave, man, it's great to have you here.
Good to be here.
For those that don't know, this is Professor Dave Explains, Dave Farina, and he hosts the channel Professor Dave Explains, where he shares educational videos and he trash talks on pseudoscientists.
Wow. Someone watched, what was it called? What was that horrifying movie that came out like 10 years ago with the kids dancing? I'm glad I don't even know the name of it, but someone has a DVD of that.
I sure do. Damn.
That is,
Dave.
I need a stream deck of this.
Man, it's great to have you here.
Good to be here.
For those that don't know, this is Professor Dave Explains, Dave Farina, and he hosts the channel
Goonies? No, not Goonies.
Professor Dave Explains, where he shares educational videos.
What was it? It was bad. Cuties.
And he trash talks on pseudoscientists.
This guy, definitely. 100%, I would put maybe $1,000 on it. 100%.
I sure do. Dan is so goddamn illiterate, and I don't mean science illiterate, just regular illiterate.
You get a lot of crap online for being blunt, let's say.
Oh god, more than
being blunt, let's say.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic
any
remarks.
other science communicator in the world. Yes.
Well, and I mean, some of it might be justifiable. You come off like a bit of a dick sometimes, don't you?
I speak about people the way they deserve to be spoken about. And
oh, what a cope. They deserve to be spoken about? What? So Jay Dyer said some things and you called him a piece of shit? How does he deserve that? By what? If he's wrong about something, that's it? Unbelievable. I always have a lisp. Yeah, this guy's rough. This guy is definitely... Watch out for this guy on the left. And I don't know who he is, but Flint Dibble. Marked. Written down. From this day forth, you shall know him.
And two people the way they deserve to be spoken to. I won't apologize for it.
Professor Dave Explains. He's a little bit on the vitriolic side and kind of a... Just be forewarned. This video's... He's rotten, okay? He's just a rotten person. No,
I agree.
Oh, am I such a mean man for exposing you as a pathetic lying fraud to nearly 1 million people? I'm sorry.
That is, like I said, a no-nonsense approach, you know? I mean, so what's your motivation? Look, you come from a university background and you've been teaching in a classroom. Is this how you approach your classroom teaching?
Well, no, because I don't teach classrooms full of piece of shit grifting frauds and the conspiracy theorists who fall for them. If I did, man, that would be challenging. I probably would speak to them that way, and then I'd get in trouble. No, my experience teaching, I mean, the main job that I had for a number of years was teaching organic chemistry at this trade university here in the LA area. And these were adult learners. They were roughly my age. These were people who had already gone through a bachelor's, but they were trying to make a career pivot. They wanted to go into some like medical field or something, but they didn't take the prereqs, organic chemistry and biology and anatomy.
Boring. He's so boring. Flint Dibble, however, that guy's something. Let me see where he is. Flint Dibble. Archaeology. Okay. Okay. Flint Dibble. Joe Rogan even. Flint Dibble. Flint Dibble.
100 years. And so what I want to do is focus on where my own experience and expertise is. My dad was an Ice Age archaeologist. He studied Neanderthal caves. And so I want to dig into some of the stuff that he's excavated and surveyed. These are, for example, 103...
Dude, what is he wearing? What are you? What are you?
1,000-year-old...
Look at those cuffs.
Stone tools from Egypt. And so we have just so much Ice Age evidence. And Graham usually ignores it. And he claims that his civilization...
Do you have your notifications on or something? No.
I don't know what that is.
The
Unbelievable. So unprofessional, Flint Dibble.
dongle is doing that?
Sorry.
Unbelievable.
If you hit mute, maybe it might stop.
Dibble.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries.
And so this
So your claim was that Graham ignores this?
my claim is that he ignores most of the evidence for hunter-gatherers in the Ice Age, which is
Is that he ignores it, or that he doesn't focus on it as much as he's focused on this ancient advanced civilization?
I mean, I think that's one and the same. I think if you're going to look at the Ice Age, we need to look at the totality of evidence to understand what's there. And so, for example, he proposes the reason why the Ice Age civilization isn't there is because it's underwater. It's been, we've had 200 feet of sea level rise since the Younger Dryas, and therefore it's not accessible. And so I really want to focus on Ice Age coastlines, evidence from Ice Age coastlines and excavations, underwater evidence from the Ice Age, things like that. These areas where he says that archaeologists don't look, but we are looking, and what we find is the ephemeral traces of hunter-gatherers, rather than some sort of advanced civilization. And so that's one thing I want to show. I want to share this kind of evidence. Some of it's new, some of it's not, but I think it's the kind of thing that has a direct bearing on looking for such an Ice Age civilization.
When you're studying these coastal areas where these Ice Age people lived, and you're studying these underwater what would you call them? Are they cities? Are they towns? Are they villages?
No, these are. So in this case, this is a really brand new find from like a month ago. It's actually a hunting wall off the coast of Germany.
So it's where they had their camp?
Yeah, or maybe just where they drove game along to hunt them. But most of what's underwater are lithic scatters of stone tools. Stuff like this.
What do you have there?
This guy, dude. This guy's trolling. This is like I gotta do a character like this. I gotta do an ancient Earth character with a hat. I got to do a Dibble character.
I have a series of different stone tools.
Come on.
I could pull this off.
Put them off a little later, but yeah.
Touch on that.
I could totally pull this off.
How old is this?
These are all modern replicas made by archaeologists. Some of them made by my dad, and some of them have been made.
Some of them made by my daddy.
I thought you could hook us up with some real stuff.
Here's this problem again with like dating things. It's like, oh, we found a tool. It's 500,000 million years old. Okay, how? How do you know that? Well, it's so old. Look at it.
Sorry, no, I can't bring real stuff.
I have a real arrowhead. It's from here.
I do have an ancient corn cob right here from about 1,200 years ago from the Southern Methodist University Archaeology Collection, and I'll explain why this is here in a bit. But
you have a piece of corn?
My question for you, though, was how much of the ground do you think has actually been studied? When you're looking at these ancient Ice Age Neanderthal populations, or were they Homo sapiens as well?
These are Homo sapiens. This is from, right at the end of the Ice Age, so this is modern humans, yeah.
So these, when you're finding remnants of ancient hunter-gatherers, how much evidence, how much of the ground do you think you've studied?
We've definitely not studied most of the ground, but as I'll show, we've studied a lot, and we actually put together predictive models on how to find this stuff. And so because it's really expensive to go diving, right?
And so how many dives do you think have been done? Like how many times?
Thousands. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And lots of different sites have been found from all over the world.
And specifically, it was done to try to locate these.
To try to locate Stone Age, Ice Age stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my second thing I'd like to focus on is food. I am an archaeologist.
I kind of like Joe Rogan's skeptical approach. He's kind of doing like a slightly interrogative angle. Pull up his hands. Dude, his cuffs are so funny that they're hanging out like that far from his jacket.
Archaeologist who studies ancient food. I'm an environmental archaeologist. I've studied millions of animal bones from the past. I've helped collect thousands and thousands of seeds like these, and it's something that people don't realize we can get. We've developed sampling methods, and we now at this point have millions of archaeobotanical remains, so seeds from ancient civilizations and ancient societies all over the world. And I want to sort of show you how we understand domestication as a process, and we can see where it happened in real time, in real space, the sort of evolution from a wild plant to a domestic plant, because that counters Graham's idea that the civilization introduced agriculture. It was not an introduction. It's something that happened in a real space, and we'll track how we can see humans taking control of the reproductive life cycle of these plants.
As my father always said, never trust a man with a lisp, but if you know one, make sure you drop a lisp on them. Tu murkha mucham vale ka murkha kamina haim.
Yeah, Shatalabiki Koku. He may have. I think Rogan probably has some private views and keeps some of his private views private and sort of plays the game publicly a little bit here. I was thinking about this the other day, how a deep time view of humanity from their view, the level of intelligence that humans have, to me, is incompatible with how recent developments are technological. Like, to me, that's inconsistent with what we know about the exponential speed at which once we think of something and the way it develops. That speed is exponential. But the evolutionary view of mankind is inconsistent with the exponential speed of technological advancement. Like they out of nowhere, they arbitrarily pick a point in time where suddenly the beginning of exponential development happens. And so you're going, well, what is your account of humanity given I'm granting you that time frame? What is it they're doing? They're stagnant? They're developmentally stagnant? Whatever tool they developed is what? I don't understand. Like, how do you extrapolate backwards and make sense of the non-existent massive exponential jumps in tech, given that to be alive, to even survive as a human under the conditions would require ingenuity, innovation, all sorts of things. So, to contrast it with what we have today, everything from their timeline is very recent. Very recent, right? All of this massive development is so recent. We just happen to live in the time where there's the crux of innovation. But everything beforehand is just like this, like stagnant plateau. Meanwhile, from their own view, ancient civilizations were able to build things at the same time that were not explainable, right? There's all sorts of non-explainable things that people built without the modern technology. But then you just stop. You just stop developing for no reason.
This is what I want to show
Can
you.
I pause you for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Is that in a particular region? Like right now on Earth, there are people that are living in essentially a Stone Age manner, right?
I wouldn't call it a Stone Age manner.
Well, okay,
no.
let's say people in uncontacted indigenous tribes in the Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they essentially are living with animal skins and bows and arrows, and they're living very similar to the way people lived 10,000 years ago.
I think there's plenty of people living today in their traditional lifestyles, yeah.
Right, but then there's also people that live in Tokyo.
Of course.
Right? So the world is huge. So if you find evidence of agriculture that dates back to a specific period where you can see the wild plants and you can see this transition into domesticated plants, is it possible that we're dealing with a region? And I think part of the theory about the Younger Dryas impact theory was that although it probably devastated the entire human...
We were just hunter and gatherers for 300 and nearly 50,000 years, then learned husbandry, yeah. Yeah, that whole section, that's broccoli. That stagnant section of like, okay, what? What? Where is this all developing from? More recently? I'm going to study this guy. I definitely need a character. I definitely need a character like this. Overly sized suit. The cuffs coming out. I'm going to mimic exactly him. I'm just going to steal his identity, basically. I'm just going to call myself a different name, and I'm going to put on the hat, and I'm going to be a pseudo paleontologist, archaeologist, Evo guy. It's prime for a skit, for sure.
Race, it didn't impact all the places the same way. Just like right now, if a volcano goes off in Iceland, we don't even notice it, right? But over there, it's devastating.
I think that's why they need a whole Ice Age section where humans were just stagnant in their growth, and like, who knows, there's like only 10,000 to 20,000 of us, and we're just barely surviving a massive winter that's seemingly eternal. And that's why we couldn't do anything developmentally. We just kind of maintained status quo for so long. Still doesn't make sense because, you know, from their evolutionary view, the environment prods necessary crisis. That's the theory, is like you introduce necessary crisis and you prod a reaction. I think most of these psychopaths like Bill Gates think this way, by the way, that they think from a perspective of like, well, maybe we can force evolution by introducing something damaging. I mean, it could be, put my tinfoil hat on real quick, the jibby jab could be just that, right? Because you think, oh, depopulation, this and that. There's all these, you know, theories about what psychopaths could do. But to me, the most reasonable, looking at all of it, is these people are obsessed with experimenting with evolution.
Yes, but in this case, what I'm thinking about is, unlike, you know, I know you guys have mentioned at times you can't radiocarbon date stone. We can date these seeds. So we can date that transition from domestic to, or
and
from
what
wild
are the
to
oldest
domestic.
seeds that you found?
Oh, the oldest seeds we have go back tens of thousands of years. The oldest
How many?
Domesticated crops we have go back about 11,000 years.
Seeds?
And where are those from?
From Syria, Turkey, the Fertile Crescent area, yeah.
You mean the oldest seeds come from?
Is it possible that there was domestication before that in other parts of the world?
I'm going to show you why that's not possible.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal there.
Okay.
Yeah, because, and it's not even a disproof of an advanced civilization. It's a disproof of agriculture, period, in the Ice Age. There's a lot of reasons why there was no agriculture, and so I want to get into the depths, the weeds on that. Let's say, yeah.
Okay.
So just to kind of go off, I also want to explain.
More penises.
I know, man.
Flint, what are you doing to us here?
Hey, you got to get the audience somehow,
These are
right?
penis pipes? Is that a pipe?
Yeah, they are.
That's
yeah.
Okay, Flint Gibble. Now we understand. Ugh, Flint.
Not pipe, it's a
Rough
lamp.
pull.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, a lamp,
yeah.
okay.
But so, you know, archaeology.
Jim Bob, chat is saying Gnostic informant Derek and Dave are discussing. Good. Go for it.
Those are cool.
Professor Dave on Derek. Oh boy. They really, especially Derek Myth Vision, really got hurt. I mean, he probably reached out, actually. He was probably like, oh yes, you're going after Jay. He really hurt my feelings 2 years ago. I would love to jump on this.
I think archaeology should be open. But of course, in the 20th century, the mores of certain Italian museums, like here in Naples, they kept this stuff hidden.
So did they hide this because of the graphic nature of it?
Yeah, but it's now open. For the last 20 years,
Oh,
if you
okay.
go to the museum in Naples, they have what's called the Gabinetto Segreto, and it has all the erotic art from Pompeii and Herculaneum and things like that. And archaeologists, look, we're underfunded, we're not perfect, but our goal, most of us, is to publish everything open data. And we have, at this point, millions upon millions of archaeological records available from things like Open Context, the Archaeology Data Service, the Digital Archaeological Record, even the Radiocarbon Paleolithic Europe database.
He's still recovering from Jay. Yeah, he's having a hard time.
So when you're talking about the Ice Age, we have radiocarbon dates directly dated from 13,000 sites in Europe and Siberia. We have quite a bit of evidence of this ephemeral evidence for hunter-gatherers, if you see what I mean. And so the certain environments, it's not going to preserve. Others, it will. Yeah, it's variable. Is the reality of it.
Was there any
for sitting in the hot seat and doing that? I think it's really really valuable, and I hope the audience will find it useful. I'm going to try and recall a few of your questions. The lost civilization that I'm thinking of is like a black hole in space to me. It's like something missing in the story of our past. To the extent that I can put form on it, I think we're looking at a civilization, like all civilizations, that emerged out of shamanism. I believe that they did have rather
ephemeral evidence. I don't know. I've really not gotten into Graham Hancock's view on any of that, but, you know, the age of things is one question that's kind of assumed, where people just go, well, no, we have this. We can do it. Totally unrelated, but you guys have to watch the video on meta deception by Baskin about the Oz Perlman, the mentalist guy who claims to read people. That sounds fun. Maybe another day. Mentalists are fun to look at.
I left some seeds back in the Ice Age period, not hidden. It's all in the open.
It's all in the open. Yeah, you're always leaving clades. in all sorts of places. Wow, they're really jumping on this, huh?
But for him, it's growing limbs and growing testicles.
Well, yeah, they're two totally different things. The thing that he's trying to do is similar to the Ray Comfort crocoduck, where they are taking like a reptile form and a bird form and saying, well, if birds evolved from reptiles, then that means at some point there would have to be something that is half bird, half reptile.
No, not with the nubby argument. That's not what we're doing.
Split at the waist, right? Like
Right.
as
That's not what we're
nature
doing.
has a new form in mind, and then like a 3D printer just like starts going from one end to the other. Like,
But that's the irony about that is that would kind of fall under create. They're still thinking in creationist world, like thought, because they're thinking like it just gets created that way somehow, like it just magically happens.
That's literally what you guys think. They're not. If they're responding currently to the PP argument, they're definitely not engaging in it.
Yeah, each organism is viable, and the morphological change is slow and gradual, and natural selection favors forms that have a higher probability of surviving, reproducing. But yeah, this eighth of a PP. I mean, like, what does he mean? Like from the shaft forward, or like from the side this way? Like, what is he thinking? Like, there's so much wrong with this. Like,
oh my gosh, he's not answering anything.
Like, number one, all he would have to do is look around at extant forms of life that exists today, to see a dramatic variety in methods of not only sexual reproduction, with all kinds of different apparatus, but also asexual reproduction. And
that doesn't tell me how a process produces the penis, dude. They always do this. We go, random mutation must necessarily produce a fully functional penis and vagina independently of each other, so they work together. That has to be an event that happens in time. They go, look around you. There's plenty of things that don't have penises and vaginas. That's irrelevant. Totally irrelevant to the question. Completely irrelevant to the question.
Combinations of the two, right? There are organisms that can reproduce both sexually and asexually. So, it's like, yeah.
And the reason why I'm even asking is I'm trying to legitimately, in good faith, understand what if he just completely has no idea, which is probably the case.
Yeah.
Or if he was actually trying to make some point here, and maybe half joking about it, but I'm trying to figure it out.
I think you're right, Neil. I saw a video I shared yesterday. I don't know if you came across this smaller channel. It might be really cool if you did share the material. I'm not kidding, Dave, because you just did a hit piece. There's a really small channel by a guy called The Skeptical Agnostic, and he just did a thorough breakdown evaluating stuff you will never want to waste your time with, that Jay does these live streams. I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, you're appealing to that video? We tried to look at that video. It was horrific.
Sure. You're not going to sit there and watch all this. He did the work. He watched it. And he saw how wrong and how he just doesn't understand genetics, fossil record. Like, there's just so much material he has no clue about when it comes to being. That's why I titled my end of this Scientifically Illiterate, because he just doesn't know. And he's talking using creation.
Well, here's what's important about this, because in their minds, they are debunking something that's really stupid. So and the audience probably hears this and says, he's right. That does sound really stupid. Wow, that is really easily debunked. Because the thing they're debunking is not the models that is in peer-reviewed literature. They're debunking something that doesn't even it's not even the idea that evolution says it took millions of years for a pee-pee to grow, and then testicles grew, and then we were able to mate at that point is completely.
What does it say?
I don't even know if anyone's even said that before. Jay.
So what does it say, dude?
Dyer before. I think that's. Yeah. I think he made this up on the spot.
What does it say then? If a penis exists from an evolutionary view, it would be necessarily true that evolution produced the penis, right? Now, whether it took 1 million years or not, you tell me. It's your model.
It's basically a toddler level version of like a Michael Behe irreducible complexity thing.
Yes.
I think that's what he's trying to do. Like, he's taking something that's already stupid and disproven, even at the highest level. Discovery Institute is like the highest tier of creationist arguments. they're the most difficult to expose and debunk because they're educated people with doctorates that lie about primary scientific literature that you need to have the skills to be able to read in order to debunk what they're saying. He's taking that argument and going like, duh, but the penis, the blah, 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 blah. Like
That's not an argument, dude.
Doing the worst version of that, which is already bad.
I should join this live stream.
Even at its highest level.
I think the commenter down here said something about he's being sarcastic. I think there is that, but there's a combination of poisoning the well. So he's like giving a false caricature, like Neil said, but then there really is, I imagine, if you pressed him, which you know this material inside and out, he wouldn't be able to.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking if he's actually coming.
You know,
because if you can say, oh, he's being sarcastic all you want, fine. What is he being sarcastic? What's the point that he's delivering here? What is he attacking? Which part of evolutionary biology is actually under question here with this point? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm actually trying to be in good faith here. Yeah.
He's pontificating on how under evolution do new appendages or organs or new anything about morphology change or get a new thing.
Yeah.
That's what he thinks he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
And I guess you have to be really stupid to think that's funny because it just doesn't hit. It's just this is just doesn't make sense.
It's dumb.
Saying it's dumb doesn't answer the question, bro.
It's not funny. Like it's
what? Oh, good watch. Hi.
You know, it's like a conservative comedian. It's just like
they're not
you're both a
with it.
bigot and not funny at the same time. So there's nothing here to do. Explain to me transcription and translation. They wouldn't be able to do it. So how can they then comment on what the information is? You don't even know what DNA does. So how are you trying to make these kind of grand claims about where it can come from or what it does or anything like that? You can't describe to me what it does. You know,
there's a spot where when he talks with 150 150 my brain
amino acids to form
amino acids
to form a polypeptide or to form a small protein or something.
In that part, I almost want to skip ahead to that part because in that part he makes a comment and you jump in, and I feel like it might be missed to highlight something that I think is significant there. So I'm going to share it real quick here because this is important, I think, because this gets into the whole their whole philosophy. Look, I love
Jay Dyer.
Yeah.
The thing is, it sounds like you more want to talk about my initial reaction because in this video, he only goes through 3 minutes.
That's what I was just saying. I was telling Derek, in the video, you have an hour and a half long video?
It's an hour and a half long reaction video where I'm just sitting there drinking whiskey, making fun of creationists, and 30 minutes of it is devoted to his dumb video.
30 minutes. Okay.
And his response to that 30 minutes goes through 3 minutes.
3 minutes and quits. And then all he did was make a noise. We'll get to that part. Yeah.
He did a stereotypical Jew voice and like that. Back. Like that's really basically all I did. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm not going to do this anymore." So yeah, because you can't, because I'm saying science words you don't understand, and you can't reply to any of it. So he just kind of rage quit without pretending.
And called you smug. Yeah, I saw that.
It is somewhere in this. It's somewhere in this, and we'd have to review the whole thing.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because while you're looking for it, Derek, you can keep looking for it. I'll give a story.
It is in this. I do remember that it's in this too. I mean, it's somewhere.
The part where he makes the noises.
Where that's later.
No, the 150. I mean, if you do that thing that you just did, scrolling through the timeline.
No, do a transcript word search, Derek. Do a transcript word search. You can find it in 2 seconds.
Well, I mean, but if you just do what you were doing, where you just put the cursor on and just kind of slowly scroll to the right, I might be able to recognize.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'll explain.
It might be back here because they were talking.
This is me explaining because he reacts to me making fun of. Keep going.
It's probably right here somewhere because you're reacting to them. I thought, okay,
you can start
there's something that Jay says. You want me to just hit play and let it ride? And
keep going. I'll recognize it. Philosophy, science stuff. Kuhn. He's whining about Kuhn. A little more.
I'm going slow just to make sure you know how.
Thank you for becoming a new member. Brilliant Events 5242. Thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate it.
It's around there somewhere.
So let's play this here.
Okay.
I thought this
what
was
did I miss?
hilarious too. You're like,
what did I miss?
All of their arguments are actually confidence games.
as if that's not exactly what
This
tag
no,
is.
okay. This made me go, wow, this is exactly what they do, dude. It's the biggest projection in the world. I was the way they operate, it's like sophistry, but like it's just about looking confident and kind of getting the opponent to look like they're contradicting something. So you actually believe this? No, that's not what I said. But then you believe this, but that's not what I said. And it's just a big dance of like, and the whole point, the whole time is just trying to look confident in what they're saying, and it's nonsense.
It's not
Dave,
an argument, bro.
epistemically ground logic.
Yeah.
Epistemically ground logic, and if
Yeah.
you can't
Do
epistemically
it.
ground logic in an absolute, you have no reason to use logic to begin with. And if you do, you've given it to me because it's in God. Notice they can't justify the first premise to begin with, but they start with God as the explanation for why there's utility and things make sense in the world to us as creatures on this planet. And that's what they do.
Yeah, let's deconstruct the logic of what you just said, and then, by the way, demonstrate for me that your God exists. Like it just, but that's what they want. As long as you're wrapped up in that, you'll never talk about science, which they don't want to talk about science because they don't understand science. So that's why he would absolutely rage quit a debate with me, is because I would not entertain that for a single second.
He did that with me when I joined one of his Twitter space or X Spaces, and I was talking to him for about 10 minutes. It felt like 5 minutes, and he muted me and kicked me out, and I'm blocked on all his platforms ever since.
Right. Yeah,
all because all I did was when I said, hey, where do you think the idea of the Trinity comes from? It's not found in the Old Testament. I heard you saying that the Trinity is in the Old Testament, and he pulled up a verse, and I explained to him what the verse actually meant. He said, no, you're wrong. Mute.
He's going to explain to Jay what it meant.
And then explained to his audience what he meant while I couldn't respond. And that was it. I never talked to him ever again. That was the only encounter I ever had.
Yeah, it's like a flat earth.
It is schizo. It's like they're excitable by the recent videos, so they've all been hurt by Jay, and so now they're all like, let's do it, guys.
It's so infantile. He's such a baby.
All right, let's play this.
The one spots where I think Jim Bob says something. You're playing this Inception, and I want to show you the part.
And I say that because argumentation is about philosophy. It's not about peer-reviewed studies and who has more evidences. And I can pile up 55 peer-reviewed studies for my point. That's what normies think is intelligence. That's what dum-dums, that's what the ladies on whatever podcast like Not So Erudite think is smart.
Only
right?
stupid
Piling
women
up
provide
peer-reviewed
evidence for
papers
things.
that
Yeah. And by the way, peer-reviewed articles have arguments in them. So if you're citing it, I would just try to level with him here and say, you're right. Just throwing peer-reviewed articles at somebody doesn't win you an argument. You need to understand first of all, the peer-reviewed article has to be saying what you're saying too. You can't just.
These people are so sophomoric in their philosophy. Jay is saying essentially that you guys can't read and do science without a philosophical lens. When you say evidence, when you say this is the case, when you say this is likely the case, you're operating from a view. That's the point. And you guys are like, no, you're not. No, it's just evidence. We're just going off the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Just throw out an article. I've seen people do
peer review arena, because if they did, even in the philosophy realm, like he claims to be notice he keeps talking about philosophy. Alex Malpass, all these guys who are actual PhDs are like, dude, this is a joke. This is not taken serious. PhDs in the field are not taking this guy serious. His arguments are not taken serious in philosophy. The way that he's presenting this stuff, and he jumps around again, Gish Gals. But I have a feeling that part of him saying that is the fact that they're not getting past peer review. Nobody's taking it serious. So why wouldn't you poop on the whole institution of a process in which self-critical thought and analyzing the data to try and get closer?
Because philosophy, peer review is empiricism. He's talking about two different things. Philosophy, which informs the investigation, what's science, what's the standard, what's the epistemic criterion, what is it, right? That's different than the thing itself. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. This is nuts.
Think that referencing well-established science belongs in an argument about science. Doing actual scientific research and publishing it in journals is super gay. Obviously, all that matters is mental masturbation and throwing out random philosophical...
I use that term all the time, by the way.
Jargon. This loser is like if an inferiority complex became a person.
Because what you're referring to as information is just a sequence of bases. That's it. You have monomers that polymerize, and that's it.
That's not information, dude. This is embarrassing, you guys. Neil, this is embarrassing. He just said the material itself is the information.
That's all there is to it.
So it just is what it is. That's not even a response. This is so low tier. I actually thought this guy might bring a little bit of response, a little bit of attempting to deal with what the actual argument is.
You don't.
These guys are so arrogant. You guys are making a fool of yourself right now. Foolish. The DNA, the structure of biology itself is not identical to the information, dude. They're like giggling like schoolgirls. They're like giggling like the mean girls who got like embarrassed or something. But they're not actually dealing with what Jay's saying. Information, there's no aboutness in physical structures. Aboutness is not embedded in the structure, dude.
Don't have an argument. I do, and you're refusing to engage with it. The information in nucleic acids is the sequence of nucleotides. It is what it is because things indeed are what they are. Stop whining and respond to what I'm saying, numbnuts.
Because if information isn't meaningful, it's just what it is, then Dr. Dave's arguments aren't meaningful. And his words on his live stream are not meaningful and have no purpose.
See, Derek Mythvision is confused and he's giggling because he's so foreign to basic philosophy that he doesn't understand what Jay's saying. What Jay is saying is absolutely 100% accurate. If you're going to take a pure material approach to DNA and these things, Jay is saying accurately, notice how none of these guys can actually refute what he's saying. What he's saying is that information is something that you layer onto the physical world. If there's no aboutness of the material, it just is, then you can't talk about it. You can't talk about it.
Jim Bob, half black here. I hate this about Justin Deconstruction Zone. He says things like I explained to his audience what the scripture means. He comes from a broken Protestant theology. We don't have the same meaning or interpretation of scripture. So Jay will attack his justification for his interpretation and Justin just copes. Neil does the same thing. It's more gay than co-ed saunas.
Or telos.
Oh, snap. If DNA is just stupid, godless molecules, then Dr. Dave is a dumb butthead with no meaning or purpose.
No, dude. See, they're giggling at this, but you guys suck, dude. Both of you are doing a disservice. Both of you. All three of you. No, he didn't say you're a meanie butthead with no meaning. He said if it's the case that it's just pure molecules and just material, then there is no meaning found in the material. It's meaningless. It just is. To say something just is. That means if you, Dave, douchebag, everything you're saying is just a consequence of pure chemicals, then you all don't have any meaning either. It's not just higher purpose. It's literally what you're saying. The sounds coming out of your mouths. There's no actual meaning to it. It's just occurrence. It's a state of affairs. These guys are like philosophically broken.
Sick argument, bro. You're allergic to good faith discussion. I didn't use the word meaningless. You keep using that word. Transcription and translation. This is what genes do. Talk about this. Talk about base pairing. Talk about codons. You can't do it because you don't know what this is. Cry about it.
You don't know what molecular biology is.
Yeah.
I wanted to add a little nuance on this because even if Jay was legitimately, believed in that.
He doesn't look, they're such goblins that they don't even try to understand what he's saying. They don't even steel man him. They don't even steelman them. If you guys were so, scientifically literate and you were so philosophically grounded and you're so skeptical and so reasonable, you would just say, wait a second, let me try to understand what Jay's saying. Is he saying that if everything's pure material, if it just is, if that DNA just is, it just acts out what it does, then there's no information. There's nothing there. It's just material. That means you can't say it has meaning. You can't say there's information there at all.
There is a telos to all the information and the way life is, seems to be just always winning. Like life is always making through and passing through all these hard habitats and stuff. And he thinks and I tend to even think this way, that there might be something behind the cosmos and reality.
What are you talking about, dude?
But what does that have to do with? How does that get us to the Bible?
These are two different topics, Neil. Let's pretend Christianity's false. Let's pretend like you guys think that the Bible is just made up by goat herders, okay? It's irrelevant.
Christianity, 6,000.
Total incoherent, divergent rambling.
1,000-year-old Earth. And also, classical philosophers from antiquity tended to, most of them that I read, like Plato and Aristotle, thought that there was a lot. This is the reason the cosmos was logical, and there was natural things happening that the gods basically set up. They didn't think like magic. Everything was magic. So you can believe in a telos, like Aristotle. That's actually an Aristotelian word, by the way, telos, and also be a naturalist at the same time. It doesn't necessarily mean if.
No, you can't. You can't be a naturalist and believe there's a thing called purpose. He's like, people who are naturalists claim there's purpose. Therefore, you could be a naturalist and have purpose. Low tier.
Evolution's true, then there can't be any meaning or anything like that.
Meaning wouldn't be found in nature, okay? There's no naturalistic explanation for what you call meaning. I mean, these people, it's category. Obviously it's a spiritual problem, but it really is a category problem constantly.
I guess the point I'm making is, why does it have to be, if evolution is true, Christian or either?
But won't join them? Where's the link? I don't see a link. I don't see them referencing. I said something in the chat. They didn't acknowledge that I was in the chat even. They're not acknowledging anybody.
Either Christianity or evolution. Like it's like nothing in between. You know what I mean?
Right. But also much more importantly, where is the telos in gene expression? What is happening on the molecular level that is not explained immaculately well by what we understand of the physical world? What's missing? Right.
What's missing? The directionality and purpose. That's what's meaning. That's the thing in question, dude. What's missing is a naturalistic justification for there's any direction at all through this process. There's a direction toward complex organs, a direction toward sight, a direction toward mechanisms that interpret the external world with a mind. What are you talking about? What's in question? Unbelievable.
He can tell you because he doesn't know how gene expression works. Right? He's like, oh, information. It's this magic special sauce from God or whatever. No, it's the sequence of nucleotides.
No, sequence is a that's a conceptual thing. There's not a thing called a sequence. There's matter and then your interpretation of matter. This guy is so low tier, dude. And the level of arrogance he has is crazy. He really thinks that, oh, no, there's no information. It's just a sequence. Cool. There's no propositions then. Just a sequence. There's no evaluations. There's just a sequence in your head, in your brain. There's just a sequence. It's so low tier.
Right? RNA polymerase reads it, makes an mRNA transcript. That's read by the ribosome, and you get a.
What are you talking about? A sequence is interpreted by a sequence? He just granted himself it's read by a ribosome. So there's information. So there's coding, encoding, and decoding. But it's just a sequence. You have to interpret a sequence.
you get a protein. That's it. We understand it,
it
very
feels
well.
like Dave, it feels like a trick. Like I was reading Bonson, I believe it was, who I think argued in better faith argument about the whole tag argument.
Oh man, dude. Bonson, if you read Bonson, you would understand the defeater to pure physicalism. Bonson does a very good job reducing properly, effectively, coherently the naturalist, pure mechanistic, materialist universe. Right? Let's see if Derek can actually steelman Bonson.
The Bonson's like a philosopher type Christian guy. And it's like if you did all this logical reasoning, empirical data, all of it's right there, which I prefer. I'm like you. I want to look at the evidence in front of me and not speculate or conjecture using like thinking to try and imagine what might be somehow behind all of this.
Unbelievable, this guy. He's such a bimbo. I don't want to use thinking. I want to look at the evidence, but I don't want to use thinking, with a certain paradigm, with a certain set of assumptions that are behind what the data is, because I don't know, Derek, data doesn't tell you how to interpret it. This is the lowest tier shit. I'm so glad. Glory to God for making the enemy of our paradigm so weak. You don't want to use thinking. You don't want to possibly have a bias interpretation of the data.
But even if you
these people think that there is a given. They think that the interpreting data is bias free or neutral. It's not.
Your strongest case, they just go, well, gotcha. Prove the reasoning behind it. If not, you falsified your own thing. And it's a circular thing that ends up happening no matter what you.
Oh, it's a circular thing, but your sense data and your faith and confidence in your own sense data evaluations is not circular.
Show evidence-wise, for example, they're not biblicist, or he's not. He's an Orthodox guy, so he's not like an inerrantist on the Bible. But if you show problems with the Bible, you show contradiction.
What? He's not an inerrantist? You don't even know what you're talking about, dude. Jay's an Orthodox, so he doesn't hold the Bible to be inerrant? What?
You show flawed human fingerprints all over the damn thing. I don't see God's finger on it, right? This is my personal opinion. Me and Neil have a different ontology. I'm more of an atheist agnostic. On knowledge claims, I'm agnostic, but I'm an atheist in terms of God. And
you and Neil have a different ontology? I got a guy to admit to me that organisms could evolve toward a goal, extinction. The ability to hold contradictions never ceased to amaze me. Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, I'm looking at this book and I'm going, where's God in this again? Like, it looks so human. I don't see divine in it. If anything, I see human. Even if I can make all the arguments to show why this looks human, and you can't show me God, they would just be like, oh, all that reason that you used and logic to show contradictions and all that kind of stuff, they pull the rug out and go, well, you can't even reason where you justify. Yeah, you can't justify any of it. So,
well, the thing is, it's worse than that, Mimbo. It's worse. Your view is worse because forget justification. Justification is post-evaluation. That's post using metaphysics and argumentation and thinking things through. You guys don't even have that. You guys hold that you're strictly material objects in the world, dude.
Oh, you have no argument. So we should stop science unless you
Logic
believe in God.
doesn't exist. Arguments are impossible. Believe whatever you want that makes you feel special and
not an argument.
Warm inside.
The irony, they're saying you guys don't have an argument, and that's what he just said. Dipshit Dave here just said, you guys don't have any arguments. You're just feeling warm inside and feel warm inside. That's not an argument either.
Yeah, no, that's it. But it's like, look, like science works. Technology
But then at the same time, logic and reason comes from God, and it's all grounded in our hearts. And that's why we're...
What? Oh my gosh, man. It's like I need like circus music.
We're able to know good and evil because we have this like inerrant reason.
We don't have an inerrant reasoning. What are you saying? Do you learn nothing, Neil? Neil. Neil's been, quote, studying Christianity and history for how many years now, Neil? And you're still doing this? You're still saying stuff you know isn't held? We don't hold that our heart or our nous is inerrant. It's the opposite.
Embedded in us by God. So it's like, wait a minute. Then if that's the case, then I should be able to logic and reason without having to explain it because your God made me that way.
Neil.
Yeah,
And
they want to take away the foundation.
Would you consider love to be a metaphysical concept? No, I would consider it an uncreated energy.
Of logic and argumentation.
In a sense, I would say it wouldn't be like found in nature, but I wouldn't reduce it to a concept.
In favor of empiricism, and they refuse to justify their own overwhelming assumption that God exists.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I agree.
These people are nuts.
Sorry, like
it's
not
kind of
making
interesting
it
because
granted.
even if we granted and say, hey, we don't know, maybe there is a deity, right? And we are using and wielding the very tools they claim we can't justify. Those tools in the world, I think, falsify.
They're not in the world. You mimbo. Lord, forgive me. Tools and logic and reasoning are not in the world, dude.
The very religion they claim to be founding this in. And so, hey, we can all shake hands and say, maybe there's something bigger, bros. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. It's not this, though. I don't see it in this. So go to some platonic thing or something.
Yeah,
you know?
I cannot disprove the concept of a deity, but the fundamentalist Christian God is very easy to disprove.
Look at that face. I bet, let me guess, he's not going to disprove it.
It is a very limited and objectively not real deity.
That's how you proved it? It's very easy to disprove. It's a really non-empirical thing. That's how you disprove the existence of something?
That doesn't necessarily extend to every concept of every potential deity, but that one,
Sure.
it ain't it.
How did you just prove? How is that a disproving of anything?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You don't know what anything is.
This is my favorite part.
Well, you don't know.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Holy shit, man, you really put me in my place there. Hang on, that was such a profound rebuttal to basic principles of molecular biology that I don't think I was able to absorb it all the first time. Let's get that again.
You don't know what anything is. Well, you don't know.
Okay, I got it this time. All of molecular biology is wrong because you made a whiny cartoon voice.
Okay, serious question. Do you have fun making these? You have to laugh at your own shit, man.
I do. This is so genuinely funny, and all.
I don't think. No, I think he's Italian, which is
also the easier it is.
Thank you, Osmo. Thank you so much for that.
For me to make, the more fun I have, because the more laborious it gets, the more I kind of get bogged down and burnt out.
Yeah.
When I'm churning it out at lightning speed, because it's so easy, because it's Terrence Howard or a flat earther or some jerk like this. It's so fast and it's fun because there's just like, it's so easy to make fun of these people. Like, it's just so easy.
He would have been better off not even addressing the video.
Oh yeah. No,
the
that's
fact that he
across the board.
this
Yeah.
was a mistake. This looked bad.
Yeah. And if he
Those look
replies
really-
again, which he probably will,
That's
because he's an
ironic.
egotistical maniac, it's just, he's just going to become another punching bag in my rotation that I will just humiliate from time to time.
Would you debate him in a formal setting, like, or would you debate him in terms of?
Yeah, I would debate him if it was hosted by a neutral third party with a very clear science-based topic and a moderator who would mute him every time he tried to get away from the topic. If that, then
Yeah.
Oh, if the muting was in your favor? Interesting.
Totally. That'd be good content.
Absolutely.
I would get a lot of views on that.
Nice. Okay.
I've been teaching science incorrectly this entire time. Also, I could be wrong, but that started sounding pretty stereotypically Jewish at the end. Do you think this guy hates Jews? Does anyone want to tell him that I'm not Jewish or that racism is bad?
Therefore, it is a code from a human mind, or
Oh, Professor Dave, does the code come from the computer? Oh, is the
Does the code come from the computer? That's funny is that Jay is doing this funny impression, but they're not listening to what he's saying. And what he's saying, coincidentally, is counter to Professor Dave, which is codes the computing system, in this case, the biological machine, the body, the organism, that itself, if you're going to use coding and computing as some sort of analogy, the computer doesn't give itself the code. It doesn't give itself its function.
code in the computer meaningful, or is it meaningless?
Okay, it seems like this is the angle he's going to stick with for the rest of the video. And Hyper Pryor seems to be impressed by it since he thought it was worth $10 of his hard-earned money. Can you believe this douchebag?
Pause it. Is that really the end of the video? Like, seriously, he doesn't say anything else after that?
I mean, it goes a little longer. Yeah.
Oh, it goes a little longer. I just edited out the parts that are hard to deal with. I just took the parts I would want to chew on. You guys are just seeing my selective edits from Jay's clip, and so yeah, no. Mm-hmm.
No, he just does this Jew voice like.
That's it. He just does the voice for the whole thing.
Nice. Oh wow.
That's horrible, dude.
Why is that horrible?
No, he said literally nothing the entire video. It's pretty incredible.
No, he said something, and you guys didn't deal with it. He brought up the Nubby 1/8 Nubby issue, which you guys scoffed at, but you didn't engage with it. All you said was, does this guy think that evolution proposes that there was populations of animals that didn't have a penis, and then over millions of years they did? Yes. Yes. Right. Yeah, I'm still here.
I only have a few minutes, but sure, let him in.
A few minutes? What a surprise. He only has a few minutes.
Yeah, let him in. How do we give him the link? Derek, you got the link, right?
Oh, shit.
Only Jim Bob joined. Anyone else joins getting kicked out.
Okay. You got to send it to him?
You just drop it in the chat, in the comments.
Oh, okay. Thinking, how do you do that? Okay, here we go.
I didn't see this. I wasn't hiding this. I just saw this now. So, and good thing he's still here because they would have said, look, we were in the comments giving super chats and trying to get in there. They wouldn't let us. Nope, we found it.
That's what they do. A lot of people do that. You know what I mean?
This should be good. I get along with Jim Bob. I don't know how Dave's going to react to Jim Bob, but it's all good. Do whatever you feel, you know. Is he there? Or did you send it?
I sent it. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it in the chat.
Cool. So let me get rid of this. But yeah, thanks for your time, Dave. I know you got to go soon, but let's give him like 5 minutes or something around. Something like that.
Sent it where?
As much as you can handle. You've
Adam
already been
Green's-
doing this all day.
Adam Green says Dyer believes in vegan sharks and lions before the fall. He's an unserious clown. Nice. As we're waiting for Dave, as we're waiting for Jim Bob to join, I'm just going to keep reading a couple of these. Platots, thank you for the super chat. Imagine if we were illiterate peasants whose only real community was the church. A priest who was somewhat well read could convince us of anything. Great point.
Well
I mean,
said.
these are the educated elites of your.
Does anyone see
you're
the link?
going
They said
to
they put it in
listen
the
to them
chat. I don't
on a
see it
lot
in
of
the
things.
chat.
That's what the oligarchy is trying to get back to, right? They're trying to discourage people for like the poisoning, like just
anyone over there
this
see it?
Anti-academia, universities are woke indoctrination camps, and the Marxism and the communism and everything is just the goal is to get everyone as stupid as humanly possible.
Yeah. Derek, he's saying, where's the link? I agree with
I've
that.
already
100%.
put it on there multiple times.
Jim Bob, do you see the link?
Nope. Where is it? Pin it, dude.
Here, let me see if I can. I'll try to send it, I guess.
I put it in the comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, you guys in my chat probably won't hear this because I don't have time to put it on my stream. So you can go over there and watch if you want. Check. Hi. Hello. How you guys doing? Good. Hey, thanks. Yeah, so I wanted to go back to one thing that I usually bring up, Dave, is when he brought up the nubby argument. I know it's rhetorical and kind of funny, like 1/8 of a penis or whatever. But I just wanted to ask, from the evolutionary view, do you hold that random mutation does produce mechanisms like that over time? Okay, so that if it's true that a population that didn't have a penis through random mutation over time did eventually produce a fully functioning penis, is that true? Okay. Okay, but the process from no penis to penis that you have now is that functional the whole time in between A and B, or is it partially functional? Is it non-functional and then it's functional, or? Right, but the thing is, if there's different kinds of penises, then you would hold that the penis that we have now is just a temporary penis. Like, is it on its way to being a different penis over time through successive? Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, but from that view, a penis and a vagina did evolve independently through a time frame, right? Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand, is that if random mutation is the mechanism that begins the path, like the critical path toward a functioning thing, like in this case, a penis and a vagina, it sounds like you're saying between A, not having a penis or a vagina, and B, two different organisms having functional penises and vaginas, there's a lot of in between that has to have fully function that's advantageous in between, right? In between the two. Okay, and then okay, so but in the early stages toward the pathway to what we have now as appendages, let's say a quarter of the way through the process, when Jay says a 1/8 of a nub, he's using rhetoric to visualize a penis or a vagina that's not what we see today, but on its way. Does that make sense? I'm talking to Dave. Well, no. Well, Neil, there to begin with is the thing in question. What's there to begin with? Obviously, hold on a second. Hold on, Neil. If I'm asking if there's a point in time, usually I use like liver or something like this. Like if there's a point in time where a population, it's the ancestor of the thing we see today, deep time, back in time, doesn't have these things in full operation, but they have some. I'm talking to Dave, dude. Just let me get the question out to Dave, dude. Okay, he's the one who knows. He's gonna know. You're not gonna know. Okay, so Dave, if it's a case that an early population, let's say it's asexual, starts some process unknown to itself, right? That's going to develop in the future the appendage we call a penis and a vagina. There has to be a moment where that begins, right? That's fair, right? Okay. And if that begins, that means that the process from beginning to end, there has to be a slow, successive sort of building, right, of this appendage. This would be true of anything, like wings or anything, right? Okay. No, I'm talking about humans. Mm-hmm. I understand. Yeah. I understand, but the just granting yourself a proto penis still goes. It's the same question, though. That means that, like, when I ask, how do you get? I usually ask, how do you get a liver from an earlier form that doesn't have what you call a liver? And you say the answer is always the same. It's, well, you have a proto liver. So aren't you just saying right now, Dave, that you're granting yourself a proto liver or proto penis exists, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
That then continues to differentiate and specialize, right? The same thing for eyes, right? If you want to talk about the like you guys in that video that I tore into, you were talking about eyes too, and you're like, how does the eye blah blah blah? With animals alive today, you can see things that have just a bundle of photoreceptors. That's it. Just a couple of molecules in a membrane that are able to interact with photons such that it can sense light is this way and not that way. That's it. And then you can look at eyes in squid and jellyfish and stuff like that. And then you can look at the mammalian eye, all of these different tiers of complexity. So I think that the technique that you try to do is you try to look at a human penis or a human eye and go, what was there before that if there was nothing? And I'm trying to tell you to look at animals that are alive today, like a flatworm penis or, whatever all these things are, to see how much variety there is.
I understand. You're saying that there's variety with what we call penises in the world, and I agree. But simply pointing to variety, the question I'm asking is more so, what's the events that take place that goes from not having that thing to having it. So if you went back to the worm, okay, and you pointed to other things that have penises that are in a different phase of their penisness, then I'm going to say, hold on. I know, but hold on. Let me get the question out.
But that's important though, because that made no sense to me either.
Hold on. I just want to know.
Let me say one thing. I just want to say one thing and respond to what you are actually think you're asking. It's very important that we're not talking about just variety, like, oh, this one's like that, this one. No, I'm talking about gradations of structural and morphological complexity, such that these like iterations that you're looking for, this is them, right? A flatworm penis or something else for these very small animals. It's it's structurally very simple, and that's a clue. It's an indicator as to what can have come before. Something like that can have come before on the way to a mammalian penis.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, I could just highlight one of those things, and if I asked, well, this gradual process toward the types of things we see today in a variety. Just look at the other things we see today, like this flatworm penis has a penis too. But isn't it true that from the evolutionary view, even that flatworm penis had to evolve from something before it that didn't have that current penis to developed, right?
What we're doing is we're identifying this structural, this spectrum of complexity of whatever organ or system, whatever you're talking about, and we're populating it with all these instantiations of more and more complex. And all you're doing is going, oh, there's a gap here, there's a gap here. Now, I'm not a paleontologist, so I'm not a zoologist either. I don't know everything about all the animals that are alive today, and I certainly don't know everything about all the animals that are extinct. But most of those holes are filled in very readily by extinct forms that we are aware of. But I think that the thing that you're probably not grasping, because you want to know, how does this form, right? How does an organism get this appendage, right?
To begin with,
How does embryonic development work mechanistically on the molecular level? Do you know anything about embryonic development?
You mean like the development of an embryo that already posits a population exists?
Sure.
So what you're saying is, do I understand when a male impregnates a female and then there's conception, and that's that?
I didn't say humans. Right?
Okay.
I already told you there's a lot of animals that can reproduce asexually.
Okay. So, but an embryo assumes there's a population that has the embryo, right?
Sure.
Okay.
You want to know about a population that has that we get a new, but don't show a human embryo. I mean, that's fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you want to know about how a new feature evolves, right? You're fixating on the penis.
Well, hold on a second. This is why I wanted to stop you with the embryo. Hold on, let me just ask you. It's a clarifying question. Hold on. The embryo that you're pointing to, because it comes from a previous population, I assume the previous population that the embryo comes from already has these appendages, right?
No, I'm look, you want to know about how new things form, right? So I'm asking you if you know anything about how anything of the morphology of an organism arises at all. What do you know about that process?
What I'm saying is, if you're going to point to an embryo, I would say that the category you're pointing to assumes that there's a population that has parts that already can produce the embryo.
There is a population of organisms.
How does the first
feature forms?
How does that work?
If you know anything about embryonic development, which is where new mutations can express themselves as new functionality, new structures, new things. Do you know anything about that process?
Well, no, I would disagree with that statement.
What do you mean you disagree with that?
Here, I'll tell you how if you let me talk. So during the process of an embryo growing, it's already pre-coded to grow, if it's properly growing, the things that that come from the previous thing. So for instance, when
if that code changes,
hold on a second. Just at the individual level, we're talking now. An embryo is an individual, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So during the process of an embryo growing, right, if you watch it grow, it starts to develop new appendages that's consistent with what it's instructed to do. That's not that's not the same question as whether or not it
is the same question. You just don't understand that because you don't know what gene expression is or what embryo
telling me
is.
what I don't know doesn't actually solve this problem, dude. So you're not engaging with you're not actually engaging with the question because I'm asking you.
I think he is.
No, hold on.
I'm asking you. You're saying that the appendages that develop are due to the genome, the instructions in the genome.
It's instructed
right?
by what it comes from.
The instructions in the genome are different. If they change, if there are mutations, what then? Could the morphology that results also change?
No. Well, sometimes it changes, but if you're referring to an animal not properly forming something, right? Are you including that as a mutation?
No, new functionality, new morphology.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual level, you're observing in this case, an individual embryo in its growth developing a brand new functional appendage.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today. That is the product of millions and millions of years. We're talking about a new feature that is then selected for and enhanced and different, complexifies over time.
Okay, so in the individual level, what's an example of an appendage or some mutation that in the process of the embryo actually growing, it actually produces a functional advantageous appendage?
Webbed feet.
Webbed feet? Is that hold is that a dysfunction or a function?
If you live in the water, it's a function.
Wait. When we have webbed
feet,
on
the land, it would be dysfunction.
Wait. That's arbitrary. Hold on. No, that's totally. Wait a second. That's post hoc. So, like, if someone, hold on. If a population of humans, for whatever reason, were born with webbed feet, how would you determine that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
By if it is an advantage or a disadvantage, nature decides.
Right. If it helps them in nature.
Hold on. That doesn't. Hold on a second.
If the mutation aids the survival of an organism, it is more likely to reproduce, and that function is selected.
Hold on a second. That didn't answer the question.
Jim Bob.
You guys are piling on. You guys are piling. Just
no, I know. Allow it. Let Dave is all I'm saying. I'm not trying to even speak on this. I want to allow Dave to be able to communicate too, because I know you're trying to get your point across. Dave's trying to get his point across. Let's just allow both of you guys.
That's fine.
Let's let it go both ways.
I didn't interrupt. It was Neil. So if it's the case that when I ask the question, I'm asking a methodological question, which is what methodology would you use to determine something like webbed feet within humans happened at the population level, whether or not that'd be an advantage or not? And your answer was we would look to see if it's an advantage.
Because nobody is determining anything. It's called natural selection. Mutations that confer a survival advantage are selected for. It's statistical dynamics. Nobody is deciding anything. If you don't understand that, you don't understand literally the first thing about evolutionary biology. This is what Darwinism explained in the late 19th century.
Okay, so the answer, Dave, then is the answer clearly, if you were to just be really concise about it, is when I ask if a population of humans today suddenly, spontaneously, we're all born, a huge population was born with webbed feet, and I asked, how would we determine whether or not that's advantageous or not? You would just simply say, we wouldn't know. We just don't know.
So there's like 18 things wrong with even the situation that you're talking about. Number one, a population doesn't spontaneously develop a new thing. It's an individual. Okay, so if magic that has fucking nothing to do with science, what's my response?
Wait, Dave, this is
a fucking dumb question.
Dave,
you're too dumb to have this conversation, dude.
Dave,
I'm sorry.
Dave, this makes it even worse for you, by the way.
No, it doesn't, because you are not having this conversation.
Neil, let me talk.
You said
I am letting you talk.
Let me reply to it, you fucking tool. You said if a population magically has webbed feet, well, that's not a thing that happens.
Okay.
Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animals.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right? If you're a weak person or a dumb person, society there's a safety net in place.
How would
so
you
that
know?
We all
wait. Whoa.
What do you mean? How do I know the most basic things that are self-evident?
Whoa. Self-evident now. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let's go.
If there is a weak person, do we just let them die? Do we let a lion eat them and they die? Is that how society works?
Depends where you are. So
it depends where you are. Where is a society? Where is
some people in China actually let people who got hit by cars just die in the street because it's not a utility issue. So, but regardless of that, Dave,
is that the majority
Neil,
of people?
Shut the fuck up,
No,
Neil.
but that matters though. That matters. You're just
you're
pointing to one random
thing. It doesn't matter.
thing.
Let's talk about web feed again. Let's go back to the individual level. If an individual,
not humans.
Why not?
We're talking about other animals.
Okay.
Because we are not participating in natural selection. You fucking idiot.
Wait.
We're talking about, let's go all the way back to
hold on a
the
second.
evolution of
Hold on a
tetrapods,
second. There
right?
are animals.
Webbing versus not webbing.
Hold on. Do we care for animals?
Do you want to talk about evolution?
Oh my God,
or not,
dude! I'm showing a contradiction in your view.
About animals? Dude, what do you mean? Do we care about animals?
No. Do we actively?
What does that mean?
Let me answer the question. Ask the question. If you said humans are no longer participating in natural selection because we have all this advanced technology to take care of us, we also take care of animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's also not talk about cattle. Let's talk about
conservation. No. Hold on. Now you're in a weak spot, okay? Because
dude,
if it's
you wanted
you're
to
gonna
talk
keep
about
dude,
the evolution of various morphological features of animals. This evolution took place hundreds of millions of years ago. If you want to talk about that, the thing that you pretended you wanted to learn about, let's talk about that.
Well,
let's not talk about human society.
What do you want to talk about? I'm trying to get it out.
You wanted to talk about where penises came from.
Okay, you're Spurgeon now. Okay, so if it's the case that you arbitrarily... Neil, shut up, dude.
You're Spurgeon, bro. Look at you.
I'm trying... You can't even see me. So
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Dude, you guys are interrupting. This is crazy. So if it's the case that you determine that natural selection is no longer happening at some level with humans, but it is with other animals, right? I'm asking you. You made that claim, right?
The point is also valid for livestock. So what? Let's talk about wild animals.
Whoa.
Or in other words, all life prior to modern human civilization.
Wait a second.
You keep saying wait a second and cutting him off, but if he did that to you, you'd freak out.
Shut up, Neil.
Let him finish his point, though.
You shut up, dude. You're saying nothing.
Let Jim Bob answer your questions before you stop him.
Wow. You're not saying anything.
Okay.
Hold on, Jim Bob. Hold on.
Okay, Neil.
Okay. Let me just say something real quick.
Okay,
Jim
Neil.
Bob. You keep asking a question, and then as soon as he starts to answer it, you go, "Hold on a second, wait a minute. But what about this?" He never gets to finish the answer to your question.
I apologize.
All right.
You want to learn how new morphology arises. So I'm talking about mutations and embryonic development. Would you like to have that conversation, or do you want to keep shitting your pants about what modern humans are doing?
The reason I'm asking the question about the selective process, if you're saying that having web feet as a mutation that happens in the embryo stage for an individual, if that thing produces web feet, the question I'm going to ask you, regardless if it's human or not, is how would you determine it's an advantage or a mutation that's a disadvantage? How would you determine that?
If it lives longer, if it helps it survive.
Wait, how would you determine that
it swims faster?
Okay, so if humans could swim faster, it doesn't apply.
Stop talking about humans. Stop talking about humans.
Okay. So if one embryo, if one embryo, right? Isn't this more of a Lamarckian view though? Isn't that something you reject?
No, it's not.
Okay,
no, it's not.
Okay, so if an embryo hatches a web feet and otherwise its previous population didn't have web feet, you would determine whether or not that was selected for if it swam faster.
If it confers a survival advantage, the question will always be, if it confers a survival advantage, then it is more likely to stay alive and therefore more likely to reproduce and therefore more likely to pass on that genome to offspring. This is evolutionary biology 101 that you should have learned in middle school. And if you want me to repeat it over and over and over again, I will, but the answer is never going to change.
Okay, so let's just carry this story out. So this individual has web feet and it helps it swim, and therefore it helped it live longer because it swam faster. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, and then it has children, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what part of the process transfers that web foot mutation to its offspring based on selection.
The genome. What do you mean? What process? Do you understand how reproduction works? You understand that the offspring gets its genome from the parents, right?
Yeah, but if it was random, it doesn't verify. It doesn't actually.
The initial mutation was random.
Hold on a second. Is it guaranteed that the offspring will get the web feet?
No, not guaranteed. In sexual reproduction, you have two parents, and you get a chromosome from
another
each.
middle school concept.
Each chromosome. You have it's another middle school question.
No, it's a good question because
I have tutorials on meiosis and
okay,
and stuff
but now you have this view that like if something happens at the individual level, like web feet, and in that lifetime it survived and it did better, it could just be a happy accident that time. But
yes, it could.
But what increases the chances of it passing that same web foot down? Is there anything that increases that chances, or not?
No, not in terms of the randomness of which chromosome from which parent goes into the offspring. No, it's chance.
Okay, so it's just chance.
Which chromosome comes from which parent?
Oh my gosh, Neil.
Yes.
Can I attempt to just add some nuance here? If I'm understanding this right, if it has a better survival chance because it can swim faster, it probably has a better chance to mate because it can get out and find a mate. So it might have a better chance of reproducing.
So most animals reproduce more than one time, right? There are animals that produce thousands of progeny.
Right.
Wait, why would swimming faster enhance the likelihood of finding a mate, Neil?
You really can't imagine that? You can't think of why that would be?
I'm asking you.
Because it can get around better. It can get around and find more mates easier.
If it's dead, it can't mate.
If it can't move around and its legs missing, it's not going to find a mate. If it can swim fast, it's going to find a mate.
Wait. What if the thing that's not swimming has closer proximity to the females?
It got lucky.
Oh, God,
that's a lucky one. It got lucky.
It sounds just post hoc. Like you're just imagining.
There's nothing post hoc. If it survives for longer, it has a better chance of reproducing and will reproduce more.
Okay, so I want to get this, and I don't want to keep you too long because you were on your way out, Dave. I appreciate the time, but if everything is by chance and ultimately accidental. But you're saying the selection process is not accidental. You're saying that things produce from random mutation by chance. It might be the case that it gets passed down. Lucky that thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mutation is random. Natural selection is not.
Okay. So then, would you agree that, from your perspective, that the brain was a process of random mutations produced by random mutations?
Brains in general, and every other organ, and every other aspect of all life ever. Yes.
Okay. So then, and it wasn't developed for any purpose, right?
No, not any inherent purpose, but it serves. It is useful, right? Animals with brains have processing ability, and then especially humans, we have this huge frontal lobe that is capable of all kinds of complex,
I understand, but you would say that your brain has no real purpose, right?
It has no inherent purpose. I use it for the purpose of thinking.
Okay, but it's not made for the purpose of thinking.
There is no God that on purpose made things with the purpose.
I didn't say God. No, God doesn't exist in this hypothetical. I just want you to understand from your view.
Then you would agree that nothing would have any kind of inherent purpose from a higher power. If it's all chance, then there's no inherent purpose to anything other than what proliferates due to conferring a survival advantage.
And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
Okay. Well, thanks for the conversation then.
Happy to do it.
That was great, Jim Bob. I enjoyed you calling on. Thanks for jumping on, man.
No problem. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you. Yeah, that was interesting.
Fascinating. Because I'm right. Well, there's a couple things there that you want to look at. One is, the consistent thing is the penis or anything else developing totally by chance has to maintain chance and develop itself, right? So I could have kept him on and said, listen, about this chance problem. the first penises that you ever see developed by chance, right? Yep. The chance that it develops fully to what we see today is by chance, right? Yep. Totally chance. Totally chance. Now, in the end, he's stuck in a position. You notice how they all started protecting him when he got into a little bit of a pit there. Because the pit was this process of natural selection. He actually came to the arrangement in his head that humans aren't participating in natural selection. And I ask, how do you know that? He says, because we take care of each other and we don't make each other die because of things or whatever. And you're like, wait, we make conservation, basically conservatories for lions and shit. We actually manipulate animals. Like, that was the end of his entire argument from that perspective, because that's why he didn't want to go into it, right? Because think about what we do as humans to manipulate populations. We keep wolves and coyotes down, deer, anything we're looking at, we observe it and we manage their population. Now we kill them, but on behalf of their population existing, we kill them. We kill animals on behalf of them existing. Now, if we didn't do that, Dave would have to say, but no, actually, based on his standard, he has to say no animals are experiencing this selection. No animals are experiencing this selection right now because we help the other animals too. That's a clip, definitely, yeah, because I'm right. Now, I wish my video didn't freeze because that sucks, but at least I could probably transport my current camera onto his. But yeah, that's the end right there. I mean, you can't, the moment you say my brain has no purpose, and I ask, well, why would I listen to a brain that has no purpose? You don't have any purpose of thinking. And he says, because I'm right. And that's really all you need from that guy. So, well, a good thing is that let's do a victory jig. Well, you could victory donate. Yeah, we made that happen, yeah. Now they all, dogpiled. I don't know why Neil's talking. Neil, shut up. Shut up, Neil. Stop saving your buddy. Okay? At least we got lucky. Yeah, we got real lucky. Yep. So that's the thing, is like kind of points to Jay's argument anyway. Jay's argument is simply, look, dude, if everything's just is and just downstream from mechanisms, your own thinking, your own talking, no purpose. There's nothing real to it. Right? His level of smugness, yeah. He started insulting and stuff. It's fine. He knew he was in a bad spot. And, that's a bad spot to be in. I didn't even start, dude. I didn't start with clades. I didn't even get to, other things. The penis thing is just funny, but, you notice how it's, every time it's a proto-penis. How do you get a penis? Well, look at all the other penises. I'm sorry, I know you look at other penises, but I'm looking at how do you get the first penises from a random mutation. Well, it starts with the penis. You need a one-on. I don't think he will after this. Unfortunately, Jason, I don't think he will after this. You have to pay him. He's on hard times, so I think you're going to have to pay him. Oh, well. But, I mean, it's a shame because, that audience won't even know. I mean, luckily, some of you guys were in there, but what's insane is that most of those people won't even know what just happened. They don't even know the problem there. They're in a philosophical problem. But there's a big issue with all sorts of things. The natural selection thing is crazy. These people actually have to say this. They have to say natural selection doesn't happen with humans. How do you determine that? Because we live. Excuse me? What if it's the case that figuring out how to live longer is a disadvantage? How would you know that figuring out how to live longer and not die itself is a disadvantage? You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. That's why I asked him the standard. He's just, because we look and see, we don't die. What? Sometimes animals not dying creates overpopulation, and that's disadvantage to the animal surviving. Overpopulation, not dying. How does he say humans are not evolving? Well, he's saying that natural selection isn't happening, but he has no standard or methodology. He just claims it. But you wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know. And that's his answer. You wouldn't know. You just by looking. Just by looking. But that's the thing, is evolution is all post hoc. You can't know. There's no predictive model for what determines what's selective, what's advantage or not. The webbed feet thing is hilarious, right? They just automatically think having webbed feet automatically means you're going to get mates better. What? How would you know that? That wouldn't work in humans. You have a chick with webbed feet? You think that's going to increase? You think a dude with webbed feet? Now they say, well, no, it's context specific. I mean, webbed feet if you're a swimmer. Well, if I was a human and I wanted to swim faster, they're like, this one mutation creates webbed feet. And I'm like, yeah, but that has to pass down through populations. How do you do that? Well, I mean, it's possible. I mean, they have to mate with another human, another animal too. So then what part of evolution secures the webbed feet? Nothing. Nothing. Well, that's the thing. There's no standard. That's the whole point, right? It's a bigger problem, actually, Kaiser, which I'd love to debate him because it gets into way bigger issues. The bigger issue with natural selection is determined by the environment, but the environment is made of organisms that are subject to natural selection, to the environment. The environment is subject to the environment. Now, that's something that in a future debate, you get them into that trap, that circular trap, and it's meaningless. Totally meaningless. And then they have no standard, right? Because they bring up like natural disasters, right? There are certain things in the world that could take out entire populations of animals, right? From their view, from our view too, potentially. And so how do you parse out, like, what's the threshold between a natural disaster being the environment dictating natural selection and something not that? Like, this is another weakness that I never thought of that I really now know with the exchange with Dave here, is that it's something all of you can run with now that I've tested it out, which is the distinction of where natural selection is and isn't happening has zero epistemic criterion. Zero. It's just a narrative, like, generally speaking, like, animals exist in an environment, and if the environment kills them, then it's natural selection. And if it doesn't, it's not, they're surviving, right? This is what it is. And you go, yeah, but if there's something in the environment that happens and you don't consider it natural selection, by the way, another problem with his view, humans, he says, they're not subject to natural selection because we take care of our own and bypass death somehow, right? That's what he says. We no longer participate in natural selection. We graduated. Okay. Well, the problem with that is that you're still in the world. You are the environment as a human. You are the environment. It's just a bunch of nonsense, dude. That's why he got all frantic. They all got frantic, dude. You saw them pile in like that? They're, freaking... You went easy on that top tart. Yeah. Well, I wanted to give a good showing because if he is open to debating, he saw that I kept my composure. He's the one who called me names, right? That's fine. But I got him to say out loud that his brain has no purpose, and from that view, I have no reason. I'm going to clip the shit out of that. Everyone who hates Dave is going to... I mean, that'll be a... I hope that's a viral thing right there. I'm going to clip that. I'll post that later today, y'all. I got my clip. Professor Dave admits his brain has no purpose. The technology and welfare could also count as factors of natural selection. No way to separate those from humanity and environment. Yeah, and they could be a disadvantage. They could be a massive disadvantage. Totally a disadvantage. In fact, we could argue it's maybe a disadvantage from the evolutionary view. You know what I mean? You take away the consequences of poor choices, and you're saying natural selection doesn't happen from that view. I understand it theoretically from that position, right? I can understand that from that view, but they're not thinking in the long term. They're not thinking in the long term of it. The long term is if you stop your ability to manage crisis, it's like raising spoiled kids in a dome. That might not be advantageous. That might kill everybody, in fact. So Professor Dave is right because he asserts it. Amazing. I can't believe he went for that, but what else could he say? You got him to say no purpose. You got him to spurg. Yeah, he said his own brain doesn't have purpose. Why would I listen to a brain with no purpose? Hilarious. Poor guy. I got cooked. Yeah, you wouldn't even know what that means. How could I get cooked? No, don't delete it. Don't delete it. Let him have it. Let him have his little fun. I got cooked? Right. Because when I asked, how does random mutation... Let's go over it, Zuko. Let's go over it. When I ask, how does random mutation produce a penis from not a penis? He says, do you know that penises exist? Yeah, that's the thing in question. How do you get the penis? He doesn't tell me. Doesn't tell me. Second, he says, selection isn't happening with humans. I asked, how do you know that? He didn't have a reason. He said, we just don't die. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. This is why you guys hate each other. You don't hate us. You hate each other. At least with Christians, we go, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you kind of lost a point there. Or we could work on that. We help each other. You guys hate each other. Dave was so obviously of the guillotine when you were putting him in. Yeah, he was not in a good position, so... They love the science but hate questions. So-called fifth-grade questions shouldn't trigger a full-on Spurgeon attack. Yeah, they're giggling and laughing. Fuck you, Neil. Whatever, dude. Neil doing white knighting, dude, for Dave. Unbelievable. The move to go black and white was a great decision. It was. I still like it so much. He didn't answer anything. No, he just asserted again. I mean, watch it back. Do you understand that there's penises? Yeah. Yeah. How did you get them? There has to be a process between nubby nub and fully functioning penis. Do you know there's other penises? Yes. I do. Lions unalive each other, still evolving, right? Humans unalive each other, not evolving. No purpose means no survival aiming evolution. That's right. Well, everything. Look, from that view, this is why I got him on the brain. I could have got him more technically on like livers and stuff, but if he was going to bite the bullet on that really early, go right to the brain. You could go to hearts, livers, lungs, and say, is there such thing as a dysfunctional lung? You say, oh yeah, there's a dysfunctional lung. Because webbed feet, we would say that's a dysfunction if it doesn't meet or match the previous population it came from. Now notice that's another wiggly worm move he tried to make, right? I go, how does a penis grow from not a penis, right? He goes, are you aware of what the embryonic process is? Oh yeah, you mean when sex happens and the growth of the offspring from conception? You mean that? Yeah, that. Yeah, that's totally informed by the existing population that had sex. It's going to mimic sort of take half, and mimic, right? Synthesize. It's going to synthesize between the parents. And all of its traits are going to be matched largely with the parents. But he's saying, well, no, in that process, there's a mutation that happens that creates a webbing. Okay? Is that an advantage? Do you keep that? The changing of an entire population with a new appendage came from one family? That's what he was arguing. One family. One little slip up with the mutation with one family produced all of this other stuff. Now they have a new Luca. They have a brand new Luca every time there's a mutation, honestly. They really don't know what they're talking about. If you have any more penis questions, ask Matt Dillahunt. He's an expert. A face only a hammer could love. Just saw 3 of them at once with only 2 arms. No purpose to arms, no purpose to minds, no purpose to brains. But that's a massive win for me. Like, I couldn't ask for a better layup to get freaking Dave to admit that his own brain has no purpose. Beautiful. Gotta say, I'm real happy with that one. The Dave destroyed dowry. You guys, I got the Dave destroyed dowry up. Make sure you fill it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is an interesting comment. Faith is a law related to breathing. The first element necessary for strong faith is air. And what is air? The brain's memory is connected to breathing. This is a scientific statement. I would say yeah. And when it fails that purpose, we die. Very entertaining. I think so. That was perfect. They had him, they basically got him in a cage for me. It's better than a debate, actually. Yeah, he's very dislikable. Very dislikable. Yeah, that was bad for him. He said he doesn't happen in humans, but when science says it does. Yeah, I'm going to do that'll be a little clip fest right there for sure. I'm going to get that out there. Because there's a lot of people who don't like him. Even scientismos who think he's such a dickhead. Zuko, let me ask you if you agree with Dave. Does your brain have any purpose? I have a flatworm peen. I swear I'm evolving. Great. Thank you, Unhip Bone. Appreciate you. He's a teacher's assistant? Yeah. I feel bad for him. I don't really feel bad for him. He's so defensive. You don't like him, but he was right in this debate. Right about what, dude? How could you even come to that conclusion? Do you even know what he said? I bet you can't even recite a single position. I bet you can't. Not even a little bit. He's right about what? You think he's right that from the evolutionary view, he can know that humans are no longer subject to natural selection? Tell me that. You guys are just so full of shit. Really. You're so full of it. Is he right that your brain has no purpose? Baumwitz? Bergstein? I think you're trolling. Baumwitz Bergstein.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
He's trolling. There's no way the guy with that name isn't trolling. I don't even think that's held belief in his field. I don't even know if that's true. Letting the ladies know that I have web feet. Let me see. Yes, humans are still subject to natural selection. Despite the technological and medical advancements reducing traditional mortality pressures, modern cultural and environmental shifts create new selective pressures that alter the frequency of genetic traits in populations. Wow. That's not good. I think so. I think so. I think so. Wait, would a physicalist have to say memories are literal time travel? But then again, how do they account for evaluating? I've never actually asked that, but no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't say it's time travel. That's right, Dave just made it the fuck up. Just made it up. Made it up. Please no further. Yeah, there's not much more there, honestly. There's not much more. I wish there was a little, like I could have stayed on longer, but getting that soundbite from him was like, ooh, nice. Nice. You just don't understand, and you're just a fucking fool, and you're just an idiot, but my brain has no purpose. I think so. Yeah, I got him pretty good there. That's why his friends were chiming in, dude. They were like, what? Whoa, guys, wait. Whoa. Does Jim think he did well? Well, yeah, getting someone to admit that their brain has no purpose and there's no reason to listen to that person, great. Yeah, Culture Cats. Or the fact that, when you ask, wait, how did you determine, right? Culture Cats, do me a favor, buddy. Go look up from your own dogmatic priesthood whether or not humans are subject to natural selection according to evolution right now. See, you guys hate each other. Atheists and secularists hate each other because they don't correct each other. They don't go, you know what? He got that wrong. I don't know why he said that. You never do it. Okay? You never do it. Not only did he say something wrong from his own view, there are examples. Health and disease, predisposition to disease and death. High altitude living, low altitude living. Right? Testosterone. Sterility, right? Low sterility. Compare the sterility, how viable sperm was today and how much versus when they could first test it, right? You don't know what you're talking about, Culture Cats. You guys aren't honest with each other. That's the problem. You guys hate each other. You don't admit when your own kind, your own cult says something totally wrong. He also didn't give me an example. He made a positive claim that this is how we know we're not subject to natural selection. Not only what he said was false, but he doesn't even have a standard for determining whether or not something's subject to natural selection. All you guys do is lie, man. Lie. Survival is based on an arbitrary time frame. This undercuts any value it has. So it really, all they're saying is this thing exists here because it hasn't died. Yeah, and all things die. So what's their standard? They live until they have sex? Okay, well, why do they need to live after that? They just keep shifting what it is as the goal, right? Oh, it's they live on. No, they don't. They all die. All of us die. Okay, well, they pass on their DNA. Okay, you could do that and die. Why would a life form evolve from asexual to sexual? We didn't even get into that, but that's one of my favorite cross-examinations right there. Why do I refuse to debate you? Because you introduced a topic that we weren't talking about, and you totally avoided the evolution topic. And here you are, still in my chat, putz. still in my chat, coping about evolution. And yet you won't debate me on evolution. Here you are, arguing for evolution, right? In the chat. Such a slippery worm, you. I think you're evolving right now. Why are we still talking? Why are you in the chat, Culture Cats? Can't hear anything? You got to reboot. Culture Cats. I mean, if Dave can't defend evolution, his daddy, Culture Cats, how are you going to? You can't. He is. He's running. He's like, yeah, but I'll debate creationism. How do you debate creationism? Hassan Grifter. What's the grift? Do you even know what a grift is, Hassan? Hanson? Any of you dum-dums want to call in? Like, you know, obviously that didn't go well for your guy, right? So, I mean, you're welcome if you want. You're totally welcome to try to defend evolution again. It's like whack-a-mole for me. He called me a science guy. Yeah, well, he can only call us names. I mean, that's it. He's the one denying science. He's the one who just said humans aren't subject to natural selection, and yet, under his own doctrine, of course, that's happening still. That's his doctrine, not mine. They will never admit that evolutionary theory is at best evolutionary hypothesis or hunch. Yeah, hunch. It can't ever become a theory. Nope. Dude, denying science. Dude, if it came up to science, oh man, that would be fun. I would run him through a meat grinder. Meat grinder. He wouldn't even know where he's doing science and where he's not doing science. Meat grinder. I'm actually surprised he bit down on the individual, because so many people I've debated say evolution happens at the population level. And he was like, no, the mutation happens at an individual, and you get web feet Sally. And web feet Sally, somehow without their knowledge, actualizes their appendage that they're not coded to use in their life. And then he took a Lamarckian view, which is really bizarre. The Lamarckian view is that the individual who's subject to this mutation, who has a realized appendage, in this case web feet or something, can't believe he went with web feet, that their lifetime demonstrated success and is selected for. That is to say, the next iteration carries forth this accidental mutation at the individual level, accidental webbed feet. Well, no, if the population it came from overwhelmingly produces and is coded to produce not web feet, then you're basically saying, well, each iteration of evolution actually goes against all of the pre-existing information that supports the survival. It goes against it. Culture Cats, he won't call in, dude. He's one of the biggest cowards I've actually. At least Dave talked to me. Yeah, I'll give Dave credit. He talked to me. The Culture Cats is the worst, man. He's so afraid of me. I don't know why you're afraid of me, dude. I'll match your link. I mean, I'll match your. Sorry, I read the link. I'll match your energy, dude. No, I'm not claiming, dude. I'm using your claims. How are you this dumb? I'm not making claims. I'm reciting the claims that have been made to me. Do you know the difference, dum-dum? My argument has always been you can't really have mutations at the population level. That would be to say a random mutation that happens at one individual level also uniquely by chance happen at a larger level and produce the same unique thing? I would say no. I would say mutation could only be observed. That if you're looking at individuals, you're looking at individuals. And if you look at enough individuals, then it's still a collection of individuals. It's the total opposite, dude. You don't even know my position, dude. You're horrid. You're horrid. You're so ignorant. It's like you're not even interested. Hey, Jim Bob, what is it you actually think? You know what I mean? Like, you're not like, hey, Jim Bob, all you do is say things that I don't believe, and then you hit laugh emojis, dude. You need a wedgie. I mean, you guys deserve to be taken over by Africa. You deserve it. Your whole country deserves to be taken over, dude. If they're all like you, screw you guys. Take it. You guys deserve Islam, culture cats. People like you deserve it. Hope it consumes everything you love. Cricket and everything. Soccer, bye-bye. Beer, see you later. I'm disappointed in you. I am disappointed in you. Look, I use dark humor. Forgive me. It's kind of true, though. Islam is evolutionary beneficial. Yeah. Well, there's a whole other theory, right, about like crisis, introducing crisis to evolution. So it's like, what's that? What do you call that? Introducing crisis to evolution. Yeah, you felt that? Yeah, I know. It's real, dude. It's real. It's a real deal. It's not even, I mean, I made a joke of it, but it's actually not funny. It's real. He's all, I'm losing my nation and my entire heritage in the fountain of decency in Europe, but at least I own flat earthers. By the way, I think Muslims might be flat earthers, dude. That's the irony, dude. Why is Jim ignoring my debate call out? I offered you a debate first. Who offered you a debate first? I did. You sneaky little mangy cat. You really disgust me, honestly. Lord have mercy. Everyone saw it, dude. Everyone saw me challenge you directly to debate I challenged you to a debate over 3 days, aggressively. You didn't say anything. You then reviewed something on evolution, which made me even more thirsty to debate you. And guess what you did? You totally shifted the topic altogether, dude. Way to project. I can back my viewpoint. Do it all the time. That's not what we were discussing, though. It's pathetic. Hey, Jim Bob, have you seen Fallout? Yes. It shows some mutations and a bunch of other interesting things. You might find it useful how these people think. Oh, yeah. They think, Kelly, in terms of, it's really Marvel and Hinduism. Like the atheists think that they're so advanced in their thinking. They think they're so non-religious. They think they're so not fantasy-based. And yet they're an iteration of Hinduism mixed with maybe some like escape the world Gnosticism. Too scared to back my worldview? No, I'm not afraid to back my worldview, dude. I debate all the time. You have no integrity. You're a worm, and you deserve Islam. Back to your worldview. I was debating evolution, dude. All you're doing is just derailing, man. You're derailing, bro. Total derail, man. It's bad. Bad news. Really bad news. I don't even think you know what a worldview is, Culture Cats. I don't even think you know. You wiggly worm. Tapeworm people. I think we have someone in the Discord though, so that'll be good. Here, let me get this up. Zoom. What am I doing? Who am I? What have I done? What am I doing? What have I done? All right. Let's see what we got here, shall we? Hello? On mute, dude.
Hello, hello.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Are you there? Anybody? Is there anybody out there? Anybody? You're here. Anyone? Any one of you two? Oppositional? Matheos.
Yeah, man.
Junior. Which are you? Any of you guys oppositional?
No, I'm Orthodox.
Okay, cool.
I can hear.
Junior? Junior, are you oppositional?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me or not? Yes or no?
We can hear you.
Hello.
He seems to not
Are
be
you
able
able
to
to hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? You gotta click your earphones. Or
Hello. Can you hear me?
yes. All right. He doesn't know to drop down and come back up.
Hold on a second.
Bastard. That makes sense,
For some reason
Jason.
I can't hear anyone.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Junior? Hey, Junior.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Junior.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Junior. Junior.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are
doing?
you? I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah. So, actually, not opposition, by the way.
Oh.
So I don't know if you only want to talk to evolutionists. I'm
Pretty
actually
much.
a creationist.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I
So
did.
just wanted to.
Yeah. Well, thanks for showing up. I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
just wanted to.
Just say hi.
Yeah, basically, yeah, like before, how can I say? I was agnostic before, and after I looked into the evidence, I became a creationist because the
Nice.
evidence is really powerful, let's just say.
Well, when did you ever believe that you evolved from pond scum?
Well, unfortunately, because I wasn't really interested in looking at this stuff before, I kind of just believed what the majority said.
Sure.
But I always knew there was some kind of force beyond, some intelligence beyond. But because everyone was like, evolution is true, I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
But when I looked into it, I was like, no, this is not
Yeah.
adding up at all empirically.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I remember being a pro-evolution proponent for about 10 years. I remember visiting back home and trying to convince my dad that he was a fish.
Oh boy.
Didn't work.
But yeah,
Anyway.
like hey, so much, man. Honestly, so much. But like debate stuff, I got
Mhm.
into debating stuff as well because yeah, like they really can't defend that position at all with the evidence. You know, it's really assumption based, really weak.
It is. Yeah, there's a lot there. And I don't know if you just saw that exchange with Dave, but I couldn't ask for a better exchange with that guy.
Oh yeah, I watch your stuff. Yeah. really great.
Um,
And yeah, just to, can I share real quick something really cool evidence-wise? Or
sure.
Yeah, so basically, I did some research on like mutation rates, right? Like mitochondria and all that.
Mhm.
And there's actually a paper that has shown that when you look at the COI, by the way, is like a region in the mitochondria, a very specific region, which
Yeah.
is perfect for determining different kinds of species because it mutates just at the right rate, right? It's not too quickly and it's not too slow. So just the right amount of mutations that you can actually see mutations in the COI between different species and within species as well. So it's really incredible for doing calculations, right? Like a common ancestor of different kinds of animals calculations. And they all have about the same average low amount of mutation, all of them, like 30 to 60, all animals. So the only logical conclusion, all animals, of 30 to 6 mutation, exactly the same number of mutation on the COI. The only logical conclusion is that something happened to them, some kind of catastrophe happened to them that reset the clock, if you know what I mean, some kind of genetic bottleneck that reset the clock at the same time. Because they can't say, natural selection happened to this one, something else happened to that one. Sure, but the end result is the same amount of mutations in all animals, so it becomes absurd real quick. It defies logic basically.
Yep.
To propose anything else than a catastrophe that happened to these animals at the same time. And do we have empirical calculations? Yeah, we actually do. And the few that we have, by the way, we know something happened based on empirical evidence. We know something happened to all animals at the same time. That only a few animals of each kind survived. Now we just need to know when. So we really only need to know one animal, like one empirical data from one animal, and then we can extrapolate to all of them. That's logically sound, basically. And we don't have one, we have a few. And guess what? They land 4,500 years ago. It's amazing how it just coincides with what scripture says. And this is empirical. I'm not using the Bible, by the way.
Yeah.
This is literally just data. It's amazing, really.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, we're trying to get some opposition, but that's cool. Yeah, I looked into rates and stuff, and I think Vox Day released another massive book on it or whatever. But it's all very interesting once you get to it. Because I look at rates too. Like something I found in a scientific paper was how long it would take for just 2 regulatory genes for flies to mutate. And it was like some thousands of years, right? 100,000 years. And then they did it for humans.
Yeah.
And it was like millions. And then it was like, but that's assuming that the humans and the flies are still humans and flies. They don't change their nature or anything. They just, right? But then I was like, well, they simultaneously believe that the land animal, the Pakicetus, in 15 million years transitioned into a whale. Now, talking about the types of mutations required, right? Not just 2 regulatory genes, but like the types of mutations required and how many thousands under their view for that to happen. And they're like, yeah, no, at 15 million years it happened.
Yeah, exactly. And just one last thing real quick, sorry, because I know you want to talk to evolutionists.
Yeah.
I've also looked, they keep saying, yeah, the guy on the chat saying that I'm Brazilian. Yeah, you're correct. Anyway, so I looked at because they keep saying natural selection, the mutations have to fix in a population and then it changes to something else, But there's actually so much evidence to what evolutionists are now calling contemporary evolution. Why? Because in a few generations, we are already seeing change. Like evolution cannot explain this. We observing these things. In a few, Darwin's finches. Guess what? 3 generations, they already observed the beak changing. These things don't take deep time at all. So
Yeah.
this is actually great evidence that it's built-in information.
Built-in,
Because
yeah.
as soon as something happens in the environment that changes, that's it. The DNA already activates, and in a few generations, you're already seeing these changes.
Yeah.
So guys, these things don't take long at all. But how can you get so many kinds of dogs from Noah's Ark and to today? Guess what? We have evidence that these things happen real quick.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and then and I guess and also you never get like through the finches or anything else, even bacteria, you never get a new classification of an organism. It's always changes to the existing one. And this is their biggest Achilles heel, which they don't want to talk about. They just extrapolate and say, well, look, if it changes at the micro level, you know, if finches could change that much in the short period of time, just imagine the whales that they could become. It's like, no, that's a logical leap. That's actually a type of fallacy. That's saying what's true of the part must be true of the whole. That changes happen at the part level. In this case, an individual, that's a species. These changes must be true of the whole species, the whole category that is. So a bird is with enough time, a bird's not a bird. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's completely insane. So anyway, I'm still waiting for opposition. I'm going to hop off Discord for now and jump back on.
Can I ask a quick, tiny clarifying question? It's Ephraim, by the way.
Yeah, what's up,
So I've been listening. Hello, greetings from my Amazon van. I've been listening to you for the last 2 hours. Anyway, I heard you when you were on Neil's channel. Yeah, Gnostic Informant.
Yeah.
And the guy you're talking, the guy that you're talking to, Dave. He mentioned because he said the thing. Well, look at all the different penises out there. Like we grant that there's tons of different penises from whale to dolphin to dog to cat to human to whatever. But then he said the thing about the flatworm, and I'm like thinking, so is he saying that the flatworm penis is essentially the
proto-penis?
Yeah. Eventually, the proto-penis, because so does that mean if we allow the current existing flatworms another 15 million years or whatever, then there'll be a new group of human beings that evolved from those flatworms 15 million years from now? Is that effectively what he's trying to get us to agree to, or no?
I don't think so. I don't think he'd say that, and he'd probably call you a moron because that's all he seems to do. He would say, well, no, I'm pointing to the fact that there's such a variety of penises that they're all indications of penises in different phases, which I would conclude the same thing as you. I think the entailment would be, okay, if it's in a phase, how would you know, like, the directionality of all these different penises, including whales? They have to come from a common ancestor with a penis. But the question still stands that I posited, which wasn't answered, which is, how do you get that first one? How do you get that first one? Well, we have to start with one. I'm not, you got to at least let me start with a penis, and then I'll tell you how it changes. It's like, no, random mutation needs to produce the first flatworm penis now, okay? Just granting yourself that doesn't tell me the process at all, and that's why that you got the reaction that we got, honestly.
Could I ask?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
A quick question about like a line of argumentation I want to use, but I want to get your opinion based on like your experience with debates.
Okay.
I always wonder, it's like, what changes fast? The organism in the environment or the environment that it's adapting to? Would that be a good argument to go down?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, the question itself, regardless of speed, you have to get them first to clamp down on their position that the changes that happen in an organism are tied to whether or not they maintain as organisms and those traits continue is tied to the environment. But the thing is, like, from that view, for something to be produced over 5 million years, that's like super effective. If it's relative to the environment itself has to stay the same. So they have an added variable, right? So it decreases the likelihood even more mathematically, because now it's relational to the environment. But that's the other thing I was talking about early in the stream is the environment is what? Just like they say reality, reality's out there. And you go, what's reality? They have to say it's a set of particulars. Well, the same is true when they talk about the environment. They introduce the environment like it's some character in a trench coat that decides who's going to live or die, like an executioner. But the thing is, from their view, the environment is actually mostly composed of other living animals. And so the animals themselves are the environment, which becomes incoherent when you say, what lives and dies is determined by sexual selection or natural selection. You say, what's that? And you go, the environment dictates. And you say, the environment is made of animals, right? So the environment, the animals dictate animals or natural selection. Everything that's subject to natural selection is also itself the environment. The environment is also the animals. Like, they have a swappable category here where they go, well, yeah, they'll probably say, no, it's both. But then you go, well, what about natural events, disasters, floods? Where do you include that in the natural selection process or not? And they go, well, I don't know, maybe not, right? It happens so fast, right? How could you blame them for dying, kind of thing? It's like, well, no, you can't just arbitrarily introduce what parts of the environment you consider applicable to natural selection and remove other ones because you have no standard for it. There's no criterion for it.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway,
I think that would also I think you saying that kind of leads into a second question where it's like, does the rate of change between the two animals like in their own paradigm where it's like, say one
the rate of
animal adapts quicker than the other one, then wouldn't the adaptation that the other animal is going through is now?
Yeah, they don't have a standard rate of speciation. So they wouldn't, like, if they were honest, they would just say, we don't know. But they're really bad at saying that because they feel like it's a weak position. How would you know, how do you know web feet for any individual that's born with web feet is an advantage or not? How would you know that? If you need over time, over time to know that. Well, how would you know that? Well, we just know if they died or not. Well, what are you talking about? Things die. All of things die. Everything dies. At what point do they die? Is it they died as teenagers? Did they die as an old man? Like, what are you talking about if they die? All animals die. So insane.
Isn't there a pretty strong argument to be made with if the animal is constantly in a state of flux and the environment is in a state of flux?
Mm-hmm.
How does the animal know to adapt to an environment that's always in a state of flux?
Yeah, they would say, well, it doesn't know it. It's random and it's a luck of the draw. It just happens to be the case that it survived in reference to this environment. But then you're like, okay, well, then you have to admit that the chance problem that you have, the mathematical problem, just increased more. They have to admit that because the more variables you include where favorable outcomes are not as favorable, like mathematically, that just decreases the likelihood chance. So the irony is that they really, from their own mathematical perspective, a miracle, something that's like mathematically nearly impossible, their entire paradigm at every scale, every level is mathematically impossible. And they're just like, yeah, but with enough time, it's mathematically more possible. And you're like, no, it's not actually. It's not.
Time is the hero.
Yeah. The
you
time.
know what was funny?
Yeah.
After you left their stream, they started coping.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
And dude, one person was trying to make fun of God and then brought up karma. It was the funniest shit ever. My bad, American. I didn't
karma. That's why karma. Nacho. Hey, Nacho, what's going on, Nacho?
What's up, dude? Long time no see.
What's up?
I was gonna ask you because I was debating somebody the other day on this, just like briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard you do this philosophically. I went like a secular approach. I just tried to use like the problems with radiocarbon dating and stuff.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Like needing to know the age of the first thing. I went with like the rate of error and the range of like the or like the I guess the rate
margin
of error is the best way to put it.
Margin of error.
Yeah, went to like the Bayesian methodology and the Bayesian analysis
mm-hmm.
And radiocarbon dating and how it can fluctuate like in huge ranges if you're actually looking at the data that they actually get from the testing before they use the Bayesian analysis to like narrow it down to whatever they need it to be. But I've heard you do it philosophically, and I was gonna.
Yeah. That route is pretty good too because I ask a similar question. I just simply ask, how do you determine the margin of error to begin with? And they go, well, we do this other test. And you go, how do you? It's endless. How do you know the margin of error of that? And they try to use examples in the here now. The last caller the other day brought in dogs, right? They were like, well, what does it say, Jim Bob, if one of these people can take potassium of an animal and determine that it died 7 days ago, and lo and behold, it's verified? And I go, did you notice the last part of that statement? It's verified, right? You have access to the dog and when it died to know the accuracy of your test results, right? They go, yeah. And I go, well, you don't have that. You don't have that for things like the age of the Earth, which this is where the philosophical angle comes in. Douchebag Dave there, he says, well, we know for sure, we know we can figure out the age of the Earth. And you simply ask him a question. You say, is the Earth made of matter that precedes its shape? And he's done. It's over right there, because he has to say yes, because he has a origin story for the Earth that through some process comes together through evolution in like a lint ball and eventually becomes itself. Well, the matter that he's using to date precedes the Earth itself as a thing. So which matter how old is matter? It's like, so it's such a funny question. Like, you can't tell me how old matter is when it comes to taking up a piece of the Earth from a paradigm that says there's an arbitrary moment when the Earth becomes the Earth. When is that? Is it when it's a fiery ball? Is it when water is finally delivered through the comets? Like, when is the Earth given its birth name, so to speak, right? And they can't answer this question because the age of something, even if it's a flute, is made up of something that's not the flute. The flute's made of something that has to be an age that's older than the construction of the flute, and the same problem with the Earth. It's all completely arbitrary, and it comes down to, oh, well, we actually can't. We can't know. That's the true answer. You can't know. You can't know that. But they don't want to say that.
I think I heard the tail end of that with the potassium and stuff.
Yeah.
And the guy was talking about, then he moved on to like uranium maybe,
yeah.
or maybe that was another person.
Mm-hmm.
But he was trying to explain the age. That makes more sense because he was trying to explain the age or how we get it, and he was just saying, well, day by day we see the ratio change of the
actually
delay or whatever. But it's like, well, that's we still don't have access to like the complete.
No, we don't have access
when it changes from, because no one's going to be alive for 26,000 years or 50,000 years or whatever it is that the supposed age is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. But yeah, if I may say just real quick, the reality is that they don't actually know where uranium. They love to say, "Oh, look at the ratio," and we know the assumptions that goes behind it anyway. But the actual uranium itself, they have heavy elements itself, potassium and so on. They don't even know where it came from because the data is against their own evolutionary view that uranium, came from reaction from stars, and then it came to Earth, because where do we find uranium on Earth? We only find on the continents the most amount of uranium, and only on the continental crust, not even the center of the Earth, only on the continental crust. That already destroys the evolutionary view of uranium slowly building Earth as a sphere, getting bigger. The data already destroyed. There's a guy called Carpentieri. He published many papers showing that when you crush a rock, you actually create transmutation, nuclear transmutation. What's transmutation? Basically, you have an element and you can split that element, right? It becomes other elements because of the power and the shock involved in the whole process. And he found evidence of transmutation when you crush rocks. We have an explanation for the creation of uranium with the worldwide flood. If you crush a rock and you create heavy elements, right, you're going to create transmutations. We have an explanation for that. They don't have. I even have a quote from a secular scientist say, we're actually not sure if uranium actually came from stars or not. I actually got a quote of them saying this. So we can explain perfectly. Where uranium even came from to begin with.
Yeah, well, the initial...
another thing. You do this with the carbon dating. Another thing you do with the carbon dating I've heard before, but I don't think I caught the whole thing on that one either, was you were talking about the age of things, how they date the rock based off of the life that's in it, or something like this. You know what I'm talking about? Is that
they base it on the decay rate.
Pointing it out and to the guy, you were like pointing out, well, how do you know? Like, you're telling me that the age of the rock is this based off this things that were found in it. So then how are you, like, how do you know how old the thing that was found in it was or something like that?
Right. Yeah, and that's a distinction is like something that a rock is made of something, and whatever element you pull from, you're going to have to then make a claim about that particular element to give some general sort of like estimate of the age of something. But you can't, but for anything that comes from space, they can't actually verify. How can you possibly verify the age of something? Now, even locally, we have things like volcanoes, which for most of these tests, they essentially virtually reset the age of the thing by becoming molten and then hardening again. So it's like, imagine all the resetting process from their own view of the Earth, where there's molten lava and there's an eruption and there's a molten core and there's an eruption. And it's like this constant cascade of things becoming molten and literally resetting the age from their view of the item itself. And they're like, well, yeah, that actually happens. I got a number of people to concede with that, but that they don't seem to think it's any problem, So it's like, okay, well, it sounds like you have an arbitrary extrapolation model for aging, but you have no example of how you could determine the veracity of the test against the outcome. But you can do that locally with a dog, right? And so they're like, oh, well, we did it with a dog. The only reason that works, it's the same argument. The only reason paternity tests work is because you have access to the person that you're testing it against. That's the whole point. Imagine a paternity test on freaking one of those like Jerry Springer shows, but the dad wasn't accessible. There would never be a reveal, right? It's like, that's how they do it. They're like, well, you believe in paternity tests, Jim Bob, so why don't you believe in common ancestry? You're like, well, first of all, that's a different meanings of the word related from your own view, but certainly the paternity test to determine whether or not you're related to someone to the extent of genetics, you need access to the person. You actually need access to their body and their blood. So you don't have that at like, Luca. What the hell's Luca? It's insane. Jason, that's hilarious. Jason just offered Culture Cats $1,000 to debate me on evolution right now, and he actually refused. Culture Cats actually refused.
Yeah, I was just coming on here to talk to you. This guy's such a
He's such a
pussy.
He is. He
refused.
But
he's really pay me some money first, and now I'm like, well, no, that's not how it works. I asked you to go on there, debate him, and then I'll pay you.
Yeah.
And then there's other people in the chat saying like, no, we know Jason, like he's good for it. Like trying to tell him, like, dude, just do it. It's an easy $1,000. I mean, you don't have to win the debate. I don't care. Just go on here and debate.
Yeah.
But he still won't do it.
That makes him probably even scared.
He could have came on here and said, you know what, and just fucking lie the whole time. And you say like, yo, you know what, Jim Bob, you know what, I do agree with you. You're absolutely right. Blah blah blah. And here's $1,000 right there.
He could have. Yep.
Fucking idiot.
I know. Yep. I know. Well, that probably made him way more nervous. Honestly, he's like, oh my gosh, stakes are high now. Now what do I do? What? This is what we do.
They're all the same, dude. I offered Wick like a $10,000. I would have paid him $10,000 if he would have fought Andrew Wilson, and he refused.
Yeah, well, that's actually funny.
Damn, bro.
10? Oh, dude, I would have. You know what? If I were Wick, I could take a couple of punches from Andrew for 10 grand.
Shit.
That's pretty good, actually. That's
Shit,
really
bro.
good.
I could pretend to be an evolutionist if you want to pay me the 10,000. Like, what are you talking about right now?
No, it doesn't produce the same outcome, unfortunately.
I'm like, he could have came on here and just like defend his position as much as you wanted, and then just eventually say, hey, you know what, Jim Bob, you're right. I believe I don't agree anymore. I agree with you, and completely lie about it. And I would have paid him $1,000.
Yeah. Well, he's a scaredy cats. That's why we call him scaredy cats, Jason. One day.
Well, that's the thing with the ego, right?
Yeah.
The ego is holding him back.
Yep. Because, I mean, he can't.
Well, that's one thing I like about having some money is like, eventually you can always get somebody and like, you know what, I'll just pay you this money. And we'll see if they can actually, stand. And I've yet to find any of them that are actually willing to do it. But
yeah. I think introducing money into that debate world is actually a decent idea, just the same way you do with like fights. Like if you can get them to do it. Like I remember early on with that the word war debate or whatever. Early on, there was some money floating around for people. I mean, even Steven Crowder offered, I think, who was it? Candace Owens, maybe? Not that she needs 30 grand, but dude offered 30 grand for a debate to someone. Like that's an hour. That's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? And she said, obviously she said no, but anyway. Katz is real quiet. Yeah, he's real quiet. Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, we tried.
Dude,
Thanks
in
for
Vision, they got
what?
They got silent when you joined in. There was like 5 minutes of just pure tension when they were like, "Oh, Jim Bob's coming on." That was the funniest shit ever.
Oh yeah, they were like, "No, he can have the
switch.
They were like, "You can have the link. You can have the link." And I was like, "Okay." Yeah, I'm gonna get a nice.
Like they were so bold talking to themselves, but then once the actual person they're talking about joins in, it was like, wow, that's very revealing.
Yeah, well, I got the clip I needed, so that's good. And there's enough people who despise that Dave guy to share it, so I'm pretty happy. I'm gonna actually download the stream today and get that out there with a nice funny JPEG of him. So that should be fun.
Neil wasn't being a very good moderator, Jim.
Oh, Neil sucked, dude. He was being a little bitch about that, man. Interrupting me, trying to police, trying to save the day. Oh, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Dude, he felt like the Protestant trying to jump in the Catholic versus Orthodox debate. It was like, you are the little brother here. Please stop talking.
Yeah. You're like on Tim Pool. That was funny, yeah. You're like, but guys. Anyway, well, I mean, it looks like he doesn't want to do it. I'm going to drop down from Discord. Thanks you all for jumping on, and we'll bring it back another time. Yeah, no problem, dude. God bless you all. Oh, man. Oh, cats. Cats. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing, cats? What are you doing? You dum-dum. You're a real dum-dum. They'll take down the stream. I don't know about that. I think they actually thought they did well there. That's what I think. I think they thought they did well. I hope Jay reviews that. If he goes live, I'm gonna tell him try to get him the time code for that. Bad news. No, it's still up. 2 hours and 24. Jay Dyer gets completely exposed. Oh boy. Not good, guys. Alrighty. Well, let's do a power haul. Let's get 10 chats in 14 minutes real quick. And we'll figure out how to continue your guys' day, okay? Really creepy that Guthrie chick got ransomed. That's crazy. I can't believe people can be ransomed at this point, honestly. I'm surprised. Given the technology, it's kind of bizarre to me that can happen. Like how easy it is to track people down, find out where people make transactions, even buying food or whatever else is involved. They can't find this lady. It's sort of sketchy, honestly, don't you think? It's a little bit sketch. Puss in Boots. Yeah, Puss in Boots. Unbelievable. How do you turn a $10,000? I think it was $1,000. Well, this is where we're at. We've got such cowards. Dude, Culture Cats, my invitation to you was first. Okay? If you want to debate whether or not a Christian worldview is more coherent than a naturalist one, fine. But the question is, evolution was the topic, dude. Evolution was the topic. And you've been real mouthy for a week. Making fun of me, calling me an idiot, telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. And then I go, okay, cool. If I don't know what I'm talking about, why don't we set up a debate about evolution? And yet, what did you do? You ran like a little mangy cat. You're a mangy little cat. I challenged you first. And now you're trying to you should be a journalist, dude. You act like a journalist. You're just a dingleberry, dude. Unbelievable. I don't know what he's scared of. I'm actually one of the nicer, sort of easygoing, laughy, lucky, happy, have a beer. They're cowards, I know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. These people are so stupid. They're so dumb. They don't know anything. Okay? Jump on and debate it. No. I don't want to. I shit my skivvies. I've got a skid mark. Lucky go happy. Give us a smile. How young? He's probably 43. Probably my age. At least. He's scared of the backlash. Yeah. He's going to know all of the... I'm going to put him in a paper shredder. That's why. Now he wants to debate you. That's hilarious. Dude. Oh, my gosh. Hey, Jim Bob, I know you probably did it like 100 times at this point, but could you please explain how universal concepts such as truth, logic, and math imply existence of God? Yes. Let's look at truth itself and logic. Let's say logic. Logic is universal, conceptual, and objective. Okay? Concepts require some grounding, and what we know about concepts is they're mind-dependent. They're grounded in a mind. They have to be. But human beings are particulars. We can't ground logic because we're dependent on the universe. We're dependent on our parents existing and their parents existing. We depend on temporality to exist. And so because temporality, time, space, matter are preconditions for our own existence, logic itself can't be grounded in us because it precedes us. Even something as simple as the identity of Earth, in contrast to the sun, is the law of identity maintaining as a conceptual law before all humans. But the question is, what's the ontology? In other words, another way of saying, what's the existence status of logic, let's say, laws of logic? Well, if they're conceptual and they're universal, and they can't be grounded by a human mind, they need a place. They need to be inextricably tied to a type of mind. We would argue that a universal mind would ground, even at a very base level, bridge argument. A universal mind that's absolute, unchanging, just like logic and truth, would need to ground things like logic and truth. And the alternative is you can't ground truth or logic or meaning or knowledge in material. You can't find it in material. There's nothing in the world that you can find like that. So it's a type of argument that doesn't get you fully to Christianity, but it's a bridge argument away from materialism. And so that's how you should use it if you want to. 7 minutes, 7 chats. 7 minutes, 7 chats. 7 minutes, 7 chats. 7 minutes, coward cats. Coward cats to the high school office, coward cats. You know, I honestly, I wish he was just admitted this. You know, I debated early on Flat Earth Craig or whatever, Fight the Flat Earth Craig. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much. So, and he admitted, he was like, well, I'm just getting into philosophy now. You know, it's out of my league. I'm used to flat earth debates. I'm used to this stuff, but this is like kind of interesting. And at least he was like, he admitted it. Katz doesn't know where he is at. Dude, he doesn't know where he's at. He's in trouble. His daddy Dave just failed him. 6 minutes, 6 chats, 6 minutes, 6 chats. Thank you for the Bob chat, by the way. Mangy cat, mangy cat, mangy cat, come inside, mangy cat, come inside. Cats, are you a single? Are you a single kid? Single child? He's an ankle biter for sure. Come on, culture cats. Dude, I'd drag you through the litter. I'd drag you right through your stinky litter. 5 minutes, 6 chats. 5 minutes, 6 chats, y'all. Get your favorite streamer fed. Oh man, these people. I'm very excited. I'm glad that happened though. I'm glad they did that live stream. I'm glad I caught Dave in the space that he was in. What a guy. Thank you. Itchy finger. Yeah, no, it was good. I like seeing that. I like seeing that, Suzanne. That actually made me smirk. I was like, she's kicking a lot of people out of the kitchen tonight. What is the voice chat platform that Jim Bob uses? Would like to call in the chat. Call in. The voice platform? I use Discord. Oh yeah, I'm gonna meme the shit out of it. I'm gonna all of my anti-Dave stuff. I'm gonna send it to them all of them. They're gonna be like, yes, finally. Some dough. Thank you so much. We now know. Appreciate you. 4 more, y'all. 4 minutes. 4 more. He asked me to go on his platform, and I accepted. But now nothing. Oh, he's gone. Dude, he's scared. Do evolutionists hold that matter cannot be created or destroyed? Yes. If so, how is matter then created? They hold that it's eternal. They're like Mormons. They're like Mormons from that view. They hold that it's eternal. So that's how they look at it. So it's good to know. Good to know. 3 for 3, y'all. 3 for 3. See you later, Sac Republic. Nice to see you. How I solve anger when doing nothing is the cause of anger? Oh, do something then, atheist. What's your gift? I know that you don't think God exists and gave you a gift, but you know what I mean colloquially. What's your gift? You play music, you draw, you paint. What do you do?
Culture cats. We Muslims are coming to replace your culture.
That's right.
You can't argue against it because we evolved to take over your country.
That's right. They evolved to take over. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. 3 left, y'all. 3 more fivers. It's just a couple of Starbucks. Just a couple of crappy, extra sugary Starbucks. Cat's got spayed. Cat's got his cat balls cut off. He's just spurging, dude. He's so humiliated. Cats, are you one of those guys that calls like those chicks dressed in leather to whip you? Are you one of those dudes? I feel like you're one of those dudes. Tell me I'm a nobody. Tell me my country's over. Step on my teeth. Step on me teeth. Kick my teeth into order. Piss on my brolly. Piss on my brolly, please. Piss on my Broly, please. Okay, that earns a super chat for sure. Definitely. Put your pee, kick in my teeth. Step on my, piss on my Broly, kick in my teeth. How am I still alive? Exactly. 1 minute, 2 chats. 1 minute, 2 chats. Yep. Yeah, his copers, his little disciples are still coping so hard. 2 minutes, 40, or, one left. Okay, one more for the goal. Thank you so much. One more. 40 seconds, and one more. Buzzer beater. Where's the buzzer beater? There it is. Suzanne wouldn't let it happen. The itchy finger. Thank you so much. That's right. That's right, Jason. That's right. You may have taken a break from the internet, but the cowards, no rest. There's no rest. No rest for the wicked. He also appealed to self-evident. Yep, that was hilarious. Self-evident. Ooh, man, that's going to be fun. I can't wait to look at that. I'm really excited about that. All right. You guys have been great. Thank you so much for the support. Thanks for calling it out. Whoever showed up and said, look, dude, they're all talking crap about you on this. I'm glad you guys tracked me down, and I'm glad I called in. So, good on Derek for actually sending the link and letting me on. I thought I was extremely well behaved. Don't you think? That's what I think. And then, as a bonus, we get to see you play with dolls. Get out of here. You're sick. You're sick. You're one of the best trolls, though. Atheist he really is a genius. He really is a genius. I hope he's Orthodox, though, at least. Go to liturgy. Who cares if you don't believe? Just go to liturgy, man. Thank you. Steps on my teeth. Steps on my teeth. Piss on my Broly. Piss on the Broly, catches it in my mouth. Put your heels on my neck. Put your heels on my knickers. Put your stompers on my face. Put your kickers on my face. I don't even know what they call things in England. Kickers sounds right though. Put your stompies on me. Put your whoopee on me. Crack open the whoopee. I'm so unfunny. What is that picture, dude? What's wrong with you? What are you? You look like, dude, look at this guy. What is that? Looks like Wisconsin and San Francisco as the same layer in Photoshop. What are you? What is that? What are you? You look like a boot. Gross, dude. Gross. Goblin demon. It's Fausch. It's Fausch. Protofausch. All right. Let's see where you guys... What did you... Do you deserve anything? You deserve everything today. This is a very celebratory day for us. Finally got to interact with the dumb guy. And worked out very well. Fearless Truth. He's Orthodox. Joel reads Bible sucks. Answers against atheism. We really don't have much to choose from. Rhetorically defective. Wait a second. Is that guy that I kind of think is cool? Wait. Rhetorically defective. Let me see. I think he's that one guy. You know, he is an atheist, but he's very partial to Christianity. He is. He's partial. So, and he talks about some cool stuff. So let's do that for a change. You're going over there to Rhetorical Defective. Tell him I said hi. Tell him to go to liturgy. He's based on politics front. Yeah. He'll come around. I'm going to get him to get to liturgy. Who cares if he, you know what I mean? I'm not asking him to suddenly accept miracles and authority. I want to get some of these people in, you know? I'm going to get some of these people going. You guys could even tell him, hey, Jim Bob transfer his whole chat over here, all however many. I think you're going to like him, though. He's got a fun approach. You know. Something about him. Something about him that's good in there. You know, we got to pull the good out of people. We do. We have to pull the good out of people and then move them into the doors of orthodoxy. Pull out the good, nourish the good, push them through the doors. Thank you. And that's my approach. And I'm sticking to it. So, happy Saturday, y'all. God bless you all. Thanks for Jason for further demonstrating through contrast how pathetic Culture Cat is. I mean, $1,000? Come on, man. You could have just jumped on and said, well, I believe we came from apes. I believe we came from a little fishy. I believe it. I believe in the fossil record. I believed it. All you had to do was show up, man. And you didn't. You didn't. You lost. You guys lost today. Atheists, secularists, you're always losing. But today, you really lost. Really. So that's what you get. Go to liturgy tomorrow. God bless you all. Piss on my brolly. Stomp on my shoulders. Kick my teeth in. Straighten my teeth with your boots. Pour some hot tea on my nose. Piss on the brolly. 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 Step on my teeth. Step on my teeth. Step on my teeth.